Chapter 23.
Katsa.
His voice woke her. She opened her eyes and knew it to be about 3 hours before dawn.
What is it?
I can't sleep.
She sat up.
Too worried?
Yes.
Well, I assume you didn't wake me just for my company.
You don't need the sleep. And if I'm going to be awake, we may as well be moving.
And she was up, and her blanket rolled, and her quiver and bow and bags on her back in an instant. A path sloping downhill ran through the trees. The forest was black. Poe took her arm and led her as best he could, stumbling over stones and resting his hand on trees she couldn't see to steady their passage. When a cold, gritty light finally brought shadow and shape to their path, they moved faster, practically ran. Snow began to fall, and the trail, wider and flatter, glowed a pale blue. The inn that would sell them horses was beyond the forest, hours away by foot. As they hurried on, Katsa found herself looking forward to the rest for her feet and her lungs that the horses would bring. She opened the thought to Poe.
It takes this to tire you. Running, in the dark, on no sleep and no food, after days of climbing in the mountains.
He didn't smile, and he wasn't teasing.
I'm glad. Whatever it is we're running toward, we're likely to need your energy and your stamina.
That reminded her. She reached into a bag on her back.
Eat. We must both eat, or we'll be good for nothing.
It was mid-morning, and the snow still drifted down when they neared the place where the forest stopped abruptly and the fields began. Poe turned to her suddenly, alarm screaming in every feature of his face. He began to run headlong down the path through the trees toward the edge of the forest, and then Katsa heard it. Men's voices raised, yelling, and the thunder of hooves coming closer. She ran after Poe and broke through the trees several paces behind him. A woman staggered across the fields toward them, a small woman with arms raised, her face a mask of terror, dark hair and gold hoops in her ears, a black dress and gold on the fingers she stretched out to Poe. And behind her an army of men on galloping horses, led by one man with streaming robes and an eye patch, and a raised bow and a notched arrow that flew from the bow and struck the woman square in the back. The woman jerked and stumbled. She fell on her face in the snow. Poe stopped cold. He ran back to Katsa, yelling,
Shoot him! Shoot him!
But she had already swung the bow from her back and reached for an arrow. She pulled the string and took aim, and then the horses stopped. The man with the eye patch screamed out, and Katsa froze.
Oh, what an accident!
His voice was a choke, a sob, so full of desperate pain that Katsa gasped, and tears rose to her eyes.
What a terrible, terrible accident! My wife! My beloved wife!
Katsa stared at the crumpled body of the woman. Black dress and flung arms, white snow stained red. The man's sobs carried to her across the fields. It was an accident, a terrible, tragic accident. Katsa lowered her bow.
No! Shoot him!
Katsa gaped at Poe, shocked at his words, at the wildness in his eyes.
But it was an accident.
You promised to do what I said.
Yes, but I'm not going to shoot a grieving man whose wife has had such an accident.
His voice was angry now, as she'd never heard it.
Give me the bow,
he hissed, so strange and rough, so unlike himself.
No.
Give it to me.
No, you're not yourself.
He clutched his hair then and looked behind him desperately, at the man who watched them, his one eye cocked toward them, his gaze cool, measuring. Poe and the man stared at each other for just a moment. Some flicker of recognition stirred inside Katsa, but then it was gone. Poe turned back to her, calm now. Desperately, urgently calm.
Will you do something else then? Something much smaller, that will hurt no one?
Yes, if it will hurt no one.
Will you run with me now, back into the forest? And if he starts to speak, will you cover your ears?
What an odd request. But she felt that same strange flicker of recognition, and she agreed, without knowing why.
Yes.
Quickly, Katsa.
In an instant they turned and ran, and when she heard voices, she clapped her hands to her ears. But she could still hear words barked here and there, and what she heard confused her. And then Poe's voice, yelling at her to keep running, yelling at her, she thought vaguely, to drown out the other voices. She half heard a muffled clatter of hooves growing behind them. The clatter turned into a thunder, and then she saw the arrows striking the trees around them. The arrows made her angry.
We could kill these men, all of them,
she thought to Poe.
We should fight.
But he kept yelling at her to run, and his hand tightened on her shoulder and pushed her forward, and she had that sense again that all was not right, that none of this was normal, and that in this madness she should trust Poe. They raced around trees and clambered up slopes, rushing in whatever direction Poe chose. The arrows dropped off as they moved deeper into the forest, for the woods slowed the horses and confused the men. Still they kept running. They came to a part of the forest so thickly wooded that the snow had caught in the branches of the trees and never reached the ground.
Our footprints. He's taken us here so they can't trace our footprints.
She clung to that thought, because it was the only piece of this senselessness she understood. Finally, Poe pulled her hands from her ears. They ran more, until they came to a great wide tree with brown needles, the ground littered with dead branches that had fallen from its trunk.
There's a hollow place up high. There's an opening in the trunk. Can you climb it? If I go first, can you follow?
Of course. Here,
she said, making a cup with her hands. He put one foot into her palms and jumped, and she lifted him up as high as she could into the tree. She made handholds and footholds of the rough places in the trunk and hustled up after him.
Avoid that branch,
he called down to her.
And this one. A breeze would knock it down.
She used the limbs he used. He climbed, and she followed. He disappeared, and a moment later his arms reached out of a great hole above her. He pulled her inside the tree, into the hollowed-out space he'd sensed from the ground. They sat in the dark, breathing heavily, their legs entwined in their tree cave.
We'll be safe here, for now, as long as they don't come after us with dogs.
But why were they hiding? Now that they sat still, the strangeness of all that had happened began to pierce Katsa's mind, like the arrows the horsemen had shot at their backs. Why were they hiding? Why weren't they fighting? Why were they afraid? That woman had been afraid too. That woman who looked like a Leonid. Ashen. The wife of Lek was a Leonid, and her name was Ashen. And yes, that made sense, because that grief-stricken man had called her his wife. That man with the eye patch and the bow in his hands was Lek. But wasn't it Lek's arrow that had struck Ashen? Katsa couldn't quite recall, and when she tried to watch that moment again in her mind, a fog and falling snow blocked her sight. Poe might remember, but Poe had been so strange too, telling her to shoot Lek as he grieved over his wife, and then telling her to cover her ears. Why cover her ears? That thing that she couldn't quite grasp flickered again in her mind. She reached for it, and it disappeared. And then she was angry at her thick-headedness, her stupidity. She couldn't make sense of all this, because she was too unintelligent. She looked at Poe, who leaned against the wall of the tree and stared straight ahead at nothing. The sight of him upset her even more, for his face seemed thin, his mouth tight. He was tired, worn out, most likely hungry. He'd said something about dogs, and she knew his eyes well enough to recognize the shadows of worry that sat within them.
Poe, please tell me what's wrong.
Katsa.
He sighed her name. He rubbed his forehead and then looked into her face.
Do you remember our conversations about King Lek, Katsa? What we said about him before we saw him today?
She stared at him and remembered they'd said something, but she couldn't remember what it was.
About his eyes, Katsa. Something he's hiding.
He's...
It came to her suddenly.
He's graced.
Yes. Do you remember what his grace is?
And then it began to trickle back to her, piece by piece, from some part of her mind she hadn't been able to reach before. She saw it again clearly. Ashen, terrified, fleeing from her husband and his army. Lek shooting Ashen in the back. Lek crying out in pretended grief, his words fogging Katsa's mind, transforming the murder her eyes had seen into a tragic accident she couldn't remember. Poe screaming at her to shoot Lek, and she refusing. She couldn't look him in the face, for shame overwhelmed her.
It's not your fault.
I swore to you I'd do what you said. I swore it, Poe.
Katsa, no one could have kept that promise. If I'd known how powerful Lek was, if I'd had the slightest idea, I never should have brought you here.
You didn't bring me here. We came together.
Well, and now we're both in great danger.
He stiffened.
Wait.
He seemed to be listening to something, but Katsa could hear nothing.
They're searching the forest,
he said after a minute.
That one turned away. I don't think they have dogs.
But why are we hiding from them?
Katsa.
What do you mean we're in great danger? Why aren't we fighting these butchers? Why?
She dropped her face into her hands.
I'm so confused. I'm hopelessly stupid.
You're not stupid. It's Lek's grace that takes away your own thought, and it's my grace that sees so much more than a person should. You're confused because Lek confused you deliberately with his words, and because I haven't told you yet what I know.
Then tell me. Tell me what you know.
Well, Ashen is dead. That I don't have to tell you. She's dead because she tried to escape Lek with Bitterblue. Here we see her punishment for protecting her child.
She heard his bitterness and remembered that Ashen was not a stranger to him, that he had seen a member of his family murdered today.
I believe you were right about Bitterblue. I'm almost sure from what Ashen wanted as she ran toward me.
What did she want?
She wanted me to find Bitterblue and protect her. I don't know what it is Lek wants with her exactly, but I think Bitterblue's in the forest, hiding, like us.
We must find her before they do.
Yes, but there's more you need to know, Katsa. We're in particular danger, you and I. Lek saw us. He recognized us. Lek saw us.
He broke off, but it didn't matter. She understood suddenly what Lek had seen. He'd seen them run away when they shouldn't have had the slightest idea of their danger. He'd seen her put her hands over her ears when they shouldn't have known the power of his words.
He doesn't know how much of the truth I know, but he knows his grace doesn't work on me. I'm a threat to him and he wants me dead. And you, he wants alive.
Katsa's eyes snapped to his face.
But they were shooting at us.
I heard the command, Katsa. The arrows were meant for me.
We should have fought. We could have taken those soldiers. We must find him now and kill him.
No, Katsa. You know you can't be in his presence.
I can cover my ears somehow.
You can't block out all sound, and he'll only talk louder. He'll yell and you'll hear him. Your hearing is too good, and his words are no less dangerous if they're muffled. Even the words of his soldiers are dangerous. Katsa, you'll end up confused again and we'll have to run.
I won't let him do that to me again, Poe.
Katsa.
There was a tired certainty in his voice, and she didn't want to hear what he was going to say.
It only took him a few words, and he had you. A few words erased everything you'd seen. He wants you, Katsa. He wants your grace. And I can't protect you.
She hated the truth of his words, for he was right. Lek could do what he wanted with her. He could make a monster of her, if that was his wish.
Where is he now?
I don't know. Not nearby. But he's probably in the forest, looking for us, or for Bitterblue.
Will it be difficult to avoid him?
I don't think so. My grace will tell me if he's near, and we can run and hide.
A sick feeling stopped her breath. What if he tried to turn her against Poe? She took her dagger from her belt and held it out to him. He looked back at her with quiet eyes, understanding.
It won't come to that.
Good. Take it anyway.
He set his mouth but didn't argue. He took the dagger and slid it into his own belt. She pulled the knife from her boot and passed it to him. She handed him the bow and helped him fasten the quiver of arrows onto his back.
There's not much we can do about my hands and feet, but at least I'm unarmed. You'd stand a chance against me, Poe, if you had a blade in each hand, and I had none.
It won't come to that.
No, it probably wouldn't. But if it did, there was no harm in being prepared. She watched his face, his eyes, which dimly glowed. His tired eyes, his dear eyes. He'd be better able to defend himself if her hands were bound. She wondered, should they bind her hands?
And now you've crossed into the realm of the absurd.
She grinned.
We should try it, though, in our fights.
A smile twitched in the corner of his mouth.
I could agree to that sometime, when all of this is behind us.
Now, let's find your cousin.
Chapter 24. It was not easy for her to walk helplessly through the forest, Poe deciding where to go and knowing when and where to hide, freezing in his tracks at the sense of things she couldn't see or hear. His grace was invaluable, she knew that, but Katsa had never felt so much like a child.
She became hopeful when she saw me,
Poe said, speaking quickly as they rushed through the trees.
Ashen did. At the sight of me, her heart filled with hope for Bitterblue.
This hope was what directed their steps now. Ashen had hoped so hard for Poe to find Bitterblue that she'd left him with a sense of a place she believed Bitterblue to be, a particular spot both she and the child knew from the rides they took together. It was south of the Mountain Pass Road, in a hollow with a stream.
I know a bit of how it looks, but I don't know exactly where it is, and I don't know if she would have stayed there once she realized the entire army was searching for her.
At least we know where to start. She can't have gone too far.
They raced through the forest. The snow had stopped, and water dripped from pine needles and rushed through the streams. They passed patches of mud trampled with the feet of the soldiers who sought them.
If she's left great footprints like these, they'll have found her by now.
Let's hope she inherited some of her father's cunning.
More than once a soldier came uncomfortably near, and Poe altered their path in order to skirt around him. One time, while avoiding one soldier, they nearly ran into another. They scrambled up a tree, and Poe readied an arrow, but the fellow never took his eyes from the ground.
"Princess Bitterblue,"
the man called.
"Come now, Princess. Your father is very worried for you."
The soldier wandered away, but it was a number of minutes before Katsa was able to climb down. She'd heard the man's words, even with her hands over her ears. She'd fought against them, but still they'd clouded her mind. She sat in the tree, shuddering, while Poe grasped her chin, looked into her eyes, and talked her through her confusion.
All right. My mind is clear.
They clambered down. They moved quickly and left as little trace as possible of their own passage. Near the entrance to the forest, things became tricky. The soldiers were everywhere, gathered in groups, moving in every direction. She and Poe ran for short bursts when Poe decided it was safe, and then hid. Once, Poe grabbed her arm and jerked her backward, and they raced back the way they'd come. They found a great mossy rock and hunched behind it. Poe's hands clapped over her ears, his eyes glowing with a fierce concentration. Wedged between the rock and Poe, his heart beating fast against her body, she knew this time they hid from more than mere soldiers. They waited, it seemed interminably. Then Poe took her wrist and motioned for her to follow. They crept away by a different route, one that widened the distance between them and the Monsian king. When they were as close to the entrance to the forest as Poe deemed safe, they turned south, as they hoped Bitterblue had done. When a stream bubbled across their path, Poe stopped. He crouched down and clutched his head. Katsa stood beside him and watched and listened, waiting for him to sense something from the forest or from the memory of Ashen's hope.
There's nothing. I can't tell if this is the right stream.
Katsa crouched beside him.
If the soldiers haven't found her yet, then she left no obvious trace, even in all this snow and mud. She must have had the presence of mind to walk through a stream, Poe. Every stream in this forest flows from mountain to valley. She would have known to go west, away from the valleys. Is there any harm in following this stream west? If we don't stumble upon her, we can continue south and search the next stream.
This seems a bit hopeless,
Poe said, but he stood, turned with her, and followed the water west. When Katsa found a tangle of long, dark hair snagged on a branch that snapped against her stomach, she called Poe's name in his mind. She held the tangle of hair up for him to see. She tucked it into her sleeve and enjoyed the slightly more hopeful expression on his face. When the stream curved sharply and entered a little hollow of grasses and ferns, Poe stopped and held up his hand.
I recognize this place. This is it.
Is she here?
He stood for a moment.
No. But let's continue up the stream. Quickly. I fear there may be soldiers on our tail.
Only minutes later he turned to her, relief in the lines of his tired face.
I feel her now.
He stepped out of the stream and Katsa followed. He wove his way through the trees until he came to a fallen tree trunk stretched across the forest floor. He measured the trunk with his eyes. He walked to one end, crouched down, and looked inside.
Bitterblue,
he said into the trunk.
I'm your cousin Poe, the son of Roar. We've come to protect you.
There was no response. Poe spoke quietly and gently.
We're not going to hurt you, cousin. We're here to help you. Are you hungry? We have food.
Still there was no response from the fallen tree. Poe stood and turned to Katsa. He spoke in a low voice.
She's afraid of me. You must try.
Katsa snorted.
You think she'll be less afraid of me?
She's afraid of me because I'm a man. Take care. She has a knife, and she's willing to use it.
Good for her.
Katsa knelt before the hollow end of the trunk and looked inside. She could just make out the girl, huddled tight, her breath short, panicked, her hands clutching a knife.
Princess Bitterblue, I'm the Lady Katsa, from the Midlands. I've come with Poe to help you. You must trust us, Bitterblue. We're both graced fighters. We can keep you safe.
Tell her we know about Lex Grace.
We know your father is after you,
Katsa said into the darkness.
We know he's graced. We can keep you safe, Bitterblue.
Katsa waited for some sign from the girl, but there was nothing. She looked up at Poe and shrugged her shoulders.
Do you think we could break the tree apart?
But then from inside the trunk came a small, shaky voice.
Where is my mother?
Katsa's eyes snapped up to Poe's. They searched each other's faces, uncertain, and then Poe sighed and nodded. Katsa turned back to the trunk.
Your mother is dead, Bitterblue.
She waited for sobbing, screams, but instead there was a pause, and then the voice came again, even smaller now.
The king killed her?
Yes.
There was another silence inside the tree. Katsa waited.
Soldiers are coming,
Poe muttered above her.
They're minutes away.
She didn't want to fight these soldiers who carried Lex poison in their mouths, and they might not have to if they could only get this child to come out.
I can see that knife, Princess Bitterblue. Do you know how to use it? Even a small girl can do a lot of damage with a knife. I could teach you.
Poe crouched down and touched her shoulder.
Thank you, Katsa,
he breathed, and then he was up again, stalking a few paces into the trees, looking around and listening for anything his grace could tell him. And she understood why he thanked her, for the child was crawling her way out of the trunk. Her face appeared from the dimness, then her hands and shoulders. Her eyes gray and her hair dark, like her mother's. Her eyes big, her face wet with tears, and her teeth chattering. Her fingers gripped tightly around a knife that was longer than her forearm. She spilled out of the tree trunk, and Katsa caught her and felt her cheeks and forehead. The child was shaking with cold. Her skirts were wet and clung to her legs. Her boots were soaked through. She wore no coat or muffler, no gloves.
Great hills, you're frozen stiff.
She yanked off her own coat and pulled it down over the child's head. She tried to pull Bitterblue's arms through the sleeves, but the girl wouldn't loosen her grip on the knife.
Let it go for a minute, child. Just a second. Hurry, there are soldiers coming.
She pried the knife from the girl's fingers and fastened the coat into place. She handed the knife back.
Can you walk, Bitterblue?
The girl didn't answer, but swayed, her eyes unfocused.
We can carry her,
Poe said, suddenly at Katsa's side.
We must go.
Wait, she's too cold.
Now, this instant, Katsa.
Give me your coat.
Poe tore off his bags, his quiver and bow. He tore off his coat and threw it to Katsa. She tugged the coat over Bitterblue's head, wrestled with the fingers around the knife again. She pulled the hood over the girl's ears and fastened it tight. Bitterblue looked like a potato sack, a small, shivering potato sack with empty eyes and a knife. Poe tipped the girl over his shoulder, and they gathered their things.
All right, let's go.
They ran south, stepping on pine needles and rock whenever they could, leaving as little sign of their passage as possible. But the ground was too wet, and the soldiers were quick on their mounts. Their trail was too easy to follow, and before long Katsa heard branches breaking and the thud of horses' hooves.
Poe, how many of them?
15, at least.
She breathed through her panic.
What if their words confuse me?
His voice was low.
I wish I could fight them alone, Katsa, and out of your hearing. But it would mean us separating, and right now there are soldiers on every side of us. I won't risk your being found when I'm not there.
Katsa snorted.
Nor will I allow you to fight 15 men alone.
We must kill as many of them as possible before they're close enough for conversation, and hope that once they're under attack they're not very talkative. Let's find a place to hide the girl. If they don't see her, they're less likely to speak of her.
They tucked the child behind rocks and weeds, inside a niche at the base of a tree.
Don't make a sound, Princess. And lend me your knife. I'll kill one of your father's men with it.
She took the knife from the girl's uncomprehending fingers.
Poe,
Katsa thought, her mind racing.
give me the knives and the daggers. I'll kill on first sight.
Poe pulled 2 daggers from his belt and a knife from each boot and tossed them to her one by one. She collected the blades together. He readied the bow and cocked an arrow. They crouched behind a rock and waited. But there wasn't long to wait. The men came through the trees, moving quickly on their horses, their eyes skimming the ground for tracks. Katsa counted 17 men.
I'll go right.
She thought grimly to Poe.
You go left.
And with that she stood and hurled a knife, and another, and another. Poe's arrow flew, and he reached for another. Katsa's knives and daggers were embedded in the chests of 5 men, and Poe had killed 2 before the soldiers even comprehended the ambush. The bodies of the dead slumped from their horses to the ground, and the bodies of the living jumped after them, pulling swords from sheaths, yelling, screaming unintelligibly, a mindful 1 or 2 drawing arrows. Katsa ran toward the men. Poe continued shooting. The first came at her with wild eyes and a screeching mouth, swinging his sword so erratically that it was no trouble for Katsa to dodge the blade, kick another rushing man in the head, pull the first man's dagger from his belt, and stab them both in the neck. She kept the dagger, grabbed a sword, and came out swinging. She knocked another man's sword from his hands and ran hers through his stomach. She whirled on 2 men who came from behind and killed them both with her dagger while she fought off a third with her sword. She hurled the dagger into the chest of a soldier on a horse who aimed an arrow at Poe. And suddenly only 1 man was left, his breath ragged and his eyes wide with fear. That man backed away and began to run. In a flash, Katsa pulled a knife from another man's chest and ran after him. But then she heard the smooth release of an arrow, and the man cried out and fell, and lay still. Katsa looked down at her blood-stained tunic and trousers. She wiped her face, and blood came off onto her sleeve. All around her lay murdered men, men who hadn't known any better, whose minds were no weaker than her own. Katsa was sick and discouraged, and furious with the king who'd made this bloodbath necessary.
Let's make sure they're dead, and get them on the horses. We must send them back to put Lek off our trail.
They were dead, every one of them. Katsa pulled arrows and blades from chests and backs and tried not to look at their faces. She cleaned the knives and daggers and handed them back to Poe. She carried Bitterblue's knife back to her and found the girl standing, arms crossed against the cold, eyes alert now, lucid. Katsa glanced down at her bloody clothing. She found herself hoping the child hadn't witnessed the massacre of men.
I feel warmer.
Good. How much of that fight did you see?
They didn't have much of a chance, did they?
It was her only answer.
Where are we going now?
I'm not sure. We need to find a safe place to hide, where we can eat and sleep. We need to talk about what happens next.
You'll have to kill the king if you ever want him to stop chasing us.
Katsa looked at this child who barely came up to her chest. Poe's sleeves hanging almost to the girl's knees, her eyes and her nose big under her hood, too big for her little face. Her voice a squeak, but a calmness in her manner of speaking, a certainty, as she recommended her father's murder. Chapter 25. They kept 2 horses for themselves. Bitterblue rode with Katsa. They wound their way back to the stream to clean themselves of the blood of the soldiers. Then they turned west. They walked the horses through the stream, moving toward the mountains, until the land around them grew rocky enough to hide hoofprints. There they struck out south along the base of the mountains and began their search for a suitable place to hide for the night, a place they could defend, a place far enough from Lek for safety, but not so far that they couldn't reach Lek to kill him. For of course, Bitterblue was right. Lek had to die. Katsa knew it, but she didn't like to think of it. For she was a killer, and the murder should be hers. But it was plain that Poe would have to be the one to do it. Poe kill a king, guarded by an army of soldiers, by himself, and without her help.
You mustn't go near his castle,
she thought to Poe as they rode.
You'd never be able to get close enough to him. You're far too conspicuous. They would ambush you.
The horses picked their way through the rocks. Poe didn't acknowledge her thoughts, didn't even look at her, but she knew he'd heard.
You'd do best to sneak up on him in the forest while he's searching for the child and shoot him, from as far away as possible.
Poe rode before them, his back straight, his arms steady, despite his tiredness and the cold and his lack of a coat.
And then run away as fast as you can.
He slowed then and came beside them. He looked into her face, and something strong in his silver and gold eyes comforted and reassured her. Poe was neither weak nor defenseless. He had his grace and his strength. He reached for her hand. When she gave it to him, he kissed it. He rode ahead, and they continued on. Bitterblue sat quietly before her. She had stiffened when Poe came near, but if she thought their silent exchange odd, she said nothing. They came to a place where the land dropped away to the left and formed a deep gully with a lake that shone far below them. To the right, the path rose to a cliff that overhung the lake.
If we cross over to the far side of that cliff and hide there, anyone coming after us will either have to cross the cliff as we did, or climb up from the gully. They'll be easily seen.
I had the same thought. Let's see what's there.
And so they climbed. The cliff path sloped rather unnervingly toward the drop, but it was a wide path, and the horses clung to its top edge. Pebbles slid from under their hooves and rolled down the slope, clattering over the edge and plummeting down into the lake. But the travelers were safe. On the far side they found little more than rock and scrub and a few scraggly trees growing from crevices. A shallow, hard cave with its back to the gully and the cliff path seemed the best choice for their camp.
It won't make for a soft bed, but it'll hide our fire. Are you hungry, cousin?
The girl sat on a rock quietly, her hands gripping her knife. She hadn't complained of hunger, or of anything else for that matter, but now she watched with big eyes as Poe unwrapped what little food they had, some meat from the night before, and one small apple carried all the way from the inn at the sundered foot of the mountains. Bitterblue's eyes watched the food, and she barely seemed to be breathing. She was ravenous. Anyone could see that.
When did you last eat?
Poe asked as he set the food before her.
Some berries this morning.
And before that?
Yesterday morning.
Slowly,
Poe said, as Bitterblue took the meat in her hands and tore a great piece off with her teeth.
Slowly, or you'll be sick.
I'll climb down to the gully and find us some meat. The sun will set soon. I'll take a knife, Poe, if you'll keep a lookout for me.
Poe slid a knife from his boot and tossed it to her.
If you hear the sound of an owl hooting, run. 2 hoots, run south. 3 hoots, run back up here to the camp.
She nodded.
Agreed.
Try the rushes to the south of the lake, and pick up a few pebbles on your way down. I think I may have seen some quail.
Katsa snorted but said nothing. She glanced at the girl, who saw only the food in her hands. Then she turned, worked her way around boulders, and began to forge a path down into the gully. When Katsa returned to camp with a stringful of quail, plucked and gutted, the sun was sinking behind the mountains. Poe was piling branches near the back of the cave. Bitterblue lay nearby, wrapped in a blanket.
I gather she hasn't slept much in the last few days.
She'll be all right now that her clothes are dry. We'll keep her warm and fed.
She's a calm little thing, isn't she? Small for 10 years old. She helped me gather wood until she was practically collapsing from exhaustion. I told her to sleep until we had more food. She's got her fingers wrapped around that knife, and she's still scared of me. I get the feeling she's not used to men showing her kindness.
Poe, I'm beginning to think I don't want to know what this is all about. I can make no sense of it. I can't factor your grandfather into it at all.
Poe shook his head and looked at the girl, who was huddled on the ground in her blankets and coats.
I'm not sure how much any of this has to do with sanity or sense, but we'll keep her safe, and we'll kill Lek. And eventually we'll learn whatever truth there is to know of it.
She'll make for an awfully young queen.
Yes, I've thought of that too, but there's no helping it.
They sat quietly and waited for the darkness that would mask the smoke of their fire. Poe pulled another shirt over the one he already wore. She watched his face, his familiar features, his eyes, which caught the pink light of the day's end. She bit her lip against her worry, for she knew it would not be helpful to him.
How will you do it?
As you said, most likely. We'll talk about it when Bitterblue wakes. I expect she'll be able to help.
Help to plot the murder of her father. Yes, she probably would help if she could, for such was the madness that rode the air of this kingdom as they sat in their rocky camp at the edge of the Monsian Mountains. The light of the fire, or its crackle, or the smell of the meat sizzling above it woke Bitterblue. She came to sit with them by the flames, her blanket around her shoulders, and her knife in hand.
I'll teach you how to use that knife,
Katsa told her.
When you're feeling better. How to defend yourself, how to maim a man. We can use Poe as a model.
The child's eyes flicked to Katsa's shyly, and then she looked into her lap.
Wonderful. It's quite boring, really, the way you beat me to death with your hands and feet, Katsa. It'll be refreshing to have you coming at me with a knife.
Bitterblue glanced at Katsa again.
Are you the better fighter?
Yes.
Far better. There's no comparison.
But Poe has other advantages. He's stronger. He sees better in the dark.
But in a fight, always bet on the lady, Bitterblue, even in the dark.
They sat quietly, waiting for the quail to roast. Bitterblue shivered and pulled her blanket more tightly around her shoulders.
I would like to have grace that allowed me to protect myself.
Katsa held her breath and forced herself to wait patiently and not ask questions. After a moment, Bitterblue said,
The king wants me.
What for?
Katsa asked, because she could not prevent herself. Bitterblue didn't answer this. She bent her chin to her chest and brought her arms in close to her sides, making herself very small.
He has a grace. My mother told me so. She told me he can manipulate people's minds with his words so that they believe whatever he says, even if they hear it from someone else's mouth, even if it's a rumor he started that spread far beyond him. His power weakens as it spreads, but it does not disappear.
She stared unhappily at the knife in her hands.
She told me he is the wrong kind of man to have been born with a grace like this. He makes toys of small and weak people. He likes to cause pain.
Poe dropped his hand to Katsa's thigh, which was the only thing that kept her from shooting to her feet with rage.
My mother has suspected all of this,
Bitterblue continued,
from time to time, ever since she first knew him. But he's always been able to confuse her into forgetting about it, until a few months back, when he began to take a particular interest in me.
She stopped speaking and took a few small breaths. Her eyes settled on Katsa's, flickering with something uncomfortable.
I can't say what he wants me for exactly. He's always been fond of the company of girls. And he has some strange habits my mother and I came to understand. He cuts animals with knives. He tortures them and keeps them alive for a long time. Then he kills them.
She cleared her throat.
I don't think it's only animals he does this to.
Kindness to children and helpless creatures,
Katsa thought, fighting back tears of fury. Her whole life she'd believed Lek's reputation for beneficence. Did he convince his victims, too, that he was doing them a kindness, even while he cut them with his knives?
He told my mother he wanted to start spending time with me alone. He said it was time he got to know his daughter better. He was so angry when she refused. He hit her. He tried to use his grace on me, tried to get me to go to his cages with him. But whenever I saw the bruises on my mother's face, I remembered the truth. It cleared my mind, just barely, enough that I knew to refuse.
Then Poe had been right. The deaths at Lek's court began to make even more sense to Katsa. Lek probably arranged for many people to die, people whose use had become more trouble than it was worth, because he'd hurt them so grievously that they'd begun to comprehend the truth.
So then he kidnapped Grandfather, because he knew there was no one my mother loved more. He told my mother he was going to torture Grandfather, unless she agreed to hand me over. He told her he was going to bring him to Monsi and kill him in our sight. We hoped it was all just his usual lies. But then we got letters from Leonid and knew Grandfather was really missing.
Grandfather was neither tortured nor killed. He's safe now.
He could have just taken me,
Bitterblue said, her voice breaking with sudden shrillness.
He has an entire army that would never defy him, but he didn't. He has this sick patience. It didn't interest him to force us. He wanted to hear us say yes.
because it was more satisfying to him that way,
Katsa thought.
My mother barricaded us inside her rooms. The king ignored us for a while. He had food and drink brought to us, and water and fresh linen. But he would talk to us through the doors sometimes. He would try to persuade my mother to send me out. He would confuse me sometimes. Sometimes he would confuse her. He would come up with the most convincing reasons why I should come out, and we had to keep reminding ourselves of the truth. It was very frightening.
A tear ran down her face now, and she kept talking, quickly, as if she could no longer contain her story.
He began to send animals into us. Mice all cut up, dogs and cats still alive, crying and bleeding. It was horrible. And then one day, the girl who brought our food had cuts on her face, 3 lines on each cheek, bleeding freely, and other injuries too, that we couldn't see. She wasn't walking well. When we asked her what happened, she said she couldn't remember. She was a girl my age.
She stopped for a moment, choked with tears. She wiped her face on her shoulder.
That's when my mother decided we had to escape. We tied sheets and blankets together and dropped out through the windows. I thought I wouldn't be able to do it for fear, but my mother talked me through it all the way down.
She stared into the flames.
My mother killed a guard with a knife. We ran for the mountains. We hoped the king would assume we'd taken the port road to the sea. But on the second morning, we saw them coming after us across the fields. My mother twisted her ankle in some foxhole. She couldn't run. She sent me ahead to hide in the forest.
The girl breathed furiously, wiped her face again, clenched her hands into fists. Through some massive force of will, she stopped the fall of her tears. She grasped the knife that lay in her lap and spoke bitterly.
If I were trained in archery, or if I could use a knife, perhaps I could have killed my father when this whole thing started.
By some accounts it's too late, but I'll kill him tomorrow before he does anything more.
Bitterblue's eyes darted to his.
Why you? Why not her, if she's the better fighter?
Lex Grace doesn't work on me. It works on Katsa. This we learned today when we met him in the fields. I must be the one to kill him, for he can't manipulate me or confuse me as he can Katsa.
He offered Bitterblue one of the quail, skewered on a stick. She took it and watched him closely.
It's true that His Grace lost some of its power over me when he hurt my mother. And it lost some of its power over my mother when he threatened me. But why does it not work on you?
I can't say. He's hurt a lot of people. There may be many for whom His Grace is weak, but none likely to admit it, for fear of his vengeance.
Bitterblue narrowed her eyes.
How did he hurt you?
He kidnapped my grandfather. He murdered my aunt before my eyes. He threatens my cousin.
Bitterblue seemed satisfied by this, or at least she turned to her food and ate ravenously for a number of minutes. She glanced at him occasionally, at his hands as he tended the fire.
My mother wore a lot of rings like you. You look like my mother, excepting your eyes. And you sound like her when you talk.
She took a deep breath and stared at the food in her hands.
He'll be camping in the forest tonight, and he'll be looking for me again tomorrow. I don't know how you'll find him.
We found you, didn't we?
Her eyes flashed up into his, and then back to her food.
He'll have his personal guard with him. They are all graced. I'll tell you what you'll be facing.
It was a simple enough plan. Poe would set out early, before first light, with food, a horse, the bow, the quiver, 1 dagger, and 2 knives. He would work his way back into the forest and hide his horse. He would find the king, however long that took. He would come no closer to the king than the distance of the flight of an arrow. He would aim, and he would fire. He would ensure that the king was dead. And then he would run as fast as he could back to his horse and to the camp. A simple plan, and Katsa grew more and more uneasy as they talked it through, for both she and Poe knew that it would never play out so simply. The king had an inner guard, made up of 5 graced sword fighters. These men were little threat to Poe. They always stood beside the king, and Poe expected never to step within their range. It was the king's outer guard that Poe must be prepared to encounter. These were 10 men who would be positioned in a broad circle around Lek, some distance from him and from each other, but surrounding the king as he moved through the forest. They were all graced, some fighters, a couple crack shots with a bow, one graced with speed on foot, one enormously strong, one who climbed trees and jumped from branch to branch like a squirrel, one with extraordinary sight and hearing.
You will know that one by his red beard. But if you're close enough to see him, then he's most certainly spotted you already. Once you're spotted, they'll raise the alarm.
Poe, let me come with you as far as the outer circle. There are too many of them and you may need help.
No.
I would only fight them and then leave.
No, Katsa.
You'll never—
Katsa!
His voice was sharp. She crossed her arms and glared into the fire. She took a breath and swallowed hard.
Very well. Go to sleep now, Poe, and I'll keep watch.
Poe nodded.
Wake me in a couple of hours and I'll take over.
No. You need your sleep if you're to do this thing. I'll keep watch tonight. I'm not tired, Poe,
she said as he started to protest.
You know I'm not. Let me do this.
And so Poe dropped off to sleep, huddled in a blanket beside Bitterblue. Katsa sat in the dark and went over the plan in her mind. If Poe didn't return to their camp above the gully by sunset, then Katsa and Bitterblue must flee without him. For if he didn't return, it might mean the king was not dead. If the king was not dead, then nothing would protect Bitterblue from him, except distance. Leave Poe behind, in this forest of soldiers. It was unimaginable to Katsa, and as she sat on a rock in the cold and the dark, she wouldn't let herself think it. She watched for the slightest movement, listened for the smallest sound, and refused to think about all that could happen tomorrow in the forest. Chapter 26. Poe woke in the early morning cold and gathered his things together quietly. He pulled Katsa close and held her against him.
I'll come back,
he said. And then he was gone. She sat guard as she had done all night and watched the path he had taken. She held her thoughts in check. She wore a ring on a string around her neck, a ring that Poe had given her before he climbed onto the back of his horse and clattered across the cliff path. It was cold against the skin of her breast, and she fingered it as she waited for the sun to rise. It was the ring with the engravings that matched the markings on his arms, the ring of Poe's castle and his princehood. If Poe didn't return today, then Katsa must take Bitterblue south to the sea. She must arrange passage somehow on a ship to Leonid's western coast and Poe's castle. No Leonid would detain her or question her if she wore Poe's ring. They would know that she acted on Poe's instructions. They would welcome and assist her. And Bitterblue might be kept safe in Poe's castle while Katsa thought and planned and waited to hear something of Poe. When light came and Bitterblue awoke, she and Katsa led the horse down to the lake to drink and graze. They collected wood in case they stayed in this camp again that night. They ate winterberries from a clump of bushes beside the water. Katsa caught and gutted fish for their dinner. When they climbed back up to the rock camp, the sun had not even topped the sky. Katsa thought of doing some exercises, or of teaching Bitterblue to use her knife, but she didn't want to attract attention with the noise it would make. Nor did she want to miss the slightest glimpse or sound of an approaching enemy, or of Poe. There was nothing to do but sit still and wait. Katsa's muscles screamed their impatience. By early afternoon, she was pacing back and forth across the camp, utterly stir-crazy. She paced, fists clenched, and Bitterblue sat against the boulders in the sun, knife in hand, watching her.
Aren't you tired? When did you last sleep?
I don't need as much sleep as other people.
Bitterblue's eyes followed her as she marched back and forth.
I'm tired.
Katsa stopped and crouched before the girl. She felt Bitterblue's hands and forehead.
Are you cold or hot? Are you hungry?
Bitterblue shook her head.
I'm only tired.
And of course she was tired, her eyes big and her face tight. Any person in this situation would be tired.
Sleep. It's safe for you to sleep, and it's best for you to keep up your strength.
Not that the child would need her strength for flight that night, for doubtless at any moment Poe would come scrambling over the cliff path on his horse. The sun crawled behind the western mountaintops and turned their rocky camp orange. And still Poe did not come. Katsa's mind was frozen into place. Surely he would materialize in the next few minutes. But just in case he did not, she woke Bitterblue. She pulled their belongings together and removed all trace of their fire. She scattered their firewood. She saddled the horse and strapped their bags to the fine Monsian saddle. Then she sat and stared at the cliff path that shone yellow and orange in the falling light. The sun was setting, and he hadn't come. She couldn't help the thought then that shouldered its way into her mind, that wouldn't be held back any longer, no matter how hard she pushed at it. Poe could be in the forest, injured. The king could be murdered, and all could be safe. And Poe could be somewhere needing her help, and she not able to give it because of the chance the king was alive. He could even be near, just beyond the cliff path, limping, stumbling toward them, needing her, and she, in a matter of minutes, mounting her horse and galloping it in the opposite direction. They would go then, because they must, but they would backtrack just a bit on the chance that he was near. Katsa glanced quickly around the rock camp to be sure they'd left no sign of their presence.
Well then, Princess, we'd better be going.
She avoided Bitterblue's eyes and lifted her into the saddle. She untied the horse's reins and handed them to the child. And that's when she heard the pebbles bouncing along the cliff path. She raced back to the path. The horse was coming across the ledge along the top of the cliff, stumbling across, its head hanging. Too close, just a little too close to the drop. And Poe lying on the horse's back, unmoving, and an arrow in his shoulder, his shirt soaked with blood. And how many arrows in the horse's neck and side she didn't try to count, for suddenly pebbles were spraying over the cliff edge. The horse was slipping, and the whole path was sliding under its panicked hooves. She screamed Poe's name inside her mind and ran. He raised his head, and his eyes flashed into hers. The horse shrieked and struggled madly for ground to stand on, but she couldn't reach him in time. Over the edge the horse tumbled, over the edge, and she screamed again, aloud this time, and he was gone below her, falling through the yellow light. The horse twisted and turned in the air. Poe smashed face first into the water, and the horse crashed in after him, and stones flew up helter-skelter from Katsa's feet as she tore down the trail to the gully, feeling nothing as her shins bashed against rocks and branches whipped across her face. She knew only that Poe was in that water and that she must get him out. There was the barest ripple on the surface of the water to direct her dive. She threw her boots into the rushes and plunged. In the shock of the lake's icy water, she saw the place where mud and bubbles rose, and where a great brown form sank, and another, smaller form struggled. He struggled, which meant he was alive. She kicked closer and saw what he struggled with. His boot was caught in a stirrup. The stirrup buckled to the saddle, and the horse sinking fast. His struggles were clumsy, and the water around his shoulder and his head flowed red with his blood. Katsa grabbed his belt and felt around until she found a knife. She whipped the blade out and sawed at the stirrup. The leather broke, and the stirrup sank with the horse. Katsa wrapped her arm around Poe and kicked fiercely upward. They burst to the surface. She lugged his dead weight to shore, for now he was unconscious. But as she pushed him into the rushes at the edge of the lake, he became suddenly, violently conscious. He gasped and coughed and vomited lake water over and over again. He wasn't going to drown then, but that didn't mean he wouldn't bleed to death.
The other horse!
Katsa shouted to Bitterblue, who hovered anxiously nearby.
The horse has the medicines!
She shouted, and the girl slipped and scrambled back up to the camp. Katsa dragged Po up to dry ground and sat him there. The cold and the wet, that could also kill him. He must stop bleeding, and he must be warm and dry. Oh, how she wished for Raffin at this moment.
Po! Po, what happened?
No response.
Po!
His eyes flashed open, but they were vague, unfocused. He didn't see her. He vomited.
All right. You sit still. This is going to hurt,
she said. But when she pulled the arrow from his shoulder, he didn't even seem to notice. His arms flopped lifelessly as she peeled his shirts from his back, and he vomited again. Bitterblue came clattering down the trail with the horse.
I need your help,
Katsa said, and for a good while Bitterblue was Katsa's assistant, tearing open bags to find clothing that could be used to dry him or stanch his bleeding, rifling through the medicines for the ointment that cleaned wounds, soaking bloody cloths in the lake.
Can you hear me, Po?
Katsa asked as she tore a shirt to make a bandage.
Can you hear me? What happened with the king?
He looked up at her dimly as she bandaged his shoulder.
Po,
she said, over and over.
The king! You must tell me if the king is alive.
But he was useless and senseless, no better than unconscious. She peeled off his boots and his trousers and dried him as best she could. She dressed him in new trousers and rubbed his arms and legs to warm them. She took his coat back from Bitterblue, pulled it over his head, and pushed his rubbery arms through the sleeves. He vomited again. It was the force of his head hitting the water. This Katsa knew, that a man vomited if struck hard enough in the head, that he became forgetful and confused. His head would clear in time, but they didn't have time, not if the king was alive. And so she knelt before him and grasped his chin. She ignored his wincing, pained eyes. She thought into his mind.
Po, I need to know if the king is alive. I am not going to stop bothering you until you tell me if the king is alive.
He looked at her then, rubbed his eyes, and squinted at her hard.
The king, my arrow. The king is alive.
Katsa's heart sank. For now they must flee, all three of them, with Po in this state and with only one horse. In the dark and the cold, with little food, and without Po's grace to warn them of their pursuers. Her grace would have to serve. She handed Po her flask.
Drink this. All of it. Bitterblue, help me pull these wet things together. It's a good thing you slept today, for I need you to be strong tonight.
Po seemed to understand when it was time for him to mount the horse. He didn't contribute to the effort, but he didn't fight it either. Both Katsa and Bitterblue pushed him up into the saddle with all their might, and though he almost pitched headlong over the animal and fell to the ground on the other side, some unfocused understanding caused him to grasp Katsa's arm and steady himself.
You behind him,
Katsa said to Bitterblue,
so that you can see him. Pinch him if he starts to fall off, and call me if you need help. The horse will be moving quickly, as quickly as I can run.
Chapter 27. In the dark on the side of a mountain, no one can move quickly who doesn't have some particular grace to do so. They moved, and Katsa did not break her ankles stepping blindly before the horse, as others would have. But they didn't move quickly. Katsa barely breathed, so hard was she listening behind them. Their pursuers would be on horseback, and there would be many of them, and they would carry torches. If Lek had sent a party in the right direction, then there would be little to stop them from succeeding in their search. Katsa was doubtful that even on flat land they could have moved much faster, so unwell was Po. He clung to the horse's mane, eyes closed, concentrating fiercely on not falling off. He winced at every movement, and he was still bleeding.
"Let me tie you to the horse,"
Katsa said to him once when she'd stopped at a stream to fill the flasks.
"Then you'd be able to rest."
He took a moment to process her words. He hunched forward and sighed into the horse's mane.
I don't want to rest. I want to be able to tell you if he's coming.
So they weren't completely without his grace, but he was completely without his reason to make such a comment while Bitterblue sat directly behind him, quiet, intent, and missing nothing of what was said.
"Careful,"
she thought to him.
"Bitterblue. I'll tie you both to the horse, and then each of you can choose whether or not to rest." "Rest,"
she thought to him as she wound a rope around his legs.
"You're no good to us if you bleed to death."
I'll not bleed to death,
he said aloud, and Katsa avoided Bitterblue's eyes, determining not to talk to Po inside her mind again until his reason had returned. They continued south slowly. Katsa tripped and stumbled over rocks and over the roots of stubborn mountain trees that clung to cracks in the earth. As the night wore on, her stumbling increased, and it occurred to her that she was tired. She sent her mind back along the past few nights and counted. It was her second night without sleep, and the night before that they'd slept only a few hours. She would have to sleep then, sometime soon. But for now, she wouldn't think of it. There was no use considering the impossible. Several hours before dawn, she began to think of the fish she had caught earlier, the fish scaled and gutted and wrapped and bound with the bags to the horse. Once light came, they wouldn't be able to risk even the smallest fire. They'd eaten very little that day, and they had very little food for the next. If they stopped now for just a few minutes, she could cook the fish. She wouldn't have to think of food again until the next nightfall. But even this was risky, for the light of a fire could attract attention in this darkness. Po whispered her name then, and she stopped the horse and walked back to him.
There's a cave, a few steps to the southeast.
His hand swayed in the air and then rested on her shoulder.
Stay here beside me. I'll lead us there.
He directed her footsteps over stones and around boulders. If she'd been less tired, Katsa would have taken a moment to appreciate the clarity with which his grace showed him the landscape. But now they were at the entrance to Po's cave, and there was too much else to consume her mind. She must wake Bitterblue, untie her, and help her down. She must get Po from the horse and onto the ground. She must find wood to build a fire, then get the fish cooking. She must dress Po's shoulder again, because it still bled freely no matter how tightly she bound it.
Sleep while the fish cooks,
he said, as she wound clean strips of cloth around his arm and chest to stanch the flow of blood.
Katsa, get some sleep. I'll wake you if we need you.
"You're the one who needs sleep."
He caught her arm then as she knelt before him.
Katsa, sleep for a quarter of an hour. No one is near. You won't get another chance to sleep tonight.
She sat on her heels and looked at him, shirtless, colorless, squinting from pain, bruises darkening his face. He dropped her arm and sighed.
I'm dizzy. I'm sure I look like death, Katsa, but I'm not going to bleed to death, and I'm not going to die of dizziness. Sleep for a few minutes.
Bitterblue came forward.
He's right. You should sleep. I'll take care of him.
She picked up his coat and helped him into it, moving his bandaged shoulder gently, carefully. Surely, Katsa thought, they could manage without her for a few minutes. Surely they would all do better if she got some small sleep. So she lay down before the fire and instructed herself to sleep for only a quarter of an hour. When she woke, Po and Bitterblue had barely moved. She felt better. They ate quietly and fast. Po leaned back against the cave wall, eyes closed. He claimed to have little appetite, But Katsa had no sympathy. She sat before him and fed him pieces of fish until she was satisfied that he'd eaten enough. Katsa was suffocating the fire with her boots, and Bitterblue was binding together the remaining fish when he spoke.
It's good you weren't there, Katsa. For today I listened to Lek prattle on for hours about his love for his kidnapped daughter, about how his heart would be broken until he found her.
Katsa went to sit before him. Bitterblue shuffled closer so that she could hear his whispered words.
I got through the outer guard easily. I came within sight of him, finally, in the early afternoon. His inner guard surrounded him so closely that I couldn't get a shot at him. I waited forever. I followed them. They never once heard me, but they never once moved away from the king.
He was expecting you. They were there for you.
He nodded, then winced.
Tell us later, Poe. Rest for now.
It's a short story. I finally decided my only option was to take out one of his guards, so I shot one. But the instant he fell, of course, the king jumped for cover. I shot again, and my arrow grazed Lek's neck, but only barely. It was a job meant for you, Katsa. You'd have hit him squarely. I couldn't do it.
Well, I would never have found him in the first place. And even if I had, I would never have killed him. You know that. It was a job meant for neither of us.
After that, of course, his inner guard was after me. And then his outer guard, and his soldiers too, once they'd heard the alarm. It was a bloodbath. I must have killed a dozen men. It was all I could do to get away. And then I rode north, to throw them off the track.
He stopped for a moment and closed his eyes, then opened them again. He squinted at Katsa.
Lek has a bowman who's nearly as good as you, Katsa. You saw what he did to the horse.
And he would have done the same to you,
she thought to him.
if it weren't for your newfound ability to sense arrows as they fly toward you.
He smiled, ever so slightly. Then he squinted at Bitterblue.
You've begun to trust me.
You tried to kill the king.
Bitterblue said simply.
All right. Enough talking.
She returned to the fire and smothered it. They pushed Poe up into the saddle again, and again she tied her charges to the horse. And in her mind, over and over, she warned Poe, implored Poe, to stop announcing aloud every little thing His Grace revealed to him. In the light of day they moved faster, but the movement was hard on Poe. He didn't complain once about the bouncing of the horse, but his breath was short and his eyes flashed with a kind of wildness, and Katsa could recognize pain as easily as she recognized fear. She saw the pain in his face and in the tightness of the muscles of his arms and his neck whenever she dressed his shoulder.
Which hurts more?
She asked him in the early morning.
Your shoulder or your head?
My head.
A person with an aching head shouldn't be riding an animal whose every step reverberated like an axe to his skull, but walking was out of the question. He had no balance. He was forever dizzy and nauseated. He was forever rubbing his eyes. They bothered him. At least the bleeding of his shoulder had slowed to a dribble, and talking no longer confused him. He seemed to remember finally to hide his grace from his cousin.
We're not moving fast enough,
he said several times that day. Katsa, too, chafed at their pace. But until his head improved, she wasn't going to run the horse over the rocky hills. Bitterblue was more of a help than Katsa could have hoped. She seemed to consider Poe her special charge. Whenever they stopped, she helped him settle onto a rock. She brought him food and water. If Katsa stepped away for a minute to chase a rabbit, when she returned, Bitterblue was cleaning Poe's shoulder and wrapping it in clean bandages. Katsa became accustomed to the sight of Poe swaying above his little cousin, his hand resting on her shoulder. By the time the sun began to set, Katsa felt the fatigue of the last few days and the last few sleepless nights. Poe and Bitterblue were asleep on the horse's back. Perhaps if Poe rested now, he would be able to stand some sort of watch later and give her some few hours' sleep. The horse, too, needed rest. They couldn't stop for the whole night, not when they traveled at this pace, but a few hours rest might be possible. When he woke again in the moon's pale light, he called her back to him. He helped her find a hollow in a ring of rocks that would hide the light of a fire.
"We're not moving fast enough,"
he said again, and she shrugged, for there was little to be done about it. She woke Bitterblue, untied her, and slid her down from the horse. Poe slid himself down, carefully.
"Katsa, come here, my Katsa."
He reached for her, and she came to him. He wrapped his arms around her, his hurt shoulder slow and stiff, but his unhurt arm strong and warm. He held her tight, and she held him steady. She rested her face in the hollow of his neck, and a great sigh rose within her. She was so tired, and he was so unwell. They weren't moving fast enough, but at least they could stand with their arms around each other, and she could feel his warmth against her face.
"There's something we need to do, and you're not going to like it."
What is it?
She murmured into his neck. He took a breath and stopped.
"You need to leave me behind."
What?
She pulled away from him. He swayed but grabbed at the horse to steady himself. She glared at him and then stormed after Bitterblue, who was collecting branches for the fire. Let him cope for himself. Let him make his own way to the campfire if he was going to make such absurd statements. But he didn't move. He just stood beside the horse, his arm clutching the animal's back, waiting for someone to help him. And tears rose to her eyes at the sight of Poe's helplessness. She went back to him.
Forgive me, Poe.
She gave him her shoulder and led him across the rocky ground to the place where they would make their fire. She sat him down and crouched before him. She felt his face. His forehead burned. She listened to his breath and heard pain in its shortness.
"Katsa, look at me. I can't even walk. The most important thing right now is speed, and I'm holding you back. I'm no more than a burden."
That's not true. We need your grace.
"I can tell you they're seeking you, and I can promise you they'll continue to seek you as long as you're in Monsey. I can tell you they're likely to find your trail, and I can tell you that once they do, the king will be on your heels. You don't need me with you to repeat that over and over."
I need you to keep my mind straight.
"I can't keep your mind straight. The only way for you to keep your mind straight is to run from those who would confuse you. Running is the only hope for the child."
Bitterblue came beside them then, with an armload of sticks and branches.
Thank you, Princess.
Katsa said to her.
Here, bring the rabbit I caught. I'll build the fire.
She would think about the fire, and she would pay Poe no attention.
"If you left me behind, you could ride fast, faster than an army of soldiers."
Katsa ignored him. She piled twigs together and focused on the flame growing between her hands.
"He will catch up with us, Katsa, if we continue at this pace, and you won't be able to defend either of us from him."
Katsa added more twigs to her fire and blew on the flames gently. She piled sticks on top of the twigs.
"You have to leave me behind. You're risking Bitterblue's safety otherwise."
Katsa shot up to her feet, her fists angry and hard, suddenly beyond any pretense of calmness.
And I'm risking yours if I leave you. I'm not going to leave you on this mountain to find your own food and build your own shelter and defend yourself when Lek comes along when you can't even walk, Poe. What are you going to do, crawl away from his soldiers? Your head will feel better soon. You'll get your balance back and we'll move faster.
He squinted up at her then and sighed. He looked into his hands. He turned his rings around on his fingers.
"I won't get my balance back for some time, I think,"
he said, and something strange in his voice stopped her.
What do you mean?
"It doesn't matter, Katsa. Even if I woke up tomorrow completely healed, you'd have to leave me behind. We've only one horse. Unless you and Bitterblue ride the horse fast, you'll be overtaken.
I'll not leave you behind.
Katsa, this isn't about you or me. This is about Bitterblue.
She sat down suddenly, the strength knocked out of her legs. For it was about Bitterblue. They'd come all this way for Bitterblue, and she was Bitterblue's only hope. She swallowed. She made her face expressionless, for the child must not know how much it hurt her to rank Bitterblue's safety above Poe's. And then she knew suddenly that she was going to cry. She held her breath steady and didn't look at him.
I'd thought to get a few hours of sleep.
Yes, sleep for a bit, love.
She wished that his voice was not so soft and kind. She wrapped herself in a blanket and lay beside the fire with her back to him. She commanded herself to sleep. A tear trickled over the bridge of her nose and down into her ear, but she commanded herself again. She slept. When she woke, Bitterblue slept on the ground beside her. Poe sat on a rock before the crackling fire and looked into his hands. Katsa sat with him. The meat was cooked, and she ate it gratefully, for if she ate she did not have to talk, and if she talked, she knew she would cry.
We could get another horse,
she finally managed to say. She stared at the fire and tried not to look at the lights that glowed in his face.
Here, at the base of the mountains, Katsa?
All right, then. There was no other horse.
Even if we could, it would be ages before I could ride fast enough. My head won't heal while I'm rattling around on a horse. It's best for me too, Katsa, if you leave me behind. I'll recover faster.
And how will you defend yourself? How will you eat?
I'll hide. We'll find a place early tomorrow for me to hide. Come, Katsa. You know I hide better than anyone you've ever known or heard of.
She heard a smile in his voice.
Come, my wildcat. Come here.
There was no helping her tears, for they would leave Poe behind, to fend for himself and keep himself alive by hiding, though he couldn't even walk unassisted. She knelt before him, and he took her into the crook of his uninjured arm. She cried into his shoulder like a child, ashamed of herself, for it was only a parting, and Bitterblue had not wept like this even over a death.
Don't be ashamed. Your sadness is dear to me. Don't be frightened. I won't die, Katsa. I won't die. And we'll meet again.
When Bitterblue woke, Katsa was packing their belongings. Bitterblue watched Katsa's face for a moment. Then she watched Poe, who stared into the fire.
We're leaving you, then,
she said to Poe. He looked up at the child and nodded.
Here?
No, cousin. When morning comes, we'll search for a hiding place.
Bitterblue kicked at the ground. She crossed her arms and considered Poe.
What will you do in your hiding place?
I'll hide and recover my strength.
And when you're strong again?
I'll join you in Leonid, or wherever you are, and we'll plan the death of King Lek.
The girl considered Poe for a moment longer. She nodded.
We'll look for you, cousin.
Katsa glanced up to see the slightest smile on Poe's face at the child's words. Then Bitterblue turned away to help Katsa with the medicines. The child's teeth chattered as she knelt beside Katsa. She had no coat, and the blanket she wore as they traveled was threadbare. The girl carried their packages to the horse, brought water to Poe, and shivered. Why had Katsa not saved the hides of the rabbits she'd killed? She would have to do something. She would have to find Bitterblue something warmer to wear. For this child's protection, was her charge, and she must think of everything. Her care of Bitterblue must be worthy of Poe's sacrifice. Chapter 28. In the pink of dawn, they stumbled upon a small cabin with little to offer except its shell. An abandoned cabin, perhaps once the lair of some Mansian hermit. It stood in a hollow more grassy than rocky, with a tree or two and a patch of weeds that looked as if it might once have served as a garden. Broken shutters and a cold fireplace, a blanket of dust on the rough wooden floor, on the table and the bed, on the cabinet that leaned on 3 lopsided legs with its door hanging open crookedly.
This is where I'll hide.
This is a place to live, Poe. It's not a place to hide. It's far too obvious. No one will pass it without going inside.
But I could stay here, Katsa, and hide someplace nearby if I hear them coming.
And what hiding place had he sensed nearby?
Poe?
I wonder if there's a pond anywhere near. Come with me, ladies. I'm sure I hear water running.
There was no sound of water that Katsa could hear, which meant that Poe could hear none either. She sighed.
Yes, I think I hear it too.
They moved across the grasses behind the cabin. Poe leaned against Katsa, and Bitterblue led the horse. Soon Katsa actually did hear water, and when they topped a brownish rise and the grass gave way to boulders, she saw it. 3 great streams clambered down from the rocks above, joined together, and poured over a ledge into a deep pool. Here and there at its edges the pool overflowed, and a number of streams trickled downward and eastward toward the Mansian forest.
Very well,
Katsa thought to him.
And where's the hiding place?
There's a waterfall like this in the mountains near my brother Sky's castle. We were swimming one day, and we found a tunnel underwater that led to a cave.
Katsa knew where this was going, and Bitterblue's puzzled look, no, it would be more accurate to call it her suspicious look, suggested that Poe had already said more than enough. Katsa sat Poe down. She pulled off one of her boots.
If there's a hiding place in this pool, Poe, I'll find it for you.
She pulled off her other boot.
But just because a hiding place exists doesn't mean it'll do you any good. You can't get from the cabin to this pool on your own.
I can, to save my life.
What will you do? Crawl?
There's no shame in crawling when one can't walk, and swimming requires less balance.
She glared at him, and he looked calmly back, the slightest hint of amusement on his face. And why shouldn't he be amused? For she was about to plunge into near-freezing water to search for a tunnel that he already knew existed, and explore a cave of which he already knew the exact size, shape, and location.
I'm taking my clothes off, so look away, Lord Prince.
For she could at least spare her clothing, and if this entire episode was a performance for Bitterblue, then they might as well also pretend Poe was in no position to see her with her clothes off. Though Katsa didn't suppose Bitterblue was any more fooled by that pretense than by the others. She stood beside the horse and kept her own counsel, and her eyes were big and childlike, but they were not unseeing. Katsa sighed. She pulled off her coat.
Point me in the right direction, Poe.
She followed his gaze to the base of the waterfall. She threw her trousers onto the rocks beside her coat and boots. She clenched her teeth against the cold and stepped into the pool. Its bottom sloped steeply, and with a yelp she was submerged. She dived. The rocks of the pool floor shone green far below her, and silver fish flashed in the light. She was surprised by the depth of this water hole. She kicked toward the waterfall. Her vision was all but useless in the cascade of bubbles at its base, but she felt along the rocks with her hands and found, in the dark below the pouring water, a cavity that must be Poe's tunnel. She smiled despite herself. She would never have found this secret place on her own. Likely not a single person had ever done what she was about to do. She shot to the surface for a breath of air, then dived back down and pulled herself through the opening. It was dark in this tunnel, black, and the water was even colder than the water in the pool. She could see nothing. She kicked forward through the tunnel and counted steadily. Rocks scratched her arms, and she felt in front of her with her hands to avoid cracking her head against anything unexpected. It was narrow, but not dangerously so. Poe would have no trouble if he were well enough to swim. As her count neared the number 30, the passageway widened, and then the tunnel walls disappeared all around. She shot upward, hoping to break through the surface, for she didn't know where to find the air of this black cave if it wasn't straight above. She was conscious now of her sense of direction, at which Poe had always marveled. If she lost the tunnel in this darkness, and if she couldn't find an opening to the surface, it was over for Katsa. But Katsa knew exactly where the tunnel was, behind her and below her. She knew how far she'd gone, and in what direction. She knew up and down, east and west. The darkness wouldn't claim her. And of course, Poe would never have sent her into this cave if it were a place she could not endure. Her shoulder hit rock, and she heard a muffled slap that sounded like surface water on shore. She kicked forward toward the sound, and then her head burst above water, and she was breathing. She felt around and found the rock whose underside she'd struck. It jutted above the surface and felt flat and mossy on top. She pulled herself onto it, teeth chattering. It was blacker in this cave than any night she had ever known. There was not a flash on the water, not even a thinner blackness to give shape to the space around her. She stretched her arms, but touched nothing. She had no sense of the height of the ceiling or the depth of these walls. She thought she heard water slapping against rock for some distance, but she couldn't be sure without exploring. And she wouldn't explore, because they hadn't the time. So this was Poe's cave. He would be safe enough here, if he could get himself here, for no one who didn't share his grace could ever find him in this cold, black hole under the mountain. Katsa slipped back into the icy water and dived for the tunnel. She came ashore with a pair of wriggling fish in her hands.
I found your cave. It'll be easy enough for you to manage, if by some wonder of medicine and healing you're able to swim. The tunnel is just below the fall of water. And here's your dinner.
She threw the fish onto the rocks and dried herself with a cloth Bitterblue brought to her. She dressed. She held out her hand for Poe's knife, and he tossed it to her. She beheaded the fish and cut them open. She threw the entrails back into the pond.
You must go now. There's no point in delay.
There's some point in delay. What'll you eat after these fish are gone?
I'll manage.
Katsa snorted.
You'll manage? You don't even have a bow. And even if you did, I'd like to see your aim right now. We'll not leave until you've plenty of food and firewood.
Katsa, honestly, you must go. You simply must.
The horse needs the rest of a morning. From now on it will ride hard and...
She refused, simply refused, to give in to the panic that rattled around inside her.
And winter's coming, and you can make me leave you here. But you can't make me leave you here to starve to death.
Poe rubbed his eyes. He sighed.
You'll need a lot of firewood. I'll get started,
Bitterblue said, and Poe laughed outright.
I'm outnumbered. Very well, Katsa. Do what you must. But before morning passes, you'll be on your way.
The morning was a whirlwind. The faster Katsa moved, the less she could think, and so she moved as fast as her feet and her fingers were capable of. She caught him 2 rabbits, which he could cook with the fish that night and store safely for a number of days. She cursed the weather. It was cold enough for Poe to be uncomfortable during the day, when he couldn't risk a fire. But it wasn't cold enough for freezing meat, nor did they have salt to treat it. She couldn't kill him meat now to last the winter, or even to last him a number of weeks, and in a number of weeks the hunting would become difficult for even those hunters who walked steadily on their feet and carried a bow.
Have you ever made a bow?
Never.
I'll find you the wood before we leave, and you'll have the hides of these rabbits to reinforce the stave and for the string. I'll explain to you how it's done.
She cursed herself for the feathers she'd discarded from all of the birds she'd killed. But when her rushed passage over the rocks disturbed a roost of quail, she swept stones up from the ground and managed to knock the majority of them down. They would be Bitterblue's dinner and her own, and Po would have the feathers for arrows. When she found a young tree with strong, flexible limbs, she chose a curved piece for the bow and some long, straight branches for arrows. And then she had a thought. She cut more branches and split them apart. She began to weave a sort of basket, square, with sides, top, and bottom about the length of her arm. She wove it tightly, with small openings between the slats. When she came back to the pool where Po still sat and Bitterblue still scrambled for firewood, she carried the basket on one shoulder and the quail and the branches under her other arm. She cut a couple of lengths of rope and tied them to the edges of her basket. She lowered the basket into the pool, just deep enough that it couldn't be seen, and tied the ropes to the base of a bush on shore. Then she pulled off her boots, her coat, and her trousers, and prepared herself once more for the icy shock of the water. She dived. She hung suspended under the water and waited and waited. When a fish flashed nearby, she grabbed. She swam to the basket and slid back the slats. She squeezed the wriggling fish inside and fastened the slats again. She dived back down, snatched another fish, swam to shore, and deposited the squirming body into the basket. She caught fish for Po, so many fish that by the time she was done, the basket swarmed with their crowded bodies.
You may have to feed them,
she said, once she'd returned to shore and dressed.
But they should last you some time.
And now you must go.
I want to make you crutches first.
No, you'll go now.
I want—
Katsa, do you think I want you to go? If I'm telling you to go, it's because you must.
She looked into his face and then looked away.
We need to divide our belongings.
Bitterblue and I have done that.
I must dress your shoulder one last time.
The child has already done so.
Your water flask!
It's full.
Bitterblue came over the top of the rise then and joined them.
The cabin is bursting with firewood.
It's time for you to go,
Po said, and he leaned forward, balanced himself, and stood. Katsa bit back her protests and gave him her shoulder. Bitterblue untied the horse, and they made their way back to the cabin.
Your balance is better,
Katsa thought to him.
Come with us.
Cousin, don't let her run the horse ragged, and be sure she sleeps and eats every once in a while. She'll try to give all the food to you.
As you have done,
Bitterblue said, and Po smiled.
I've tried to give you most of the food. Katsa will try to give you all of it.
They stopped at the entrance to the cabin, and Po leaned back against the door frame.
Come with us,
Katsa thought as she stood before him.
They'll be on your tail. You must not let them get close enough to talk to you. Think about disguising yourself. You're dirty and bedraggled, but any fool would recognize either of you. Katsa, I don't know what you can do about your eyes, but you must do something.
Come with us.
Bitterblue, you must help Katsa if she's confused by any words she hears. You must help each other. Don't trust any Monsian, do you understand? You mustn't trust anyone who may have been touched by Lex Grace. And don't for a moment think you can defeat him, Katsa. Your only safety is in escaping him. Do you understand?
Come with us.
Katsa.
His voice was rough, yet gentle.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand,
she said, and when a tear trickled down her cheek, he reached out and wiped it away with one finger. He studied her face for a moment, and then he turned to Bitterblue. He bent down on one knee and took her hands.
Farewell, cousin.
Farewell,
the child said gravely. He stood again, gingerly, and leaned back against the door frame. He closed his eyes and sighed. He opened his eyes and looked into Katsa's face. His mouth twitched into the slightest grin.
You've always intended to leave me, Katsa.
She choked on a sob.
How can you joke? You know this isn't what I meant.
Oh, Katsa. Wildcat.
He touched her face. He smiled so that it hurt her to look at him, and she was sure she couldn't leave him alone. He pulled her close and kissed her, and he whispered something into her ear. She held onto him so hard that his shoulder must have ached, but he did not complain. Katsa didn't look back as they rode away, but she gripped Bitterblue tightly, and she called out to him, his name bursting inside her so painfully that for a long while she could feel nothing else. Chapter 29. They followed the edges of the Monsian Mountains and pushed the poor horse south. They ran occasionally over open land, but more often than not their progress was slowed by cliffs, crevices, and waterfalls, places where there was no footing whatsoever for the horse. There, Katsa needed to dismount, backtrack, and lead the beast to lower ground, and then the hair would stand on the back of her neck, and every sound would stop her breath. She couldn't breathe freely until they'd climbed again. For the lower land gave way to the forest, and Katsa knew the forest must be swarming with Lek's army. The army would comb the forest, the port road, and the land between. They would comb the mountain pass at the border of Sunder and Estel. They would make camp in Monport and watch the ships that came and went, searching any ship likely to be hiding the kidnapped daughter of the king. No, as the day turned to evening, Katsa knew she was fooling herself. They would search every ship, suspicious or not. They would search every building in the port city. They would comb the coastline east of Monport and west to the mountains, and search every ship that chanced to approach the Monsian shore. They would tear the Leonid ships apart, and within a day or two, Katsa and Bitterblue would be sharing the base of the Monsian peaks with hordes of Lek's soldiers. For there were only two paths out of Monsi, the sea and the mountain pass on the Sunder and Estelin border. If the fugitives weren't found on the port road or in the forest, if the fugitives had not appeared on the mountain pass, in Monport, or aboard a ship, then Lek would know they were in the mountains, trapped by forest and sea, with the peaks that formed the border of Monsi and Sunder at their back. When night fell, Katsa built a small fire against a wall of rock.
Are you tired?
Yes, but not terribly.
The child said.
I'm learning to sleep on the horse.
You'll have to sleep on the horse again tonight, for we must keep moving. Tell me, Princess, what do you know of this mountain range?
The range that divides us from Sunder? Very little. I don't think anyone knows much about these mountains. Not many people have gone into them. Except up north, of course, at the pass.
Katsa dug through her bags and unearthed the roll of maps. She flattened them in her lap and flipped through them. Clearly, Raffin had taken Poe at his word when Poe said he wasn't sure where they were going. She thumbed past maps of Nander and Wester, maps of Drowden City and Burn City, a map of Sunder and another of Mergen City, numerous maps of various parts of Monsi. She pulled a curling page out of the pile, laid it on the ground beside the fire, and dropped stones onto its edges to hold it flat. Then she sat back on her heels and studied the princess, who stood guard over the roasting quail. There were people in all 7 kingdoms with gray eyes and dark hair. Bitterblue's coloring was not unusual. But even in the dim glow of the fire, she stood out, her straight nose and the quiet line of her mouth. Or was it the thickness of her hair, or the way the hair swept itself back from her forehead? Katsa couldn't quite decide what it was, but she knew that even without hoops in her ears or rings on her fingers, the child had something of the Leonid in her appearance, something that went beyond her dark hair and light eyes. In a kingdom searching desperately for the 10-year-old child of a Leonid mother, Bitterblue would be very difficult to disguise. Even once they did the obvious, cut her hair, change her clothes, and turn her into a boy. And the child's companion was no less of a problem. Katsa didn't make as convincing a boy in daylight as she did in the dark, and she would have to cover her green eyes somehow. A feminine boy with one very bright blue eye, an eye patch, and a leadenish child charge would attract more attention in daylight than they could possibly weather. And they couldn't afford to travel only at night. And even if they made it as far as Monport without being seen, once they were seen, they would be recognized instantly. They would be apprehended, and she would have to kill people. She would have to commandeer a boat or steal one, she who didn't know the first thing about boats. Lek would hear of it and know exactly where to find them. Her eyes dropped from the princess to the map on the ground before her. It was a map of the Sundarin-Monsian border, the impassable Monsian peaks. If Poe were here, he would suspect what she was thinking. She could imagine the monstrous argument they would be having. She imagined the argument because it helped her to come to her decision. When they'd eaten their dinner, she rolled up the maps and fastened their belongings to the saddle.
Up you go, Bitterblue. We can't waste this night. We must move on.
Poe warned you not to run the horse ragged.
The horse is about to enjoy a very thorough rest. We're heading into the mountains, and once we get a bit higher, we'll be setting him free.
Into the mountains? What do you mean, into the mountains?
Katsa scattered the remains of their fire. She dug a hole with her dagger to hide the bones of their dinner.
There's no safety for us in Mansi. We're going to cross the mountains into Sunder.
Bitterblue stood still beside the horse and stared at her.
Cross the mountains? These mountains? Here?
Yes. The mountain pass at the northern border will be guarded. We must find our own passageway here.
Even in summer, no one crosses these mountains. It's almost winter. We have no warmer clothes. We have no tools. Only your dagger and my knife. It's not possible. We'll never survive.
Katsa had a response to that, though she knew none of the particulars. She lifted the girl into the saddle and swung onto the horse behind her. She turned the animal west.
I will keep you alive.
They didn't really have only one dagger and one knife to bring them over the Monsian peaks into Sunder. They had the dagger and the knife, a length of rope, a needle and some cord, the maps, a fraction of the medicines, most of the gold, a small amount of extra clothing, the ratty blanket Bitterblue wore, 2 saddlebags, 1 saddle, and 1 bridle. And they had anything that Katsa could capture, kill, or construct with her own 2 hands as they climbed. This, first and foremost, should include the fur of some beast to protect the child from the nagging cold they encountered here and the dangerous cold that awaited them. And that Katsa wouldn't dwell on, because when she dwelled, she began to doubt herself. She would make a bow and possibly snowshoes, like the ones she'd worn once or twice in the winter forests outside Randa City. She thought she remembered how the snowshoes looked and how they worked. When the sky behind them began to lighten and color, Katsa pulled the child down from the horse. They slept for an hour or so, huddled together in a mossy crevice of rock. The sun rose around them. Katsa woke to the sound of the girl's teeth chattering. She must wake Bitterblue, and they must get moving. And before the day was out, she must have a solution to the cold that gave this girl no rest. Bitterblue blinked at the light.
We're higher. We've climbed in the night.
Katsa handed the child what was left of yesterday's dinner.
Yes.
You still have it in your head for us to cross the mountains.
It's the only place in Mansi Lek won't search for us.
Because he knows we'd be mad to try it.
There was something petulant in the child's tone, the first hint of complaint from the girl since Katsa and Poe had found her in the forest. Well, she had a right. She was tired and cold. Her mother was dead. Katsa spread the map of the Monsian peaks across her lap and said nothing.
There are bears in the mountains.
The bears are asleep until spring.
There are other animals, wolves, mountain lions, animals you've not seen in the Midlands. And snow you've not seen. You don't know what these mountains are like.
Between two mountain peaks on Katsa's map was a path that seemed likely to be the least complicated route into Sunder. Grella's Pass, according to the scrawled words, and presumably the only route through the peaks that had been traveled by another. Katsa rolled up her maps and slipped them into a saddlebag. She hoisted the girl back up into the saddle.
Who is Grella?
Bitterblue snorted and said nothing. Katsa swung onto the horse behind the child. They rode for a number of minutes before Bitterblue spoke.
Grella was a famous Monsignor mountain explorer. He died in the pass that bears his name.
Was he graced?
No, he wasn't graced like you. But he was mad like you.
The sting of the remark didn't touch Katsa. There was no reason for Bitterblue to believe that a Graceling who'd only recently seen her first mountain could guide them through Grella's Pass. Katsa herself wasn't sure of it. She knew only that when she weighed the danger of the King of Mansi against the danger of bears, wolves, blizzards, and ice, she found with utter certainty her Grace to be better equipped to face the mountains. So Katsa said nothing, and she didn't change her mind. When the wind picked up and Katsa felt Bitterblue shivering, she drew the child close and covered her hands with her own. The horse stumbled its way upward, and Katsa thought about their saddle. If she took it apart and soaked it and beat it, its leather would soften. It would make a rough coat for Bitterblue, or perhaps trousers. There was no reason to waste it if it could be made to provide warmth, and very soon the horse would need it no longer. They climbed blindly, even during the day, never knowing what they might encounter next, for the hills and trees rose before them and hid the higher terrain from their view. Katsa caught squirrels and fish and mice for their meals, and rabbits if they were lucky. Beside their fire every night, she stretched and dried the pelts of their dinners. She rubbed fish oils and fat into the hides. She pieced together the pelts, experimenting with them, and persisting until she'd made the child a rough fur hood with ends that wrapped around her neck like a scarf.
It looks a bit odd,
Katsa said when it was done and the child tried it on.
But vanity doesn't strike me as one of your qualities, Princess.
It smells funny, but it's warm.
That was all Katsa needed to hear. The terrain grew rougher and the brush wilder and more desperate looking. At night, as the fire burned and Bitterblue slept, Katsa heard rustles around their camp that she hadn't heard before. Rustles that made the horse nervous, and howls sometimes, not so far away, that woke the child and brought her shivering to Katsa's side, admitting to nightmares. About strange howling monsters, and sometimes her mother, she said, not seeming to want to elaborate. Katsa didn't prod. It was on one of these nights, when the sound of the wolves drove the child to Katsa, that Katsa set down the stick she was whittling into an arrow and put her arm around the girl. She rubbed warmth into Bitterblue's chapped hands. And then she told the child, because it was on her own mind, about Katsa's cousin Raffin, who loved the art of medicine and would be 10 times the king his father was, and about Helda, who had befriended Katsa when no one else would, and thought of nothing but marrying her off to some lord, and about the council, and the night Katsa and Al and Giddon had rescued Bitterblue's grandfather, and Katsa had scuffled with a stranger in Mergen's gardens and left him lying unconscious on the ground, a stranger who'd turned out to be Poe. Bitterblue laughed at that, and Katsa told her how she and Poe had become friends, and how Raffin had nursed Bitterblue's grandfather back to health, and how Katsa and Poe had gone to Sunder to unravel the truth behind the kidnapping, and followed the clues into Mansi and to the mountains, the forest, and the girl.
You aren't really like the person in the stories I heard before I met you.
Katsa braced herself against the flood of memories that never seemed to lose their freshness and always made her ashamed.
The stories are true. I am that person.
But how can you be? You wouldn't break an innocent man's arm or cut off his fingers.
I did those things for my uncle, at a time when he had power over me.
And Katsa felt certain again that they were doing the right thing, to climb toward Grella's Pass, to the only place Lek wouldn't follow. Because Katsa couldn't protect Bitterblue unless her power remained her own. Her arm tightened around the girl.
You should know that my grace isn't just fighting, child. My grace is survival. I'll bring you through these mountains.
The child didn't answer, but she put her head on Katsa's lap, curled her arm onto Katsa's leg, and burrowed against her. She fell asleep like that, to the howl of the wolves, and Katsa decided not to pick up her whittling again. They dozed together before the fire, and then Katsa woke and lifted the girl onto the horse. She took the reins and led the beast upward, through the Mansian night. The day came when the terrain grew impossible for the horse. Katsa didn't want to kill the animal, but she forced herself to consider it. There was leather to be gotten from him, and if he were left alive, he would wander the hills and give the soldiers who found him a clue to the fugitive's location. On the other hand, if Katsa killed the horse, she couldn't possibly dispose of his entire body. They would have to leave the carcass on the mountainside for the scavengers, and if soldiers found it, its bones picked clean, it would serve as a much more definite marker of their location and direction than a horse wandering free. Katsa decided with some relief that the horse must live. They removed his bags, his saddle, and his bridle. They wished him well and sent him on his way. They climbed with their own hands and feet, Katsa helping Bitterblue up the steepest slopes and lifting her onto rocks too big for her to climb. Thankfully, on the day she'd slid down the walls of her castle clinging to knotted sheets, Bitterblue had worn good boots. But she tripped now over her ratty dress. Finally, Katsa cut the skirts away and fashioned them into a crude pair of trousers. The girl's passage after that was faster and less frustrating. The saddle leather was stiffer than Katsa had anticipated. She fought with it at night while Bitterblue slept, and finally decided to cut the girl 4 makeshift leggings, one for each lower leg and one for each upper leg, with straps to tie them in place over the trousers. They looked rather comical, but they gave her some protection from the cold and the damp. For more and more often now, as they trudged upward, snow drifted from the sky. Food became scarce. Katsa let no animal go to waste. If something moved, she brought it down. She ate little and gave most of their food to Bitterblue, who gobbled down whatever she was given. In the light of each morning, Katsa removed the girl's boots and checked her feet for blisters. She inspected the girl's hands to make sure that her fingers weren't frostbitten. She rubbed ointment into Bitterblue's cracked skin. She handed Bitterblue the water flask every time they stopped to rest. And Katsa stopped them often for these rests, for she began to suspect that this child would collapse before admitting she was tired. Katsa was not tired. She felt the strength of her arms and legs and the quickness of her blade. She felt most acutely the slowness of their pace. At times she wanted to hoist the child over her shoulder and run up the mountainside at full tilt. But Katsa suspected that eventually on this mountain she would need every bit of her Graceling strength, and so she must not exhaust herself now. She curbed her impatience as best she could and focused her energies on providing for the child. The mountain lion was a gift, really, coming as it did at the beginning of the first true snowstorm they encountered. The storm had been building all afternoon, the clouds knitted together. The snowflakes swelled and sharpened. Katsa made camp at the first possible place, a deep crevice in the mountain sheltered by a rocky overhang. Bitterblue went off to collect kindling, and Katsa set out, her dagger in her belt, to find them some dinner. She struck a path upward, over the sheet of rock that formed the roof of their shelter. She headed into one of the clumps of trees that grew skyward on this mountain, roots clinging more to rock than to soil. Her senses were alert for any movement. What she saw first was the slightest flicker in the corner of her eye, a brown flicker up high in a tree, a flicker that curled and lifted, different somehow from the way a tree branch moved, and the limb of a tree that swung in an odd way, bounced really, not as a wind would move it, but as if something heavy weighed it down. Her body moved faster than her mind, recognizing predator and comprehending itself as prey. Instantly her dagger was in her hand. The great cat plunged, screeching, and she hurled the blade into its stomach. As she dropped and rolled away, its claws tore into her shoulder. Then the cat was upon her, great heavy paws slamming her shoulders against the ground and pinning her to her back. It came snarling at her, claws swiping and teeth bared, so fast that it was all she could do to keep her chest and neck from being ripped apart. She wrestled with its hopelessly strong forearms and swung her head away as its teeth came crashing together right where her face had just been. It slashed her breast savagely. When its teeth lunged for her throat, Katsa grabbed its neck and screamed, pushed its snapping jaws away from her face. The animal reared above her and raked her arms with its claws. She saw a flash of something in its stomach and remembered the dagger. Its teeth descended again, and Katsa swung out, smashing its nose with her fist. It recoiled for the merest second, stunned, and in that second she reached desperately for the dagger. The cat lunged again, and Katsa thrust the dagger into its throat. The cat made one horrible hissing, bubbling noise. Then it collapsed onto Katsa's chest, and its claws slid away from her skin. The mountain was quiet, and the lion was dead. Katsa heaved the cat away. She propped herself onto her right elbow and wiped the animal's hot blood out of her eyes. She tested her left shoulder and winced at the pain. She choked back an enormous surge of irritation that she should now have an injury that might slow them down, and she tore open her coat and sighed, disgusted, at the gashes in her breast that stung almost as badly as those in her shoulder. And other rips and tears, she realized now, as each movement uncovered a new sting. Smaller cuts on her neck and across her stomach and arms, deeper cuts in her thighs where the cat had pinned her with its hind feet. Well, there was no reason to lie around feeling sorry for herself. The snow was falling harder now. This fight had brought her injury and inconvenience, but it had also brought food that would last them a good long time, and fur for a coat that Bitterblue very much needed. Katsa heaved herself to her feet. She considered the great lion that lay dead and bloody before her. Its tail, that's what she'd seen lifting and curling in that tree, the first clue that had saved her life. From head to tail, the cat was longer than her height, and she guessed it weighed a good deal more than she did. Its neck was thick and powerful, its shoulders and back heavily muscled. Its teeth were as long as her fingers, and its claws longer. It occurred to her that she had not done so badly in this fight, despite what Bitterblue would think when she saw her. This was not an animal she would have chosen to fight in hand-to-hand combat. This animal could have killed her. She realized then how long she had left Bitterblue alone, and a gust of wind blew thickening snow into her face. She pulled the dagger from the cat's throat, wiped it on the ground, and slipped it into her belt. She rolled the cat onto its back and grasped one of its forelegs in each hand. She gritted her teeth against the ache in her shoulder and dragged the cat down to their cave. Bitterblue ran up from the camp when she saw Katsa coming. Her eyes widened. She made an unintelligible noise that sounded like choking.
I'm all right, child. It only scratched me.
You're covered in blood.
Mostly the cat's blood.
The girl shook her head and pulled at the rips in Katsa's coat.
Great seas,
she said when she saw the gashes in Katsa's breast.
Great seas,
she whispered again at the sight of Katsa's shoulder, arms, and stomach.
We'll have to sew some of these cuts closed. Let's clean you up. I'll get the medicines.
That night their camp was crowded, but the fire warmed their small space and cooked their cat steaks and dried the tawny pelt that would soon become Bitterblue's coat. Bitterblue supervised the cooking of the meat. They would carry the extra, frozen, as they climbed. The snow fell harder now. The wind gusted snowflakes into their fire, where they hissed and died. If this storm lasted, they'd be comfortable enough here. Food, water, a roof, and warmth. They had all they needed. Katsa shifted so that the fire's heat would touch her and dry the tattered clothing she'd put on again after washing, because she had nothing else to wear. She was working on the great bow she'd been making for the past few days. She bent the stave and tested its strength. She cut a length of cord for the string. She bound the string tightly to one end of the stave and pulled on it hard to stretch it to the other end. She groaned at the ache in her shoulder and the soreness of her leg where the bow pressed into one of her cuts.
If this is what it's like to be injured, I'll never understand why Poe loves so much to fight me. Not if this is how he feels afterwards.
I don't understand much of what either of you do.
Katsa stood and pulled experimentally at the string. She reached for one of the arrows she'd whittled. She notched the arrow and fired a test shot through the falling snow into a tree outside their cave. The arrow hit the tree with a thud and embedded itself deeply.
Not bad. It will serve.
She marched out into the snow and yanked the arrow from the tree. She came back, sat down, and set herself to whittling more arrows.
I must say I'd trade a cat steak for a single carrot, or a potato. Can you imagine what a luxury it's going to be to eat a meal in an inn once we're in Sunder, Princess?
Bitterblue only watched her and chewed on the cat meat. She didn't respond. The wind moaned, and the carpet of snow that formed outside their cave grew thicker. Katsa fired another test arrow into the tree and tramped out into the storm to retrieve it. When she stamped back again and knocked her boots against the walls to shake off the snow, she noticed that Bitterblue's eyes still watched her.
What is it, child?
Bitterblue shook her head. She chewed a piece of meat and swallowed. She pulled a steak out of the fire and passed it to Katsa.
You're not acting particularly injured.
Katsa shrugged. She bit into the cat meat and wrinkled her nose.
I've been fantasizing about bread myself.
Katsa laughed. They sat together companionably, the child and the lion killer, listening to the wind that drove the snow outside their mountain cave. Chapter 30. The girl was exhausted. Warmer now in the hide of the cat, but exhausted. It was the never-ending upward trudge and the stones that slid under her feet, pulling her back when she tried to go forward. It was the steep slope of rock that she couldn't climb unless Katsa pushed her from behind. And it was the hopeless knowledge that at the top of this slope was another just as steep, or another river of stones that would slide down while she tried to climb up. It was the snow that soaked her boots and the wind that worked its way under the edges of her clothing. And it was the wolves and cats that always appeared so suddenly, spitting and roaring, tearing toward them across rock. Katsa was quick with her bow. The creatures were always dead before they were within range, sometimes before Bitterblue was even aware of their presence. But Katsa saw how long it took Bitterblue's breath to calm and grow even again after each yowling attack, and she knew that the girl's tiredness stemmed not only from physical exertion, but from fear. Katsa almost couldn't bear to slow their pace even more, but she did it because she had to.
"It's no use if our rescue kills him,"
Al had said the night they'd rescued Grandfather Tilif. If Bitterblue collapsed in these mountains, the responsibility would be Katsa's. It snowed hard now, almost constantly, and so now when it snowed, they kept moving. Katsa wrapped Bitterblue's hands in furs, and her face, so that only her eyes were exposed. She knew from the map that there were no trees in Grella's Pass. Before they reached that high, windy pathway between the peaks, the trees would end. And so she began to construct snowshoes, so that she wouldn't find herself needing them in a place with no wood to make them. She planned to make only one pair. She didn't know what terrain they would find in the pass, but she had an idea of the wind and the cold. It wouldn't be the place to move slowly, unless they wanted to freeze to death. She guessed she would be carrying the child. At night, Bitterblue sank immediately into an exhausted sleep, whimpering sometimes, as if she were having bad dreams. Katsa watched over her and kept the fire alive. She pieced together slats of wood and tried not to think of Poe. Tried, and usually failed. Her wounds were healing well. The smallest ones barely showed anymore, and even the largest had stopped losing blood after a few hours. They were no more than an irritation, though the bags she carried pulled on the cuts, and the half-constructed snowshoes banged against them. Her shoulder and her breast protested a bit every time her hand flew to the quiver on her back, the quiver she'd fashioned with a bit of saddle leather. She would have scars on her shoulder and her breast, possibly on her thighs, but they would be the only marks the cat left on her body. She would make some sort of halter next, when she was done with the snowshoes, in anticipation of carrying the child. Some arrangement of straps and ties made from the horse's gear, so that if she must carry Bitterblue, her arms would be free to use the bow, and perhaps a coat for herself, now that Bitterblue was warmer. A coat from the next wolf or mountain lion they encountered. And every night, with the fire stoked and her work done, and thoughts of Poe so close she couldn't escape them, she curled up against Bitterblue and gave herself a few hours' sleep. When Katsa found that she was shivering herself to sleep at night, wrapping her own head and neck with furs and stamping the numbness out of her feet, she thought they must be nearing Grella's Pass. It couldn't be much farther, because Grella's Pass would be even colder than this, and Katsa didn't believe the world could get much colder. She became frightened for the child's fingers and toes and the skin of her face. She stopped often to massage Bitterblue's fingers and her feet. The child wasn't talking and climbed numbly, wearily, but her mind was present. She nodded and shook her head in response to Katsa's questions. She wrapped her arms around Katsa whenever Katsa lifted her or carried her. She cried with relief when their nightly fire warmed her. She cried from pain when Katsa woke her to the cold mornings. They had to be close to Grella's Pass. They had to, because Katsa wasn't sure how much more of this the child could endure. An ice storm erupted one morning as they trudged upward through trees and scrub. For the better part of the morning they were blind, heads bent into the wind, bodies battered by snow and ice. Katsa kept her arm around the child, as she always did during the storms, and followed her strong sense of direction upward and westward, and noticed, after some time, that the path grew less steep, and that she was no longer tripping over tree roots or mountain scrub. Her feet felt heavy, as if the snow had deepened and she must push her way through it. When the storm lifted as abruptly as it had begun, the landscape had changed. They stood at the base of a long, even, snow-covered slope, clear of vegetation, the wind catching ice crystals on its surface and dancing them up into the sky. Some distance ahead, two black crags towered to the left and right. The slope rose to pass between them. The whiteness was blinding, the sky so close and so searingly blue that Bitterblue held her hand up to block her eyes. Grella's Pass. No animals to fend off, no boulders or scrub to navigate, only a simple rising length of clean snow for them to walk across, right over the mountain range and down into Sunder. It almost looked peaceful. A warning began to buzz and then clamor in Katsa's mind. She watched the swirls of snow that whipped along the pass's surface. For one thing, it would be a greater distance than it looked. For another, there would be no shelter from the wind. Nor would it be as smooth as it seemed from here, with the sun shining on it directly. And if it stormed, or rather, when it stormed, it would be weather befitting these mountain tops, where no living thing survived, and all that had any hope of lasting was rock or ice. Katsa wiped away the snow that clung to the girl's furs. She broke pieces of ice from the wrapping around Bitterblue's face. She unslung the snowshoes from her back and stepped into them, wrapped the straps around her feet and ankles, and bound them tightly. She untangled the halter she'd constructed and helped the child into it, one weary leg at a time. Bitterblue didn't protest or ask for an explanation. She moved sluggishly. Katsa bent down, grabbed her chin, and looked into her eyes.
Bitterblue, Bitterblue, you must stay alert. I'll carry you, but only because we have to move fast. You've got to stay awake. If I think you're falling asleep, I'll put you down and make you walk. Do you understand? I'll make you walk, Princess, no matter how hard it is for you.
I'm tired,
the child whispered, and Katsa grabbed her shoulders and shook them.
I don't care if you're tired. You'll do what I tell you. You'll put every ounce of strength into staying awake. Do you understand?
I don't want to die,
Bitterblue said, and a tear seeped from her eye and froze on her eyelash. Katsa knelt and held the cold little bundle of girl close.
You won't die. I won't let you die.
But it would take more than her own will to keep Bitterblue alive, and so she reached into her cloak and pulled out the water flask.
Drink this, all of it.
It's cold.
It will help to keep you alive. Quickly, before it freezes.
The child drank, and Katsa made a split-second decision. She threw the bow onto the ground. She pulled the bags and the quiver over her head and dropped them beside the bow. Then she took off the wolf furs she wore over her shoulders, the furs she'd allowed herself to keep and wear only after the child was covered in several layers of fur from head to toe. The wind found the rips in Katsa's blood-stained coat, and the cold knifed at her stomach, at the remaining wounds in her breast and her shoulder. But soon she would be running, she told herself, and the movement would warm her. The furs that covered her neck and head would be enough. She wrapped the great wolf hides around the child like a blanket.
You've lost your mind.
And Katsa almost smiled, because if the girl could form insulting opinions, then at least she was somewhat lucid.
I'm about to engage in some very serious exercise. I wouldn't want to overheat. Now give me that flask, child.
Katsa bent down and filled the flask with snow. Then she fastened it closed and buried it inside Bitterblue's coats.
You'll have to carry it if it's not to freeze.
The wind came from all directions, but Katsa thought it blew most fiercely from the west and into their faces. So she would carry the child on her back. She hung everything else across her front and pulled the straps of the girl's halter over her shoulders. She stood under the weight of the child and straightened. She took a few cautious steps in the snowshoes.
Ball up your fists,
she said to the girl,
and put them in my armpits. Put your face against the fur around my neck. Pay attention to your feet. If you start to think you can't feel them, tell me. Do you understand, Bitterblue?
I understand.
All right then. We're off.
She ran. She adjusted quickly to the snowshoes and to the precariously balanced loads on her back and her front. The girl weighed practically nothing, and the snowshoes worked well enough once she mastered the knack of running with legs slightly splayed. She couldn't believe the coldness of this passageway over the mountains. She couldn't believe wind could blow so hard and so insistently, without ever easing. Every breath of this air was a blade gouging into her lungs. her arms, her legs, her torso, especially her hands. Every part of her that was not covered with fur burned with cold, as if she had thrown herself into a fire. She ran, and at first she thought the pounding of her feet and legs created some warmth, and then the incessant thud, thud, thud became a biting ache, and then a dull one, and finally she could no longer feel the pounding at all, but forced it to continue, forward, upward, closer to the peaks that always seemed the same distance away. The clouds gathered again and pummeled her with snow. The wind shrieked, and she ran blindly. Over and over she yelled to Bitterblue. She asked the girl questions, meaningless questions about Monsi, about Lex City, about her mother, and always the same questions about whether she could feel her hands, whether she could move her toes, whether she felt dizzy or numb. She didn't know if Bitterblue understood her questions. She didn't know what it was Bitterblue yelled back. But Bitterblue did yell, and if Bitterblue was yelling, then Bitterblue was awake. Katsa squeezed her arms over the child's hands. She reached back and grasped the child's boots every once in a while, doing what she could to rub her toes. And she ran and kept running, even when it felt like the wind was pushing her backward, even when her own questions began to make less and less sense, and her fingers couldn't rub, and her arms couldn't squeeze any more. Eventually, she was conscious of only two things: the girl's voice, which continued in her ear, and the slope before them, that she had to keep running up. When the great red sun sank from the sky and began to dip behind the horizon, Katsa registered it dully. If she saw the sunset, it must mean the snow no longer fell. Yes, now that she considered the question, she could see that it had stopped snowing, though she couldn't remember when. But sunset meant the day was ending. Night was coming, and night was always colder than day. Katsa kept running, because soon it would be even colder. Her legs moved. The child spoke now and again. She could not feel anything except the coldness stabbing her lungs with each breath. And then something else began to register in the fog of her mind. She could see a horizon that lay far below her. She was watching the sun sink behind a horizon that lay far below her. She didn't know when the view had changed. She didn't know at what point she had passed over the top and begun to descend. But she had done it. She couldn't see the black peaks anymore, and so they must be behind her. What she could see was the other side of the mountain, and forests, endless forests, and the sun bringing the day to a close as she ran, the child living and breathing on her back, down into Sunder, and not too far ahead of her, the end of this snowy slope, and the beginning of trees and scrub, and a downhill climb that would be so much easier for the child than the uphill climb had been. She noticed the shivering then, the violent shivering, and panic consumed her, racked her dull mind awake. The child must not sicken now, not now that they were so close to safety. She reached back and grabbed Bitterblue's boots. She screamed her name. But then she heard Bitterblue's voice crying something in her ear, and she felt the girl's arms snake around her front and hold her tight. The line below her breasts where Bitterblue's arms encircled her felt different suddenly. Warm. Oddly warm. Katsa heard her own teeth chattering. She realized that it was not the girl who shivered. It was herself. She found herself laughing, though nothing was funny. If she couldn't even keep herself alive, there was no hope for the child. She shouldn't have let this happen. She'd been mad to bring them into Sunder this way. She thought of her hands and held them up to her face. She opened her fingers, forced them to open, and cursed herself when she saw her white fingertips. She shoved her fists into her armpits. She willed her mind to think clearly, lucidly. She was cold. Too cold. She must get them to the place where the trees started, so that they could have firewood and protection from the wind. She must start a fire. Get to that place and start a fire, and keep the child alive. Those were her needs, those were her ends, and she would keep those thoughts in her head as she ran. By the time they reached the trees, Bitterblue was whimpering from numbness and cold. But when Katsa collapsed to her knees, the girl unwound herself from the halter. She fumbled to remove the wolf furs from her own back and wrapped them around Katsa's body. Then she knelt before Katsa and tugged at the straps of the snowshoes with her chapped, bleeding fingers. Katsa roused herself and helped with the straps. She crawled out of the snowshoes and flung off the bags, the quiver, the halter, and the bow.
Firewood! Firewood!
The girl sniffled and nodded and stumbled around under the trees, collecting what she could find. The wood she brought back to Katsa was damp with snow. Katsa's fingers were slow and clumsy with her dagger, unsteady with the shivering that racked her body. She had never in her life had difficulty starting a fire before, never once in her life. She concentrated fiercely, and on her 10th or 11th try, a flame sparked and caught a dry corner of wood. Katsa fed pine needles to the flame and nursed it, directed it, and willed it not to die, until it licked at the edges of the branches she'd assembled. It grew and smoked and crackled. They had fire. Katsa crouched, shivering, and watched the flames, ignoring fiercely the stabbings of pain they brought to her fingers and the throbbing in her feet.
No,
she whispered, when Bitterblue stood and moved away to find more firewood.
Warm yourself first. Stay here and warm yourself first.
Katsa built up the fire slowly, and as she leaned over it, and as it grew, her shivering quieted. She looked at the girl, who sat on the ground, her arms wrapped around her legs. Her eyes closed, her face resting on her knees, her cheeks streaked with tears. Alive.
What a fool I am! What a fool I am!
She forced herself to her feet and pushed herself from tree to collect more wood. Her bones ached, her hands and feet screamed with pain. Maybe it was for the best that she'd been so foolish, for if she'd known how hard this would be, perhaps she wouldn't have done it. She returned to their campsite and built the fire up more. Tonight, the fire would be enormous. Tonight they would have a fire all of Sunder could see. She shuffled over to the child and took her hands. She inspected the girl's fingers.
You can feel them? You can move them?
Bitterblue nodded. Katsa yanked at the bags and groped inside them until she found the medicines. She massaged Raffin's healing ointment into the girl's cracked, bleeding hands.
Let me see your feet now, Princess.
She rubbed warmth into the girl's toes and buttoned her back into her boots.
You've made it across Grella's Pass, all in one piece. You're a strong girl.
Bitterblue wrapped her arms around Katsa. She kissed Katsa's cheek and held on to her tightly. If Katsa had had enough energy for astonishment, she would have been astonished. Instead, she hugged the girl back numbly. Katsa and Bitterblue held on to each other, and their bodies crawled their ways back to warmth. When Katsa lay down that night before the roaring fire, the child curled in her arms. Not even the pain in her hands and feet could have kept her awake. Part 3. The Shifting World. Chapter 31. The inn sat in what passed for a clearing here in the south of Sunder, but would have been called a forest anywhere else. There was space between oaks and maples for the inn, a stable, a barn, and a patch of garden, and enough open sky to allow sunlight to flicker down and reflect the surrounding trees in the windows of the buildings. The inn wasn't busy, though neither was it empty. Traffic through Sunder was always steady, even at winter's outset, even at the edge of the mountains. Cart horses labored northward pulling barrels of Monsieur's cider, or the wood of Sunder's fine forests, or the ice of Sunder's eastern mountains. Merchants bore leaned tomatoes, grapes, apricots, leaned jewelry and ornaments, and fish found only in leaned seas, north from the Sunder and port cities, up into the Midlands, to Wester, Nander, and Estel. And southward from those same kingdoms came freshwater fish, grains and hay, corn, potatoes, carrots, all the things a people who live in the forests want, and herbs and apples and pears and horses to be loaded onto ships and transported to Leonid and Monsie. A merchant stood now in the yard of the inn, beside a cart stacked high with barrels. He stamped his feet and blew into his hands. The barrels were unmarked, and the merchant nondescript, his coat and boots plain, none of his 6 horses bearing a brand or ornamentation indicating from which kingdom they came. The innkeeper burst into the yard with his sons, gesturing to them and to the horses. He yelled something to the merchant, and his breath froze in the air. The merchant called back, but not loudly enough to carry to the thick stand of trees outside the clearing, where Katsa and Bitterblue crouched, watching.
He's likely to be Monsieur's, come up from the ports and making his way through Sunder. His cart is very full. If he'd come from one of the other kingdoms, wouldn't he have sold more of whatever he's carrying by now? Excepting Leonid, of course. But he doesn't have the look of a Leonid, does he?
Katsa rifled through her maps.
It hardly matters. Even if we determine he's from Nander or Wester, we don't know who else is at the inn, or who else is likely to arrive. We can't risk it, not until we know whether one of your father's stories has spread into Sunder. We were weeks in the mountains, child. We've no idea what these people have heard.
The story may not have reached this far, or some distance from the ports and the mountain pass. And this place is isolated.
True, but we don't want to provide them with a story either, to spread up to the mountain pass or down to the ports. The less Lek knows about where we've been, the better.
But in that case, no inn will be safe. We'll have to get ourselves from here to Leonid without anyone seeing us.
Katsa examined her maps and didn't answer.
Unless you're planning to kill everyone we see,
Bitterblue grumbled.
Oh, Katsa! Look! That girl is carrying eggs! Oh, I would kill for an egg!
Katsa glanced up to see the girl, bareheaded and shivering, scuttling from barn to inn with a basket of eggs hung over one arm. The innkeeper gestured to her and called out. The girl set the basket at the base of an enormous tree and hurried over to him. He and the merchant handed her bag after bag, and she slung them over her back and shoulders until Katsa could barely see her anymore for the bags that covered her. She staggered into the inn. She came out again, and they loaded her down again. Katsa counted the scattered trees that stood between their hiding place and the basket of eggs. She glanced at the frozen remains of the vegetable garden. Then she shuffled through the maps again and grabbed hold of the list of council contacts in Sunder. She flattened the page onto her lap.
I know where we are. There's a town not far from here, perhaps 2 days' walk. According to Raffin, a storekeeper there is friendly to the council. I think we might go there safely.
Just because he's friendly to the council doesn't mean he'll be able to see through whatever story Lek's spreading.
True, but we need clothing and information, and you need a hot bath. If we could get to Leonid without encountering anyone, we would, but it's impossible. If we must trust someone, I'd prefer it to be a council sympathizer.
Bitterblue scowled.
You need a hot bath as much as I do.
Katsa grinned.
I need a bath as much as you do. Mine doesn't have to be hot. I'm not going to stick you into some half-frozen pond to sicken and die after all you've survived. Now, child,
Katsa said, as the merchant and the innkeeper shouldered bags of their own and headed for the inn's entrance.
Don't move until I get back.
Where?
Bitterblue began, but Katsa was already flying from tree to tree, hiding behind one massive trunk and then another, peeking out to watch the windows and doors of the inn. When moments later Katsa and Bitterblue resumed their trek through the Sunderen forest, Katsa had 4 eggs inside her sleeve and a frozen pumpkin on her shoulder. Their dinner that night had the air of a celebration. There wasn't much Katsa could do about her appearance or Bitterblue's when it came time to knock on the storekeeper's door, other than clean the dirt and grime as best she could from their faces, manhandle Bitterblue's tangle of hair into some semblance of a braid, and wait until darkness fell. It was too cold to expect Bitterblue to remove her patchwork of furs, and Katsa's wolf hides, no matter how alarming, were less appalling than the stained, tattered coat they hid. The storekeeper was easily identified, his building the largest and busiest in the town, save the inn. He was a man of average height and average build, had a sturdy, no-nonsense wife, and an inordinate number of children who seemed to run the gamut from infancy to Katsa's age and older. Or so Katsa gathered, as she and Bitterblue passed their time among the trees at the edge of the town, waiting for night to fall. His store was sizable, and the brown house that rose above and behind it enormous, as it would have to be, Katsa thought, to contain so many children. Katsa wished, as the day progressed and more children issued from the building to feed the chickens, to help the merchants unload their goods, to play and fight and squabble in the yard, that this council contact had not taken his duty to procreate quite so seriously. They would have to wait not only until the town quieted, but until most of these children slept, if Katsa wished their appearance on the doorstep to cause less than an uproar. When most of the houses were dark, and when light shone from only one of the windows in the storekeeper's home, Katsa and Bitterblue crept from the trees. They passed through the yard and snuck to the back door. Katsa wrapped her fist in her sleeve and thumped on the solid Sunderen wood as quietly as she could and still hoped to be heard. After a moment, the light in the window shifted. After another moment, the door was pushed open a crack, and the storekeeper peered out at them, a candle in his hand. He looked them up and down, 2 slight, furry figures on his doorstep, and kept a firm grip on the door handle.
"If it's food you want or beds, you'll find the inn at the head of the road."
Katsa's first question was the most risky, and she steeled herself against the answer.
It's information we seek. Have you heard any news of Monsi?
"Nothing for months. We hear little of Monsi in this corner of the woods."
Katsa released her breath.
Hold your light to my face, storekeeper.
The man grunted. He extended his arm through the crack in the door and held the candle to Katsa's face. His eyes narrowed, then widened, and his entire manner changed. In an instant, he'd opened the door, shuffled them through, and thrown the latch behind them.
"Forgive me, my lady."
He gestured to a table and began to pull out chairs.
"Please sit down. Marta!"
He called into an adjacent room.
"Food,"
he said to the confused woman who appeared in the doorway.
"and more light. And wake the—"
No. No. Please, wake no one. No one must know we're here.
"Of course, my lady,"
the man said.
"You must forgive my...
You weren't expecting us. We understand."
"Indeed. We'd heard what happened at King Randa's court, my lady, and we knew you'd pass through Sunder with the learned prince. But somewhere along the way the rumors lost track of you."
The woman came bustling back into the room and set a platter of bread and cheese on the table. A girl about Katsa's age followed with mugs and a pitcher. A boy, a young man taller even than Raffin, brought up the rear and lit the torches in the walls around the table. Katsa heard a soft sigh and glanced at Bitterblue. The child stared, wide-eyed and mouth-watering, at the bread and cheese on the table before her. She caught Katsa's eye.
"Bread,"
and Katsa couldn't help smiling.
Eat, child.
"By all means, young miss.
The woman said.
Eat as much as you like."
Katsa waited until everyone was seated and until Bitterblue was contentedly stuffing her mouth with bread. Then she spoke.
We need information. We need counsel. We need baths and any clothing, preferably boys' clothing, you might be able to spare. Above all, we need utter secrecy regarding our presence in this town.
"We're at your service, my lady,"
the storekeeper said.
"We've enough clothing in this house to dress an army,"
his wife said.
"and any supplies you'll need in the store. And a horse, I warrant, if you're wanting one. You can be sure we'll keep quiet, my lady. We know what you've done with your counsel, and we'll do for you whatever we can.
We thank you.
What information do you seek, my lady?
The storekeeper asked.
We've heard very little from any of the kingdoms.
Katsa's eyes rested on Bitterblue, who tore into the bread and cheese like a wild thing.
Slowly, child,
she said absently. She rubbed her head and considered how much to tell this Sunderin family. Some things they needed to know, and certainly the one thing most likely to combat the influence of whatever deception Lex spread next was the truth.
We come from Monsey. We crossed the mountains through Grella's Pass.
This was met with silence and a widening of eyes. Katsa sighed.
If that's hard for you to believe, you'll find the rest of our story no less than incredible. Truly, I'm unsure where to start.
Start with Lex Grace,
Bitterblue said around her mouthful of bread. Katsa watched the child lick crumbs from her fingers. Bitterblue looked as if she were approaching a state of rapture that even the story of her father's treachery couldn't disturb.
Very well. We'll start with Lex Grace.
Katsa took not one bath that night, but two. The first to loosen the dirt and peel off the top layer of grime, the second to become truly clean. Bitterblue did the same. The storekeeper, his wife, and his two eldest children moved quietly and efficiently, drawing water, heating water, emptying the tub, and burning their old tattered garments, producing new clothing, boys' clothing, and fitting it to their guests, gathering hats, coats, scarves, and gloves from their own cabinets and from the store, cutting Bitterblue's hair to the length of a boy's, and trimming Katsa's so it lay close to her scalp again. The sensation of cleanliness was astonishing. Katsa couldn't count the number of times she heard Bitterblue's quiet sigh, a sigh at being warm and clean, at washing oneself with soap, and at the taste of bread in one's mouth, and the feeling of bread in one's stomach.
I'm afraid we won't get much sleep tonight, child. We must leave this house before the rest of the family wakes in the morning.
And you think that bothers me? This evening has been bliss. The lack of sleep will be nothing.
Nonetheless, when Katsa and Bitterblue lay down in a bed for the first time in a very long time, the bed of the storekeeper and his wife, though Katsa had protested their sacrifice, Bitterblue dropped into an exhausted sleep. Katsa lay on her back and tried not to let the calm breath of her bed companion, the softness of mattress and pillow, delude her into believing they were safe. She thought of the gaps she'd left in the story she'd told that night. The family of the storekeeper now understood the horror that was King Lex Grace. They understood Ashen's murder and the events surrounding the kidnapping of Grandfather Tealif. They'd surmised, though Katsa had never told them explicitly, that the child eating bread and cheese as if she'd never seen it before was the Monsian princess who fled her father. They even understood that if Lex chose to spread a false story through Sunder, their minds might lose the truth of everything she'd told them. All of this the family marveled at, accepted, and understood. Katsa had omitted one truth, and she had told one lie. The truth omitted was their destination. Lex might be able to confuse this family into admitting the lady and the princess had knocked on their door and slept under their roof, but he'd never be able to talk them into revealing a destination they didn't know. The lie told was that the Leonid prince was dead, killed by Lex's guards when he'd tried to murder the Monsian king. Katsa supposed this lie was a waste of her breath. The opportunity for the family to speak of it would never arise, but when she could, she would make Poe out to be dead. The more people who thought him dead, the fewer people would think to seek him out and do him harm. To the Sunderin port cities they must now go, ride south to sail west. But her thoughts, as she lay beside the sleeping princess, tended east, to a cabin beside a waterfall, and north, to a workroom in a castle, and a figure bent over a book, a beaker, or a fire. How she wished she could take Bitterblue north to Randa's city and hide her there as they'd hidden her grandfather. North to Raffin's comfort, Raffin's patience and care. But even ignoring the complications of her own status at Randa's court, it was impossible. Unthinkable to hide the child in such an obvious place and so close to Lek's dominion. Unthinkable to take this crisis to those Katsa held most dear. She would not entangle Raffin with a man who took away all reason and warped intention. She would not lead Lek to her friends. She would not involve her friends at all. She and the child would start tomorrow. They would ride the horse into the ground. They would find passage to Leonid, and she would hide the child, and then she would think. She closed her eyes and ordered herself to sleep. Chapter 32. Katsa's first view of the sea was like her first view of the mountains, though mountains and sea were nothing like each other. The mountains were silent, and the sea was rushing noise, calm, and rushing noise again. The mountains were high, and the sea was flatness reaching so far into the distance she was surprised she couldn't see the lights of some faraway land twinkling back at her. They were nothing alike, but she couldn't stop staring at the sea, or breathing in the sea air, and thus had the mountains affected her. The cloth tied over her green eye limited her view. Katsa itched to tear it off, but she dared not, when they'd made it this far, first through the outskirts of this city, and finally through the city streets themselves. They'd moved only at night, and no one had recognized them, which was the same as saying she hadn't had to kill anyone. A scuffle here and there, when thugs on a dark street had grown a little too curious about the two boys slipping southward toward the water at midnight. But never recognition, and never more trouble than Katsa could handle without arousing suspicion. This was Suncliff, the largest of the Sunderen port cities, and the one with the heaviest traffic in trade, a city that by night struck Katsa as run down and grim, crowded with narrow, seedy streets that seemed as if they should lead to a prison or a slum, and not to this astonishing expanse of water. Water stretching out, filling her, erasing any consciousness of the drunkards and thieves, the broken buildings and streets at her back.
How will we find a Leonid ship?
Not just a Leonid ship. A Leonid ship that hasn't recently been to Monsey.
I could check around while you hide.
Absolutely not. Even if you weren't who you are, this place would be unsafe. Even if it weren't night. Even if you weren't so small.
Bitterblue wrapped her arms tightly around herself and turned her back to the wind.
I envy you. Your grace.
Let's go. We must find a ship tonight, or we spend tomorrow hiding under the noses of thousands of people.
Katsa pulled the girl into the protection of her arm. They worked their way across the rocks to the streets and stairways that led down to the docks. The docks were eerie at night. The ships were black bodies as big as castles rising out of the sea, skeleton masts and flapping sails, with voices of invisible men echoing down from the riggings. Each ship was its own little kingdom, with its own guards who stood, swords drawn, before the gangplank, and its own sailors who came and went from deck to dock or gathered around small fires on shore. Two boys moving among the ships, bundled against the cold and carrying a couple of worn bags, were far from noteworthy in this setting. They were runaways or paupers, looking for work or passage. A familiar lilt in the conversation of one group of guards caught Katsa's ear. Bitterblue turned to her, eyebrows raised.
I hear it. We'll keep walking, but remember that ship.
Why not speak to them?
There are 4 of them, and there are too many others nearby. If there's trouble, I'll never be able to keep it quiet.
Katsa wished suddenly for Poe, for his grace, so they might know if they were recognized and if it mattered. If Poe were here, he would know with a single question whether those leaned guards were safe. Of course, if Poe were here, their difficulty of disguise would be multiplied manyfold. Between his eyes and the rings in his ears and his accent, and even his manner of carrying himself, he would need to wear a sack over his head to avoid drawing attention. But perhaps the leaned sailors would do anything their prince wished, despite what they'd heard. She felt his ring lying cold against the skin of her breast, the ring with the engravings that matched his arms. This ring was their ticket if any leaned ship was to serve them willingly, and not in response to the threat of her grace or the weight of her purse, though she would capitulate to her grace or her purse if necessary. They slipped past a group of smaller ships whose guards seemed to be involved in some kind of boasting match between them. One group Westeron and another
Monsian,
Bitterblue whispered, and though Katsa didn't change her gait, her senses sharpened and her whole body tingled with readiness until they'd left those ships behind and several more beyond them. They continued on, blending into the darkness. The sailor sat alone at the edge of a wooden walkway, his feet dangling over the water. The dock on which he sat led to a ship in an unusual state of activity, the deck swarming with men and boys. Leaned men and boys, for in ears and on fingers, in the light of their lanterns, Katsa caught flashes of gold. She knew nothing of ships, but she thought this one must either have just arrived or just be departing.
Do ships set out in the dead of night?
I have no idea.
Quickly, if it's on its way out, all the better.
And if that lone sailor gave them trouble, she could drop him into the water and trust the men rushing across the deck of the ship above not to notice his absence. Katsa slipped up onto the walkway, Bitterblue close behind. The man perceived them immediately. His hand went to his belt.
Easy, sailor. We've only a few questions.
The man said nothing and kept his hand at his belt, but he allowed the two figures to approach. As Katsa sat beside him, he shifted and leaned away, for better leverage, she knew, in case he decided to use his knife. Bitterblue sat next to Katsa, hidden from the man by Katsa's body. Katsa thanked the Midlands for the darkness in their heavy coats, which hid her face and her form from this fellow.
Where does your ship come from last, sailor?
From Roar City,
He answered in a voice little deeper than hers, and Katsa knew him to be not a man but a boy, broad and solid, but younger than she.
You depart tonight?
Yes.
And where do you go?
To Sunport and South Bay, Westport and Roar City again.
Not to Monport?
We have no trade with Monsey this time around.
Have you any news of Monsey?
It's clear enough we're a leaned ship, isn't it? Find a Monsean ship if it's Monsean news you're wanting.
What kind of a man is your captain? And what do you carry?
This is a good many questions,
The boy said.
You want news of Monsey and news of our captain. You want where we've been and what we're carrying. Is Mergen employing children to be his spies, then?
I've no idea who Mergen employs to be his spies. We seek passage west.
You're out of luck. We don't need extra hands, and you don't look the type to pay.
Oh? Graced with night vision, are you?
I can see you well enough to know you for a pair of ragamuffins, who've been fighting by the looks of that bandage on your eye.
We can pay.
The boy hesitated.
Either you're lying or you're thieves. I'd wager both are true.
We're neither.
Katsa reached for the purse in the pocket of her coat. The boy unsheathed his knife and jumped to his feet.
Hold, sailor. I only reach for my purse. You may take it from my pocket yourself if you wish. Go on,
She said as he hesitated.
I'll keep my hands in the air and my friend will stand away.
Bitterblue stood and backed up a few steps, obligingly. Katsa stood, her arms raised away from her body. The boy paused and then reached toward her pocket. As one hand fiddled to uncover the purse, the other held the knife just below Katsa's throat. She thought she ought to appear nervous, yet another reason to be grateful for the darkness that made her face unreadable. Her purse finally in hand, the boy backed up a step or two. He opened it and shook a few gold pieces into his palm. He inspected the coins in the moonlight and then in the firelight glimmering dimly from shore.
This is Leonid gold. Not only are you thieves, but you're thieves who've stolen from Leonid men.
Take us to your captain and let him decide whether to accept our gold. If you do so, a piece of it's yours, regardless of what he chooses.
The boy considered the offer, and Katsa waited. Truly, it didn't matter if he agreed to their terms or not, for they wouldn't find a ship better suited to their purposes than this one. Katsa would get them aboard one way or another, even if she had to clunk this boy on the head and drag him up the gangplank, waving Poe's ring before the noses of the guards.
All right.
He chose a coin from the pile in his palm and tucked it inside his coat.
I'll take you to Captain Fawn for a piece of gold. But I warrant you'll find yourself thrown into the brig for thievery. She won't believe you came upon this honestly, and we don't have time to report you to the authorities in the city.
The word had not escaped Katsa's attention.
She? Your captain is a woman?
A woman, and graced.
A woman, and graced. Katsa didn't know which should surprise her more.
Is this the ship of a king, then?
It's her ship.
How?
The graced and leonid are free. The king doesn't own them.
Yes, she remembered that Poe had explained this.
Are you coming, or are we going to stand here conversing?
What's her grace?
The boy stepped aside and waved them forward with his knife.
Go on.
And so Katsa and Bitterblue moved up the dock, but Katsa listened for his answer. If this captain was a mind reader, or even a very competent fighter, she wanted to know before they reached the guards so she could decide whether to continue forward or shove this boy into the water and run. Ahead of them, the guards spoke to each other and laughed at some joke. One of them held a torch. The flame strained against the wind and flashed across their rough faces, their broad chests, their unsheathed swords. Bitterblue gasped, ever so slightly, and Katsa shifted her attention to the child. Bitterblue was frightened. Katsa laid her hand on the girl's shoulder and squeezed.
It'll be a swimming grace,
she said idly to the boy behind them.
or some navigational ability. Am I right?
Her grace is the reason we leave in the middle of the night,
The boy said.
She sees storms before they hit. We set out now to beat a blizzard coming up from the east.
A weather seer. The prescient graces were better than the mind-reading graces, better by far, but still they gave Katsa a crawling feeling along her skin. Well, this captain's profession was well suited to her grace anyway, and it wasn't adverse to their purposes, might even be advantageous. Katsa would meet this Captain Fawn and measure her, then decide how much to tell her. The guards stared at them as they approached. One held the torch to their faces. Katsa ducked her chin into the neck of her coat and stared back at him with her single visible eye.
What's this you're bringing aboard, Jem?
The man asked.
They go to the captain.
Prisoners?
Prisoners or passengers, the captain will decide.
The guard gestured to one of his companions.
Go with them, Bear, and make sure no danger befalls our young Jem.
I can handle myself,
Jem said.
Of course you can. But Bear can handle yourself too, and himself, and your two prisoners, and carry a sword, and hold a light, all at the same time. And keep our captain safe.
Jem might have been about to protest, but at the mention of the captain he nodded. He took the lead as Katsa and Bitterblue climbed up the gangplank. Bear fell in behind them, his sword swinging in one hand and a lantern raised in the other. He was one of the largest men Katsa had ever seen. As they stepped onto the deck of the ship, sailors moved aside, partly to stare at the two small and bedraggled strangers, and partly to get out of Bear's way. "What's this, Jem?" voices asked.
We go to the captain,
Jem responded, over and over, and the men fell away and went back to their duties. The deck was long, and it was crowded with jostling men and with unfamiliar shapes that loomed to all sides of them and cast strange shadows against the light of Bear's lantern. A sail billowed down suddenly, released from its confinement in the riggings. It flapped over Katsa's head, glowing a luminous gray, looking very much like an enormous bird trying to break its leash and take off into the sky. And then it rose again just as suddenly, folded and strapped back into place. Katsa had no idea what it all meant, all this activity, but felt a kind of excitement at the strangeness and the rush, the voices shouting commands she didn't recognize, the gusting wind, the pitching floor. It took her about 2 steps to adjust to the tilt and roll of the deck. Bitterblue was not so comfortable, and her balance wasn't helped by her constant alarm at the happenings around her. Katsa finally took hold of the girl and held her close against her side. Bitterblue leaned into her, relieved, and relinquished to Katsa the job of keeping her upright. Jem stopped at an opening in the deck floor.
"Follow me,"
he said. He clamped his knife between his teeth, stepped into the blackness of the opening, and disappeared. Katsa followed, trusting the ladder she couldn't see to materialize beneath her hands and feet, pausing to help the child onto the rungs just above her. Bear climbed down last, his light casting their shadows against the walls of the narrow corridor in which they finally stood. They followed Jem's dark form down a hallway. Bitterblue leaned against Katsa and turned her face against Katsa's breast. Yes, the air was stuffy down here, and stale and unpleasant. Katsa had heard that people got used to ships. Until Bitterblue got used to it, Katsa would keep her standing and breathing. Jem led them past black doorways toward a rectangle of orange light that Katsa guessed opened to the quarters of the graced captain, the woman captain. Voices emanated from the lighted opening, and one of them was strong, commanding, and female. When they reached the doorway, the conversation stopped. From her place in the shadows behind the boy, Katsa heard the woman's voice.
"What is it, Jem?"
"Begging your pardon, Captain. These 2 Sunderin boys wish to buy passage west, but I don't trust their gold."
"And what's wrong with their gold?"
"It's leaned gold, Captain, and more of it than it seems to me they should have."
"Bring them in,"
the voice said,
"and let me see this gold."
They followed Jem into a well-lit room that reminded Katsa of one of Raffin's workrooms, always cluttered with open books, bottles of oddly colored liquids, herbs drying from hooks, and strange experiments Katsa didn't understand. Except here, the books were replaced by maps and charts, the bottles by instruments of copper and gold Katsa didn't recognize, the herbs by ropes, cords, hooks, nets, items Katsa knew belonged on ships, but didn't know the purpose of any more than she knew the purpose of Raffin's experiments. A narrow bed stood in one corner, a chest at its foot. This, too, was like Raffin's workrooms, for sometimes he slept there, in a bed he'd installed for those nights when his mind was more on his work than his comfort. The captain stood before a table, a sailor almost as big as Bear at her side, a map spread out before them. She was a woman past childbearing years, her hair steel gray, and pulled tightly into a knot at the nape of her neck. Her clothing like that of the other sailors, brown trousers, brown coat, heavy boots, and a knife at her belt. Her left eye pale gray, and her right a blue as brilliant as Katsa's blue eye. Her face stern, and her gaze, as she turned to the 2 strangers, quick and piercing. Katsa felt for the first time, in this bright room with this woman's bright eyes flashing over them, that their disguises had come to the end of their usefulness. Jem dropped Katsa's coins into the captain's outstretched hand.
"There's plenty more of it, too, Captain, in this purse."
The captain considered the gold in her hand. She raised narrowed eyes to Katsa and Bitterblue.
"Where did you get this?"
We're friends of Prince Greening of Leaned. It's his gold."
The big sailor beside the captain snorted.
Friends of Prince Po. Of course they are.
"If you've stolen from our prince,"
Jem began, but Captain Fawn held up a hand. She looked at Katsa so hard that Katsa felt as if the woman's gaze were scraping at the back of her skull. She looked at Katsa's coat, at her belt, at her trousers, her boots, and Katsa felt naked before the intelligence of those uneven eyes.
"You expect me to believe that Prince Po gave a purse of gold to 2 raggedy Sunderin Boys?
The captain finally asked.
I think you know we're not Sundarin boys,
Katsa said, reaching into the neck of her coat.
He gave me his ring so you may know to trust us.
She pulled the cord over her head. She held the ring out for the captain to see. She registered the woman's shocked expression, and then the outraged cries of Jem and Bear alerted her to the room's sudden descent into bedlam. They were lunging toward her, both of them, Jem brandishing his knife, Bear swinging his sword, and the sailor beside the captain had also pulled a blade. Poe could have mentioned that at the sight of his ring his people devolved into madness, but she would act now and contemplate her annoyance later. She swirled Bitterblue into the corner so that her own body was between the child and everyone else in the room. She turned back and blocked Jem's knife arm so hard that he cried out and dropped the blade to the floor. She knocked his feet out from under him, dodged the swing of Bear's sword, and swung her boot up to clock Bear on the head. By the time Bear's body had crumpled to the ground, Katsa held Jem's own knife to Jem's throat. Hooking her foot under Bear's sword and kicking it up into the air, she caught it with her free hand and held it out toward the remaining sailor, who stood just out of her range, knife drawn, ready to spring. The ring still dangled from its cord, gripped in the same hand that gripped the sword, and it was the ring that held the gaze of the captain.
Stop,
Katsa said to the remaining sailor.
I don't wish to harm you, and we're not thieves.
Prince Poe would never give that ring to a Sundarin urchin,
Jem gasped.
And you do your Graceling prince little honor,
Katsa said, digging her knee into his back.
if you think a Sundarin urchin could have robbed him.
All right. That's more than enough. Drop those blades, lady, and release my man.
If this other fellow comes toward me,
Katsa said, pointing the sword at the remaining sailor.
He'll end up sleeping beside Bear.
Come back, Patch,
The captain said to her man.
and lower that knife. Do it.
She said sharply, when Patch hesitated. The expression he shot at Katsa was ugly, but he obeyed. Katsa dropped her blades to the floor. Jem stood, rubbed his neck, and focused a scowl in her direction. Katsa thought of a few choice words she would like to say to Poe. She looped his ring back around her neck.
What exactly have you done to Bear?
He'll wake soon enough.
He'd better.
He will.
And now you'll explain yourself. The last we heard of our prince, he was in the Midlands at the court of King Randa, training with you, if I'm not mistaken.
A noise came from the corner. They turned to see Bitterblue on her knees, huddled against the wall, vomiting onto the floor. Katsa went to the girl and helped her to her feet. Bitterblue clung to her clumsily.
The floor is moving.
Yes, you'll get used to it.
When will I get used to it?
Come, child.
Katsa practically carried Bitterblue back to the captain.
Captain Fawn, this is Princess Bitterblue of Mansi, Poe's cousin. As you've guessed, I'm Katsa of the Midlands.
I would also guess there's nothing wrong with that eye,
The captain said. Katsa pulled the cloth away from her green eye. She looked into the face of the captain, who met her gaze coolly. She turned to Patch and Jem, who looked back at her, understanding now, eyebrows high. So familiar in the features of their faces, their dark hair, the gold in their ears, the evenness with which they looked into her eyes. Katsa turned back to the captain.
The princess is in great danger. I'm taking her to Lena to hide her from those who wish to harm her. Poe said you would help us when I showed you his ring. But if you won't, I'll do everything in the power of my grace to force your assistance.
The captain stared at her, eyes narrowed and face hard to read.
Let me see that ring more closely.
Katsa stepped forward. She wouldn't remove the ring from its place around her neck again, not when the sight of it inspired such madness. But the captain didn't fear her, and she reached out to Katsa's throat to take the gold circle in her fingers. She turned it this way and that in the light. She dropped the ring and narrowed her eyes at Bitterblue. She turned back to Katsa.
Where is our prince?
Katsa deliberated and decided that she must give this woman pieces, at least, of the truth.
Some distance from here, recovering from injury.
Is he dying?
No, of course not.
The captain peered at her and frowned.
Then why did he give you his ring?
I told you. He gave it to me so that a Leonid ship would help us.
Nonsense. If that's all he wanted, then why didn't he give you the king's ring? Or the queen's?
I don't know. I don't know the meanings of the rings, aside from which people they represent. This is the one he chose to give me.
The captain humphed. Katsa clenched her teeth and prepared herself to say something very caustic. But Bitterblue's voice stopped her.
Poe did give the ring to Katsa.
Her voice was thick, her body hunched over itself.
Poe meant for her to have it. And as he didn't explain what it meant, you should explain for him. Right now.
The captain considered Bitterblue. Bitterblue raised her chin, grim and stubborn. The captain sighed.
It's very rare for a Leonid to give away one of his rings, and almost unheard of for him to give away the ring of his own identity. To give that ring is to forsake his own identity. Princess Bitterblue, your lady has around her neck the ring of the 7th Prince of Leonid. If Prince Poe had truly given her that ring, it would mean that he'd abdicated his princehood. He'd no longer be a prince of Leonid. He'd make her a princess and give her his castle and his inheritance.
Katsa stared. She pulled at a chair and sat down hard.
That can't be.
Not 1 in 1,000 Leonid gives that ring away. Most wear it to their graves in the sea. But occasionally, if a woman is dying and wants a sister to take her place as the mother of her children, or if a dying shopkeeper wants his shop to go to a friend, or if a prince is dying and wants to change the line of succession, a Leonid will make a gift of that ring.
The captain turned to glare at Katsa.
The Leonid love their princes, most especially the youngest prince, the Graceling prince. To steal Prince Poe's ring would be considered a terrible crime.
But Katsa was shaking her head, from confusion that Poe should have done such a thing, and from fear of the word the captain kept saying over and over. Dying. Poe wasn't dying.
I don't want it. That he should give me this and not explain.
Bitterblue leaned against the table, her face gray, and moaned.
Katsa, don't worry. You can be sure he had some reason.
But what reason would he have? His injuries weren't so bad.
Katsa.
The child's voice was patient but tired.
Think. He gave you the ring before he was injured. It wasn't such a strange thing for him to do, knowing he might die in the fight.
Katsa saw then what it meant, and her hand went to her throat. It was just like him. And now she was fighting back tears, because it was just the sort of mad thing he would get it into his mind to do. Mad and foolish, far too kind, and unnecessary, because he wasn't going to die.
Why in the Midlands didn't he tell me?
If he had, you wouldn't have taken it.
You're right. I wouldn't have taken it. Can you see me taking such a thing from Poe? Can you see me agreeing to such a thing? And he's right to have given it. Because he is going to die. Because I'm going to kill him when next I see him for doing such a thing and frightening me and not telling me what it meant.
Of course you will.
It's not permanent, is it?
Katsa asked, turning to the captain. She then noticed, for the first time, that the captain was looking at her differently. So were Patch and Jem, their faces white and something shocked and quiet in their eyes. They believed her now, that she hadn't stolen the ring, and they believed that their prince had given it to her. And Katsa was relieved that at least that part of this ordeal was behind them.
I can give it back to him,
she asked the captain.
Can't I?
The captain cleared her throat. She nodded.
Yes, Lady Princess.
Great hills, don't call me that.
You may give it back to him at any time, Lady Princess, or give it to someone else, and he may reclaim it. In the meantime, your position entitles you to every power and authority held by a prince of Lenid. It's ours to do your bidding.
I'll be content if you'll take us quickly to Poe's castle on the western shore. And stop calling me princess.
It's your castle now, Lady Princess.
Katsa's temper was beginning to throw out sparks, for she wanted none of this treatment. But before she could argue, a man knocked on the doorframe.
We're ready, Captain.
Katsa pulled Bitterblue to the side as the room erupted with commotion. The captain began to bark instructions.
Patch, get back to your post and get us out of here. Jem, see to Bear. And clean up that mess in the corner. I'm needed on deck, Lady Princess. Come above if you wish. Princess Bitterblue's seasickness will be less there.
I've told you not to call me that.
The captain ignored her and marched to the doorway. Katsa swept Bitterblue under her arm and followed her, glaring at the woman's back as they passed through the corridor. And then in the blackness at the foot of the ladder, the captain stopped. She turned back to Katsa.
Lady Princess, what you're doing here, and why you're disguised, and why the child princess is in danger is your affair. I won't ask for an explanation. But if there's any assistance I can give, you need only to voice it. I'm at your service completely.
Katsa reached to her breast and touched the circle of gold. She was thankful after all for the power it gave her, if that power would help her to serve Bitterblue. And that might be an explanation for Poe's gift as well. Perhaps he'd only wanted her to have full authority, so that she might protect the child better. But she didn't want everyone on deck to see the ring if it inspired such adoration. She didn't want everyone talking about it and pointing it out and treating her this way. She loosened the neck of her coat and tucked the ring inside.
Prince Poe is recovering from his injuries?
Captain Fawn asked, and Katsa heard the worry, the authentic worry, as if the captain were inquiring after a member of her own family. And Katsa also heard the royal title, less easily dropped from Poe's name than added to her own.
He's recovering.
And it occurred to her to wonder then if the Lenid would love their prince so much if they knew the truth of his grace. It was all too confusing, all that had happened since she'd come aboard this vessel, and too many parts of it hurt her heart. On deck, she led Bitterblue to the side of the ship. Together, they breathed the sea air and watched the dark sparkle of the water. Chapter 33. What she really loved was to hang over the edge and watch the bow of the ship slice through the waves. She loved it especially when the waves were high and the ship rose and fell, or when it was snowing and the flakes stung her face. The men laughed and told each other that Princess Katsa was a born sailor, to which Bitterblue added, once Bitterblue was well enough to come above deck and join in their banter, that Katsa was born to do anything normal people might consider terrifying. What she really wanted was to climb into the highest riggings of the highest mast and hang down from the sky. And one clear day, when Patch, who happened to be the first mate, sent a fellow named Red up to unravel a tangle of ropes, he told her to go along.
You shouldn't encourage her,
Bitterblue said to Patch, her hands on her hips and her face turned up to glare into his, her countenance fierce, for all that she was a fifth Patch's size.
Lady Princess, I reckon she'll go up there eventually with or without my say-so, and I'd rather it be now while I'm watching than at night or during a squall.
If you think sending her up there now will keep her from—
Watch yourself,
Patch said, as the deck lurched and Bitterblue pitched forward. He caught her and lifted her into his arms. They watched Katsa climb hand and foot up the mast behind Red, and when Katsa finally looked down at them from her place in the sky, swinging so wildly back and forth that she marveled at Red's ability to untangle anything, she thought of how Bitterblue had trusted no man when first they'd met. And now the girl allowed this enormous sailor to pick her up and hold her like a father, and the girl's arm was around Patch's neck, and she and Patch laughed up at Katsa together. The captain predicted the journey would last 4 or 5 weeks, give or take. The ship moved fast, and most of the time they were alone on the ocean. Katsa never climbed up into the riggings without straining her eyes behind them for some sign of pursuit, but no one was after them. It was a relief not to feel hunted, and not to feel as if one must hide. It was safe on the open sea, isolated with Captain Fawn and her crew, for not one sailor seemed to look upon them with suspicion, and she came gradually to trust that none had been touched by any rumors of Lex.
We weren't even a day in Suncliff. You're lucky, Lady Princess. You have my Grace to thank for it.
And for our speed.
For it was a stormy winter at sea, and though they changed course so often their path must look like some odd dance across the water, they managed to avoid the worst of it. Their progress west was steady. Katsa had told the captain of Lex Grace and the reasons they fled in the first few days when Bitterblue had been very sick, and Katsa had had nothing to do but care for the girl and think. She'd told the captain because it had occurred to her with a sinking feeling that the 40-some men aboard this ship knew exactly who she and Bitterblue were and exactly where they were going. That made 40-some informants once Katsa and Bitterblue were delivered to their destination and the ship returned to its trade route.
I can vouch for the confidence of most of my men, Lady Princess,
Captain Fawn said.
Most, if not all.
You don't understand. Where King Lek is involved, I can't even vouch for my own confidence. It's not good enough for them to swear to say nothing to no one. If one of Lek's stories touches their ears, they'll forget their vows.
What would you have me do then, Lady Princess?
Katsa hated to ask it, and so she stared at the charts on the table before them, pursed her lips, and waited for the captain to understand her. It didn't take long.
You want us to remain at sea once we've left you in Leonid,
the captain said, her voice sharp and growing sharper as she spoke.
You want us to hold at sea, out of the way, all winter, longer, perhaps indefinitely, until you and Prince Po, who aren't even in communication, have found some way to immobilize the King of Mansi? At which point, I suppose we must wait for someone to come in search of us and invite us back ashore? What's left of us, because we'll run out of supplies, Lady Princess. We're a trade vessel, you know, designed to sail from port to port and replenish our food and water at each stop. It's strain enough that we go now straight back to Leonid.
Your cargo hold is full of the fruits and vegetables of your trade, and your men know how to fish.
We'll run out of water.
Then ride your ship into a storm.
The captain's face was incredulous. Katsa supposed it was an absurd suggestion, all of it absurd, for her to expect this ship to turn circles in some frozen corner of the sea, waiting for the approach of news that might never come, all for the safety of one young life. The captain made a noise, part disbelief and part laughter, and Katsa prepared for an argument. But the woman stared into her hands, thinking, and when she finally spoke, she surprised Katsa.
You ask a great deal, but I can't pretend I don't understand why you ask it. Lek must be stopped, and not just for the sake of Princess Bitterblue. His grace is limitless, and a king with his proclivities is a danger to all 7 kingdoms. If my crew avoids any contact with gossip and rumors, that's 43 men and 1 woman whose minds are clear to the task at hand. And I've promised to help you in any way I can.
It was Katsa's turn now to disbelieve.
You'll really do this thing?
Lady Princess, it's not in my power to refuse anything you ask. But this thing I'll do willingly for as long as I can without endangering my men and my ship. And on the condition that I'll be reimbursed for my lost trade.
That goes without saying.
Nothing in business goes without saying, Lady Princess.
And so they made an agreement. The captain would hold at sea in a place near to Leonid, a specific place just west of an uninhabited island she could describe and another vessel could find, until such time as the other vessel came for her, or circumstances aboard her ship rendered it impossible for her isolation to continue.
I've no idea what I'll tell my crew.
When the time comes for explanations, tell them the truth.
The captain asked Katsa and Bitterblue one day, as they sat in the galley over a meal, how they'd gotten to Suncliff without being seen.
We crossed the Monsian peaks into Sunder, and traveled through the forests. When we reached the outskirts of Suncliff, we traveled only by night.
How did you cross the mountain pass, Lady Princess? Wasn't it guarded?
We didn't cross at the mountain pass. We took Grella's pass.
The captain peered at Katsa over the cup she'd raised to her face. She set the cup down.
I don't believe you.
It's true.
You crossed Grella's pass and kept your fingers and toes, let alone your lives? I might believe it of you, Lady Princess, but I can't believe it of the child.
Katsa carried me.
And we had good weather.
The captain's laugh rang out.
It's no use lying to me about the weather, Lady Princess. It's snowed in Grella's pass every day since summer, and there are few places in the 7 kingdoms colder.
Nonetheless, it could have been worse the day we crossed.
The captain was still laughing.
If ever I need a protector, Lady Princess, I hope to find you nearby.
A day or two later, after Katsa had come up from one of the frigid ocean baths she liked to take, the baths that Bitterblue considered further proof she was mad, she sat on Bitterblue's bunk and peeled away her soaking clothing. Their quarters were barely big enough for the 2 bunks they slept in, and badly lit by a lantern that swung from the ceiling. Bitterblue brought Katsa a cloth to dry her wet skin and frozen hair. She reached out to touch Katsa's shoulder. Katsa looked down and saw, in the wavering light, the lines of white skin that had caught the girl's attention, the scars where the claws of the mountain lion had torn her flesh, lines on her breast, too.
You've healed well. There's no question who won that fight.
For all that, we weren't evenly matched, and the cat had the advantage. On a different day it would have killed me.
I wish I had your skill. I'd like to be able to defend myself against anything.
It wasn't the first time Bitterblue had said something like that, and it was only one of countless times Katsa had remembered, with a stab of panic, that Bitterblue was wrong. That in her one and only encounter with Lek, Katsa had been defenseless. Still, Bitterblue didn't have to be as defenseless as she was. When Patch teased her one day about the knife she wore sheathed at her belt, the same knife, big as her forearm, she'd carried since the day Katsa and Poe had found her in Lek's forest, Katsa decided the time had come to make a threat of Bitterblue, or as much of a threat as the child could be. How absurd it was that in all 7 kingdoms the weakest and most vulnerable of people, girls, women, went unarmed and were taught nothing of fighting, while the strong were trained to the highest reaches of their skill. And so Katsa began to teach the girl, first to feel comfortable with a knife in her hand, to hold it properly so that it wouldn't slip from her fingers, to carry it easily as if it were a natural extension of her arm. This first lesson gave the child more trouble than Katsa had anticipated. The knife was heavy. It was also sharp. It made Bitterblue nervous to carry an open blade across a floor that lurched and dipped. She held the hilt much too tightly, so tightly her arm ached and blisters formed on her palm.
You fear your own knife.
I'm afraid of falling on it or hurting someone with it by accident.
That's natural enough. But you're just as likely to lose control of it if you're holding it too tightly as too loosely. Loosen your grip, child. It won't fall from your fingers if you hold it as I've taught you.
And so the child would relax the hand that held the knife, until the floor tipped again or one of the sailors came near, and then she would forget what Katsa had said and grip the blade again with all her strength. Katsa changed tactics. She put an end to official lessons, and instead had Bitterblue walk around the ship with the knife in her hand all afternoon for several days. Knife in hand, the child visited the sailors who were her friends, climbed the ladder between decks, ate meals in the galley, and craned her neck to watch Katsa scrambling around in the riggings. At first she sighed often and passed the knife heavily from one hand to the other, but then, after a day or two, it seemed not to bother her so much. A few days more, and the knife swung loosely at her side. Not forgotten, for Katsa could see the care she took with the blade when the floor rocked or when a friend was near. But comfortable in her hand, familiar. And now, finally, it was time for the girl to learn how to use the weapon she held. The next few lessons progressed slowly. Bitterblue was persistent and ferociously determined, but her muscles were untrained, unused to the motions Katsa now expected of her. Katsa was hard-pressed sometimes to know what to teach her. There was some use in teaching the child to block or deliver blows in the traditional sense. Some, but not much. She would never last long in a battle if she tried to fight by the usual rules.
What you must do,
Katsa told her,
is inflict as much pain as possible and watch for an opening.
And ignore your own pain,
Jem said.
as best you can.
Jem helped with the lessons, as did Bear and any other of the sailors who could find the time. Some days the lessons served as mealtime distractions for the men in the galley, or on fine days as diversions in the corner of the deck. The sailors didn't all understand why a young girl should be learning to fight, but none of them laughed at her efforts, even when the methods Katsa encouraged her to use were as undignified as biting, scratching, and hair-pulling.
You don't need to be strong to drive your thumbs into a man's eyeballs, but it does a lot of damage.
That's disgusting.
Someone your size doesn't have the luxury of fighting cleanly, Bitterblue.
I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm only saying it's disgusting.
Katsa tried to hide her smile.
Yes, well, I suppose it is disgusting.
She showed Bitterblue all of the soft places to stab a man if she wanted to kill him: throat, neck, stomach, eyes, the easy places that required less force. She taught Bitterblue to hide a small knife in her boot and how to whip it out quickly, how to drive a knife with both hands and how to hold one in either hand, how to keep from dropping a knife in the bedlam of an attack when everything was happening so fast your mind couldn't keep up.
That's the way to do it!
Red called out one day when Bitterblue had elbowed Bear successfully in the groin and bent him over double, groaning.
And now that he's distracted, what will you do?
Stab him in the neck with my knife.
Good girl.
She's a plucky little thing.
She was a plucky little thing. So little, so completely little, that Katsa knew, as every one of these sailors must know, how much luck she would need if she were to defend herself from an attacker. But what she was learning would give her a fighting chance. The confidence she was gaining would also help. These men, these sailors who stood on the side shouting their encouragement, they helped too, more than they could know.
Of course you'll never need these skills. A princess of Mondsea will always have bodyguards.
Katsa didn't say the first words that came to her mind.
It seems better to me for a child to have these skills and never use them, than not have them and one day need them.
I can't deny that, Lady Princess. No one would know that better than you or Prince Po. I imagine the two of you could whip a whole troop of children into a decent army.
A vision of Po, dizzy and unsteady on his feet, flashed into Katsa's mind. She pushed it away. She went to check on Bear and focused her thoughts on Bitterblue's next drill. Chapter 34. Katsa was in the riggings with Red when she first saw Leonid. It was just how Poe had described it, and it was unreal, like something out of a tapestry or a song. Dark cliffs rose from the sea, snow-covered fields atop them. Rising from the fields, a pillar of rock, and atop the rock, a city. Gleaming so bright that at first Katsa was sure it was made of gold. As the ship drew closer, she saw that she wasn't so wrong. The buildings of the city were brown sandstone, yellow marble, and white quartz that sparkled with the light from sky and water, and the domes and turrets of the structure that rose above the others and sprawled across the skyline were, in fact, gold. Roar's castle and Poe's childhood home, so big and so bright that Katsa hung from the riggings with her mouth hanging open. Red laughed at her and yelled down to Patch that one thing, at least, stilled the lady princesses climbing and scrambling.
"Land ho!"
he called then, and men up and down the deck cheered. Red slithered down, but Katsa stayed in the riggings and watched Roar City grow larger before her. She could make out the road that spiraled from the base of the pillar up to the city, and the platforms too, rising from fields to city on ropes too thin for her eyes to discern. When the ship skirted the southeast edge of Leonid and headed north, she swung around and kept the city in her sight until it disappeared. It hurt her eyes almost, Roar City, and it didn't surprise her that Poe should come from a place that shone. Or a land so dramatically beautiful. The ship wound around the island kingdom, north and then west, and Katsa barely blinked. She saw beaches white with sand and sometimes with snow, mountains disappearing into storm clouds, towns of stone built into stone and hanging camouflaged above the sea, trees on a cliff, stark and leafless, black against a winter sky.
"Poe trees,"
Patch said to her when she pointed them out.
"Did our prince tell you? The leaves turn silver and gold in the fall. They were beautiful 2 months ago."
They're beautiful now.
"I suppose. But Leonid is gray in the winter. The other seasons are an explosion of color. You'll see, Lady Princess."
Katsa glanced at him in surprise, and then wondered why she should be surprised. She would see, if she stayed here long enough, and likely she'd be here some time. Her plans, once they reached Poe's castle, were vague. She would explore the building, learn its hiding places, and fortify it. She would set a guard with whatever staff she found there. She would think and plan and wait to hear something of Poe or Lek. And just as she fortified the castle, she would fortify her mind against any news she heard that might carry the poison of Lek's lies.
"I know what you've asked us to do, Lady Princess,"
Patch said beside her. This time she looked at him with true surprise. He watched the passing trees, his face grave.
"Captain Fawn told me. She's told a few of us. A very few. She wants a number of us on her side when the time comes to tell the rest."
And are you on her side then?
"She brought me to her side. Eventually."
I'm glad. And I'm sorry.
"It isn't your doing, Lady Princess. It's the doing of the monster who's the king of Monsey."
A light snow began to fall. Katsa reached her hands out to meet it.
"What do you think is wrong with him, Lady Princess?"
Katsa caught a snowflake in the middle of her palm.
What do you mean, wrong with him?
"Well, why does it pleasure him to hurt people?"
Katsa shrugged.
His grace makes it so easy.
"But everyone has some kind of power to hurt people. It doesn't mean they do."
I don't know,
Katsa said, thinking of Randa and Mergen and the other kings and their senseless acts.
It seems to me that a fair number of people are happy to be as cruel as their power allows, and no one's more powerful than Lek. I don't know why he does it. I only know we need to stop him.
Do you think Lek knows where you are, Lady Princess?
Katsa watched flakes melting into the sea. She sighed.
We crossed paths with very few people once we left Monsey, and we told no one our destination until we boarded the ship. But he saw both of us, Patch, both me and Poe, and of course he recognized us. There are only a few places we could hide the child. He'll look for her here eventually. I must find a place to hide, in the castle or on the lands, or even someplace in the Leonid wilderness.
The weather will be harsh, Lady Princess, until spring.
Yes. Well, I may not be able to keep her comfortable, but I'll keep her safe.
Poe had said his castle was small, more akin to a large house than a castle. But after seeing the way Roar's castle filled the sky, Katsa wondered if Poe's scale of measure might differ from other people's. Randa's castle was large. Roar's was gargantuan. Where Poe's fit in was yet to be seen. When she finally did see Poe's castle, she was pleased. It was small, or at least it seemed it from her position in the riggings of the ship far below. It was simply built of whitewashed stone, the balconies and the window frames painted a blue to match the sky, and only a single square tower rising somewhere from the back to suggest it was more than a house. Its position, of course, was far from simple, and its position pleased Katsa even more than its simplicity. A cliff reached up and out from the water, and the castle balanced at the cliff's very edge. It looked as if it might tumble forward at any moment, as if the wind might find purchase in some crack in the foundations and tip the castle creaking and screaming over the drop and into the sea. She could understand why the balconies were dangerous in winter. Some of them hung over empty space. Below the castle, the sea threw itself against the base of the cliff, but there was one nook in the rock, one small inlet where water broke and foamed onto sand, a tiny beach, and a stairway leading up from the beach, rising against the side of the cliff, turning back on itself, disappearing occasionally, and climbing finally up the side of the castle and onto one of those dizzying balconies.
Where will we dock?
She asked the captain when she'd scrambled down to the deck.
There's a bay on the other side of this rise of rock, some distance beyond the beach. We'll dock there. A path leads up from the bay and away from the castle. You'll think you're going the wrong way, Lady Princess. But then it loops back and takes you up a great hill to the castle's front. There may be snow, but the path is kept clear in case the prince returns.
You speak as if you know it well.
I captained a smaller ship a few years back, Lady Princess, a supply ship. The castles of Leonid are all beautifully situated, but believe me when I tell you they're none of them easy to supply. It's a steep path to the door.
How large a staff does he keep?
I'd expect very few people, Lady Princess. And I'll remind you that it's your castle at the moment, and your servants, though you continue to refer to them as his.
Yes, this she knew, and it was one of the reasons she wasn't looking forward to her first encounter with the inhabitants of the castle. The appearance of Lady Katsa of the Midlands, renowned Graceling thug, in possession of Poe's ring, the absurd tragic story she had to tell about Lek and Ashen, and her subsequent intentions to turn the castle into a fortress and cut off contact with the outside world. Katsa had a feeling it wouldn't go smoothly. The path was just as Captain Fawn had described, and the hill steep and ridged with drifts of snow. But the greater problem was Bitterblue's sea legs. She walked on land almost as clumsily as she'd walked at first at sea, and Katsa held her up as they climbed toward Poe's front door. The wind gusted from behind, so that it felt as if they were being blown up the hill. The castle wasn't much more castle-like from this angle. It seemed a tall white house at the top of a slope, with a number of massive trees overshadowing a courtyard that would be pleasant in better weather. A great tower rising behind the trees, tall windows, high roofs, at least one widow's walk, stables to one side and a frozen garden to the other, and no indication, as long as one's ears didn't catch the crash of waves, that behind it all was a drop to the sea. They reached the top of the hill. A gust of wind pushed them onto the colorful tiled surface of the courtyard. Bitterblue sighed, relieved to encounter flat land. They approached the house, and Katsa raised her fist to Poe's great wooden door. Before she could knock, the door swung open and a rush of warmth hit their faces. A leaned man stood before her, oldish, dressed like a servant in a long brown coat.
"Greetings. Please come into the receiving room. Quickly,"
the man said, as Katsa stood unmoving, startled by his hasty reception.
"We're letting the heat escape."
The man ushered them into a dark hall. At first glance, Katsa saw high ceilings, a stairway leading to banistered passageways above, and at least 3 burning fireplaces. Bitterblue steadied herself on Katsa's arm.
"I'm Lady Katsa of the Midlands,"
Katsa began, but the man waved them forward toward a set of double doors.
"This way. My master is expecting you."
Katsa's jaw went slack with surprise. She stared at the man, incredulous.
"Your master? Do you mean he's here? How is that possible? Where is he?"
"Please, my lady,"
the servant said.
"come this way. The whole family is in the receiving room."
"The whole family?"
The man swept his hand toward the doors straight ahead. Katsa looked at Bitterblue and knew that the girl's astonished face must mirror her own. Certainly there had been time for Poe to make his way home. Katsa and Bitterblue had been ages in the mountains. But how could he, in such health? And how leave his hiding place without being seen? Why, how— The man shooed them forward to the doors, and Katsa tried to formulate a question, any question.
"How long has the prince been here?"
"The princes have only just arrived,"
the man said, and before she could ask what he meant, he opened the doors.
"How wonderful!"
a voice inside said.
"Welcome, my friends. Come in and take your honored place among our happy circle."
It was a familiar voice, and she caught Bitterblue and held the girl to her side when the child gasped and fell. Katsa looked up to see strangers sitting around the walls of a long room, and at the room's end, smiling, and appraising them through a single eye, King Lek of Monsey. Chapter 35. Welcome. Friends. Honored place. Happy circle. Katsa felt immediately that there was something she didn't trust about this man who said such nice things, and in such a nice, warm voice. There was something about him, some quality that kept her senses strung out to a high readiness. She did not like him. Still, his words were kind and welcoming, and this room of strangers smiled at him and smiled at her, and there was no reason for her discomfort, no reason to dislike the man so instantly. She hesitated in the doorway and stepped forward. She would proceed carefully. The child was sick, giving in finally, Katsa thought, to the dizzying steadiness under her feet. Bitterblue cried and clung to Katsa and kept telling her to come away.
"He's lying,"
she kept saying.
"He's lying."
Katsa looked at her blankly. Clearly the child didn't like this man either. Katsa would take that into consideration.
"My daughter is ill. It pains me to see my daughter suffer,"
Lek said, and Katsa remembered and understood that this man was Bitterblue's father.
"Help your niece,"
Lek said to a woman on his left. The woman jumped up and came toward them with outstretched arms.
"Poor child."
She tried to pull the girl away from Katsa, embracing her and murmuring to her comfortingly. But Bitterblue began to scream and slapped at the woman and clung to Katsa like a crazed, frightened thing. Katsa took the child in her arms and shushed her, absently. She looked over Bitterblue's head at the woman who was somehow Bitterblue's aunt. The woman's face jarred into her mind. Her forehead, her nose were familiar. Not the color of her eyes, but the shape of them. Katsa glanced at the woman's hands and understood. This was Poe's mother.
She's hysterical,
Poe's mother said to Katsa.
Yes.
She held the child close.
I'll take care of her.
Where's my son?
The woman asked, her eyes going wide with worry.
Do you know where my son is?
Indeed,
Lex said in his booming voice. He tilted his head, and his single eye watched Katsa.
You're missing one of your party. I hope he's alive?
Yes,
Katsa said, and then wondered vaguely if she'd meant to pretend he was dead. Hadn't she pretended once before that Poe was dead? But why would she have done that? Lex's eye snapped.
Is he really? Such wonderful news. Perhaps we can help him. Where is he?
Bitterblue cried out.
Don't tell him, Katsa. Don't tell him where Poe is. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Katsa shushed the girl.
It's all right, child.
Please don't tell him.
I won't. I won't.
She bent her face into Bitterblue's hat and decided it was right not to tell this man where Poe was, not when it upset the child so.
Very well. I see how things are.
He was silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking. His fingers fiddled at the hilt of a knife in his belt. His eyes slid to Bitterblue and lingered. And Katsa found herself pulling the child closer to her own body and covering the child with her arms.
My daughter isn't herself. She's confused. She's ill. Her mind is disturbed, and she thinks that I would hurt her. I've been telling Prince Poe's family about my daughter's illness.
He swept his hand around the room.
I've been telling them about how she ran away from home after her mother's accident. About how you and Prince Poe found her, Lady Katsa, and how you've been keeping her safe for me.
Katsa followed his gesture around the room. More familiar faces. One of them a man older than Lek, a king. Poe's father. His features strong and proud, but a vagueness to his eyes. A vagueness to the eyes of everyone in this room, to these younger men who must be Poe's brothers, and these women who must be their wives. Or was it a vagueness in her own mind that stopped her from seeing their faces clearly?
Yes,
she said to whatever comment Lek had just made, something about Bitterblue's safety.
Yes, I've kept her safe.
Tell me,
Lek's voice boomed.
How did you leave Mansi? Did you cross the mountains?
Yes.
Lek threw back his head and laughed.
I thought you must have when we lost track of you. I very nearly decided to sit back and wait. I knew you'd surface somewhere eventually. But when I made inquiries, I learned that you weren't welcome at your own court, Lady Katsa. And it made me crazy, absolutely crazy to sit around doing nothing while my dear child was—
His eye rested again on Bitterblue, and he rubbed his hand over his mouth.
While my girl was apart from me, I decided to take a chance. I ordered my people to continue the search, of course, across the other kingdoms, but I decided to try Leonid myself.
Katsa shook her head, but the fog in her mind wouldn't clear.
You needn't have worried. I've kept her safe.
Yes, and now you've brought her to me, straight to my doorstep, to my castle here, on Leonid's western shore.
Your castle.
She had thought this was Poe's castle. Or had she thought it was her own castle? No, that was absurd. She was a lady of the Midlands, and she had no castle. She must have misunderstood something someone said somewhere.
Now it's time for you to give my child back to me.
Yes,
Katsa said, but it worried her to relinquish care of the girl, who had stopped struggling but was collapsed now against Katsa, muttering nonsense to herself and whimpering, repeating the words Lek said over and over, in whispered bewilderment, as if she were testing how they sounded in her own voice.
Yes, I will, but not until she's feeling better.
No. Bring her to me now. I know how to make her feel better.
Katsa truly did not like this man, the way he ordered her around, and the way he looked at Bitterblue, with something in his gaze Katsa had seen before but couldn't quite place. Bitterblue was Katsa's responsibility. Katsa raised her chin.
No, she'll stay with me until she's feeling better.
Lek laughed. He looked around the room.
The Lady Katsa is nothing if not contrary, but I don't suppose any of us should blame her for being protective. Well, no matter. I'll enjoy my daughter's company.
His eye flicked to the girl again.
Later.
And now will you tell me of my son?
The woman beside Katsa asked.
Why isn't he here? He isn't injured, is he?
Yes. Comfort an anxious mother, Lady Katsa. Tell us all about Prince Po. Is he nearby?
Katsa turned to the woman, flustered, trying to work out too many puzzles at once. Certainly there were some things it was safe to say about Po, but weren't some topics meant to be kept quiet? The categories were blurring. Perhaps it was best to say nothing at all.
I don't wish to talk of Po.
Don't you? That's unfortunate, for I do wish to talk of Po.
He tapped the arm of his chair for a moment, thoughtfully.
He's a strong young man, our Po. Strong and brave, a credit to his family. But he's not without his secrets, is he?
Katsa felt suddenly her nerves jangling to the tips of her fingers. Lek watched her.
Yes. Po's a bit of a problem, isn't he?
He lowered his eyebrows and pursed his lips, and then he seemed to come to a decision. He looked around the room at the various members of Po's family and beamed. He spoke pleasantly.
I had thought to keep something to myself, but it occurs to me now that Po is indeed very strong, and he may appear some day on our doorstep. And perhaps, in anticipation of that event, it would be best for me to tell you all something that may—
He smiled shortly.
—have some bearing on how you receive him. For you see, my Lady Katsa,
he said, his eye locking into hers,
I've been thinking quite a lot about our dear Po, and I've developed a theory that you'll all find fascinating, if a bit upsetting. Yes,
he said, smiling into the puzzled faces that watched him.
It's always a bit upsetting to learn that one has been double-crossed, and by a member of the family. And you're the very person to test my theory on, Lady Katsa, because I think you may be in possession of Prince Po's truth.
Po's father and his brothers shifted in their chairs and furrowed their eyebrows, and Katsa's mind was numb with panic and confusion.
It's a theory about Prince Po's grace.
Katsa heard a small breath beside her, from the woman who was Po's mother. The woman took one step toward Lek and put her hand to her throat.
Wait! I don't know.
She stopped. She turned her eyes to Katsa, puzzled, afraid. And Katsa was on fire with bewilderment and with desperate alarm. She felt, she understood, she could almost just barely remember.
I believe your Po has been hiding a secret from you. Tell me if I'm right, Lady Katsa, that Prince Po is actually—
It was then, at last, that a bolt of certainty struck Katsa. In that moment she moved. She dropped the child, snatched the dagger from her belt, and threw. Not because she remembered Lek must die, not because she remembered the truth of Poe's grace, but because she remembered that Poe did have a secret, a terrible secret, the revelation of which would hurt him in some horrible way she felt deeply but couldn't remember. And here this man sat, the secret on the tip of his tongue, and she must stop him. Somehow stop him. She must silence this man before the ruinous words were said. In the end, Lek should have stuck to his lies, for it was the truth he almost told that killed him. The dagger flew straight and true. It embedded itself in Lek's open mouth and nailed him to the back of his chair. He sat there, arms and legs sagging, his single eye wide and lifeless, blood spilling around the hilt of the blade and down the front of his robes. And now women were screaming, and men were shouting in outrage, running toward her with swords drawn, and Katsa knew instantly she must be careful in this fight. She must not hurt Poe's brothers and his father. And suddenly they stopped, because with one long look at Lek, Bitterblue staggered to her feet. She placed herself before Katsa, pulled her own knife from its sheath, and held it shakily against them.
You will not hurt her. She did right.
Child,
King Roar said,
move aside, for we don't wish to hurt you. You aren't well. Princess Bitterblue, you're protecting the murderer of your own father.
I'm perfectly well now that he's dead,
Bitterblue said, her voice growing stronger and her hand steadying.
And I'm not a princess. I'm the queen of Monsey. Katsa's punishment is my responsibility. And I say she did right, and you will not hurt her.
She did seem well, competent with the knife in her hand, composed, and very determined. Poe's brothers and his father stood in a semicircle, swords raised, rings on their fingers and hoops in their ears, like 7 variations on Poe, Katsa thought vaguely, but with no lights in their eyes. She rubbed her own eyes. She was tired. She couldn't quite think. Several women in the background were crying.
She murdered your father,
King Roar said again now, but weakly. He raised his hand to his forehead. He peered at Bitterblue, puzzled.
My father was evil. My father had the grace of deceiving people with his words. He's been deceiving you about my mother's death, my illness, his intentions toward me. Katsa has been protecting me from him. Today, she saved me altogether.
All their hands were to their heads. All their eyebrows were drawn. All their faces masks of bewilderment.
Did Lek say that he owned this castle? Did he?
Roar's voice trailed away. His eyes stared into the rings on his hands. Poe's mother drew a shaky breath. She turned to her husband.
It seems possible to me that what Lady Katsa has done wasn't entirely unwarranted. He was clearly about to make some absurd accusation regarding our Poe. I, for one, am willing to consider the possibility that he's been lying all along.
She pressed her hand to her chest.
We should sit down and try to sort this out.
Her husband and her sons scratched their heads, nodded their heads vaguely.
Let's all sit,
Roar said, waving his arms to the chairs. He glanced at Lek's body and started, as if he'd forgotten it sat there, slumped and bleeding.
Bring the chairs here, to the middle of the room, away from that spectacle. Sons, help the ladies. There, they are crying. Princess, Queen, Bitterblue, will you repeat again the things you've just said? I confess my head is muddled. Sons, Keep your swords drawn. There's no point in being careless.
I'll disarm her if it will make you more comfortable. Please, Katsa,
she said apologetically, holding out her hand. Katsa reached into her boot and handed the child her knife numbly. She sat in the chair that was brought to her and numbly registered the bustle of people forming a circle, the clanking of swords, the women wiping their faces and gasping, clinging to their husbands' arms. She dropped her head into her hands, for her mind was returning, and she understood now what she had done. It was like a spell that fizzled away slowly, popping, one bubble at a time, and leaving their minds empty, truly empty. They spoke stupidly, slowly, straining to reconstruct a conversation they couldn't remember, even though every one of them had been present for it. Roar couldn't even give straight answers to Bitterblue's questions about when Lek had arrived in Leonid, what he'd said, what he'd done to convince them that Poe's castle was his. To convince Roar to leave his city and his court and come to a remote corner of his kingdom with his wife and his sons and amuse Lek and subjugate himself to Lek, while Lek waited for a daughter who might never arrive. What things Lek had said during that waiting time came slowly, incredulously from Roar's lips.
I believe he told me that he would like to establish himself in my city, beside my throne.
I believe he said something about my serving girls, something I won't repeat.
He spoke of altering our trade agreements. I'm sure of it. In favor of Monsi.
Roar stood and began to stride around the room. Katsa rose woodenly, in respect for a rising king, but the queen pulled her back down.
If we stood every time he marched around, we'd always be standing.
Her hand rested on Katsa's arm a bit longer than was necessary, and her gaze on Katsa's face. Her voice was gentle. The further the assembly moved toward unraveling Lek's manipulations, the more kindly the Queen of Leonid seemed to look upon the Lady Graceling at her side. Roar's fury escalated, and the fury of his sons, each shaking off his stupor and rising one by one, shouting their outrage, arguing with each other about what had been said.
Is Poe really all right?
One of them asked Katsa, one of the younger ones who paused before her chair and looked into her face. A tear dropped onto her cheek, and she left it to Bitterblue to tell their story, to tell truths about Lek that struck the assembly like arrows. That Lek had desired to hurt the child in some eerie, horrible way, that Lek had kidnapped Grandfather Tilif, that Lek had murdered Ashen, that his men had nearly murdered Poe, and now Roar's grief matched his fury, and he knelt on the floor sobbing, for his father and his son, and especially his sister, and his son's shouts grew even louder and more incredulous. Katsa thought dumbly that it was no wonder Poe was so voluble. In Leonid everyone was, and everyone spoke at once. She wiped the tears from her face and fought against her own confusion. When the young brother crouched before Katsa again and offered her his handkerchief, she took it and stared stupidly into his face.
Do you think Poe's all right? Will you go back for him now? I'd like to go with you.
She wiped her face with the handkerchief.
Which one are you?
The brother smiled.
I'm Sky. I've never seen anyone throw a dagger so fast. You're exactly as I imagined you.
He rose to his feet again and went to his father. Katsa held her stomach and tried to calm the sourness surging inside her. The fog of Lek's grace was slower to leave her than to leave the others, and she was sick with what she'd done. Yes, Lek was dead, and that was a good thing. But it was because she'd used a dagger, to stop someone talking. It was as violent as anything she'd ever done for Randa, and she hadn't even known what she was doing. She must go to Poe. She must leave them all to piece the truth together by themselves. It didn't matter, these details they picked apart and discussed and argued over on and on as the day turned to night. Bitterblue was saved, and that mattered. Poe was alone and hurt and struggling through a Mansian winter, and that mattered.
Will you tell them about the ring?
Bitterblue asked her that night, as Katsa sat in their bedroom forcing her sluggish mind to take stock of their supply situation.
No, there's no need. It'll only worry them. The first thing I'll do when I reach Poe is give it back to him.
Will we leave very early?
Katsa's eyes snapped to the child who stood before her, her face serious, one hand resting on the knife at her belt. The Queen of Mansi, in trousers and short hair, looking for all the world like a miniature pirate.
You needn't come. It'll be a difficult journey. Once we reach Monport, we'll be traveling very fast, and I won't lessen my pace for your comfort.
Of course I'm coming.
You're the Queen of Mansi now. You can commission a great ship and travel in luxury. You can wait until the season turns.
And fret here in Leonid until you send word that Poe's all right? Of course I'll come with you.
Katsa looked into her lap and swallowed a lump in her throat. She didn't like to admit how it comforted her, to know Bitterblue would be with her for this.
We leave at first light, on a boat Roars furnished from the village nearby. We go first to collect Captain Fawn and resupply her ship. Then she'll take us to Monport.
Bitterblue nodded.
Then I'm going to take a bath and go to sleep. Where do you suppose I must go to find someone who will bring that water?
Katsa smiled mildly.
Ring the bell, Lady Queen. Poe's servants are a bit overtaxed at the moment, I do believe. But for the ruler of Mansi, someone will come.
It was, in fact, Poe's mother who came. She appraised the situation and produced a servant girl who swept Bitterblue off to another room, murmuring reassurances about the temperature of the water and curtsying as best she could with her arms full of towels. Poe's mother stayed behind and sat beside Katsa on the bed. She clasped her hands in her lap. The rings on her fingers caught the light from the fireplace and drew Katsa's eyes.
Poe told me you wear 19 rings,
she heard herself saying senselessly. She took a breath. She gripped her forehead and tried, for the 100th time, to drive from her mind the image of Lek nailed to his chair by her dagger. The Queen opened her hands and considered her rings. She closed them again and looked sideways at Katsa.
The others think you remembered the truth suddenly about Lek. They think you remembered it suddenly and silenced him right away, before his lies caused you to forget again. And perhaps that is what happened. But I believe I understand why you found the strength to act at that moment.
Katsa looked back at the woman, at her calm face and quiet, intelligent eyes. She answered the question she saw in those eyes.
Poe has told me the truth of his grace.
He must love you very much,
the Queen said, so simply that Katsa started. Katsa ducked her head.
I was very angry when first he told me, but I have recovered from my anger.
It was a woefully inadequate description of her feelings, this Katsa knew. But the Queen watched her, and Katsa thought the woman understood some of what she didn't say.
Will you marry him?
The Queen asked, so plainly that Katsa started again. But this she could answer as plainly. She looked into the Queen's eyes.
I won't ever marry.
The Queen's forehead creased in puzzlement, but she didn't say anything. She hesitated, and then spoke.
You saved my son's life in Mansi, and you saved it again today. I'll never forget it.
She stood, bent forward, and kissed Katsa's forehead, and for the 3rd time since this woman's arrival, Katsa started with surprise. The Queen turned and left the room, her skirts sweeping through the doorway. As the door closed behind her, and Katsa stared at the blankness where Poe's mother had been, the image of Lek rose again into her mind. Chapter 36. Katsa kept to a far corner of the deck, as Bear and Red and a number of other men hauled the ropes that swung Lek's coffin on board. She wished to have nothing to do with it, wished even that the ropes would snap and pitch Lek's body into the sea, to be torn apart by sea creatures. She climbed up the mast and sat alone in the riggings. It was a grand procession of royalty that charted a course now to Mansi. For not only was Bitterblue a queen, but Prince Sky and King Roar attended her. His sister's child, Roar had pointed out, was a child. And even if she weren't, she returned to an impossible situation. A kingdom deeply under a spell. A kingdom that believed its king to be virtuous and its princess to be ill, weak, possibly even mad. The child queen could not be sent off trippingly to Mansi to announce that she was now in charge and denounce the dead king an entire kingdom adored. Bitterblue would need authority, and she would need guidance. Both of these Roar could provide. Roar would send Sky to Po. Silvern Roar had sent on a different ship to the Midlands to collect Grandfather Tealif and bring him home. His remaining sons Roar had sent home to their families and their duties, turning a deaf ear to each son's insistence that his proper place was in Roar City, managing Roar's affairs. Roar left his affairs instead to his queen, as he always did when circumstances took him away from his throne. The queen was more than capable. Katsa watched Roar day after day from her place in the riggings. She became familiar with the sound of his laughter and his good-natured conversation that set the sailors at ease. There was nothing humble or compromising about Roar. He was handsome, like Po, and confident, like Po, and so much more authoritative in his bearing than Po could ever be. But, and this Katsa came gradually to understand, he was not drunk on his power. He might never dream of helping a sailor to haul a rope, but he would stand with the sailor interestedly while the sailor hauled the rope and ask him questions about the rope, about his work, his home, his mother and father, his cousin who spent a year once fishing in the lakes of Nander. It struck Katsa that here was a thing she'd never encountered. A king who looked at his people instead of over their heads, a king who saw outside himself. Katsa took easily to Sky. He climbed occasionally into the riggings, gasping, his gray eyes flying wide with laughter every time the ship plunged into the trough of a wave. He sat near her, never quite as relaxed in his perch as she was in hers, but quiet, content, and good company.
I thought, after meeting your family, that Po was the only male among you capable of silence,
Katsa said to him once, when they'd sat for some time without speaking. A smile warmed his face.
I'd jump into an argument quick enough if you wanted one, and I have 1,000 questions I'd like to ask you. But I figure if you felt like talking, well, you'd be talking, wouldn't you? Instead of climbing up here nearly to be hurled to your death every time we crest a wave.
His company and the friendly rumble of Roar's voice below. The small kindnesses of the sailors toward Bitterblue when the girl came onto the cold deck for exercise. Captain Fawn, who was so competent and so steady, and who always met Katsa's eyes with respect. All these things comforted Katsa, and a tough little skin began to stretch across the wound that had opened in her when her dagger had hit Lek. She found herself thinking of her uncle. How small Randa seemed now, how baseless in his power. How silly that such a person had ever been able to control her. Control. This was Katsa's wound. Lek had taken away her control. It had nothing to do with self-condemnation. She couldn't blame herself for what had happened. How could it not have happened? Lek had been too strong. She could respect a strong opponent, as she'd respected the wildcat and the mountain. But no amount of humility or respect made it any less horrifying to have lost control.
Forgive me, Katsa,
Sky said once, as they hung together above the sea.
But there's one question I must ask you.
She had seen the puzzlement in his eyes at times before. She knew what he was going to ask.
You're not my brother's wife, are you?
She smiled grimly.
No.
Then why do the Leonid on the ship call you princess?
She took a breath to ease the jarring of his question against her wound. She reached into the neck of her coat and pulled the ring out for him to see.
When he gave it to me, he didn't tell me what it meant. Nor did he tell me why he gave it.
Skye stared at the ring. His face registered astonishment, then dismay, then a stubborn, self-willed sort of denial.
He'll have some rational reason for it.
Yes, I intend to beat it out of him.
Skye laughed a short laugh and lapsed into silence. A crease of worry lingered low on his forehead, and Katsa knew that the tough scar that formed over the ache within her had as much to do with her future lack of control as her past. She could not make Poe be well, any more than she had been able to make herself think clearly in Lek's presence. Some things were beyond her power, and she had to prepare herself for whatever she found when she reached Poe's cabin at the base of the Monsian Mountains. The delay, once the ship had docked in Monport and the party had disembarked, was unbearable. The captain of the Monport Guard and the nobles of Lek's court stationed in Monport had to be summoned and made to understand the incredible truths Roar presented to them. The search for Bitterblue, still underway, had to be called off, as did the instructions to take Katsa alive and Poe dead. Roar's tone on this last point froze into something very cold.
Has he been found?
Katsa interrupted.
Has who?
The captain of the Monport Guard asked, stupidly, his hand to his head, his manner afflicted with a vagueness the Leonid party recognized.
Have your men found the Leonid prince?
Roar snapped, and then more gently, as the eyes of the captain and the nobles moved confusedly to Skye.
The younger prince. He's a Graceling, with silver and gold eyes. Has anyone seen him?
I don't believe he's been seen, Lord King. Yes, I'm quite sure that's correct. We've not found him. Forgive me, Lord King. This story you've told, my memory.
Yes, I understand. We must go slowly.
Katsa could have torn the city down stone by stone, so wild did it make her to go slowly. She began to stalk back and forth behind the Leonid king. She crouched to the floor and grasped her hair. The conversation droned on. It would take hours, for these men to disengage themselves from Lek's spell, and Katsa couldn't bear it.
Perhaps we could see to some horses, Father, and be on our way.
Katsa shot to her feet.
Yes, in the name of the Midlands, please!
Roar glanced from Skye to Katsa and then to Bitterblue.
Queen Bitterblue, if you will trust me to manage this situation in your absence, I see no reason to delay you.
Of course I trust you, and my men will defer to your judgment in all things while I'm gone.
The captain and the nobles stared open-mouthed at their new queen, half Roar's height, dressed like a boy, and utterly dignified. They furrowed their eyebrows and scratched their heads, and Katsa was ready to scratch her own eyes out. Roar turned to her.
The sooner you reach Poe, the better. I'll not keep you.
We need 2 horses, the fastest in the city.
And you need a Monsian guard, for no one you pass will realize what has happened. Any Monsian soldiers who sight you will try to capture you.
Katsa flicked her hand impatiently.
Very well, a guard. But if they can't keep up with me, I'll leave them behind.
She swung toward Skye.
I hope you ride as well as your brother.
Or you'll leave him behind as well? And the Monsian queen, if she's weighing down your horse, will you leave her behind? And the horse itself, I suppose, once it collapses from exhaustion and disuse.
He had drawn himself up very tall, and his voice was sharp.
Be rational, Katsa. You will take a guard, and it will ride before you and behind you, for the entire journey. Is that clear? You carry the Queen of Monsi, and you travel with my son.
Katsa practically spit back at him.
Do you imagine that I need a guard to protect them from the soldiers of Mansi?
No! I have no doubt that you are more than capable of bringing the Mansian queen and my son and the rest of my sons and 100 Mandarin kittens through an onslaught of howling raiders if you chose to.
He drew himself up even taller.
You will listen to sense. It does none of us any good at this juncture for you to barrel through Mansi with the queen of the kingdom on your horse, killing her soldiers left and right. What exactly would that accomplish? You will travel with a guard, and the guard will make your explanations and ensure that you're not attacked. Am I clear?
He didn't wait to know if he was clear. He turned abruptly to the captain, who flinched at the entire exchange as if it hurt his head.
Captain, the 4 fastest horsemen in your guard, and your 6 fastest horses, immediately.
He swung back on Katsa and glared down at her.
Have you regained your reason?
It was her temper she had lost, not her reason. Or if it was her reason, it returned to her now, with the promise of 4 fast horsemen, 6 fast horses, and a thundering ride to Po. They rode fast and passed few people. The port road was wide, its surface a mixture of dirt and snow tramped down under the hooves of innumerable horses. Banks of snow rose on either side of the road, and fields of snow beyond them. Far to the west, they could just make out the dark line of the forest and the mountains beyond. The air was icy, but the child on the horse before her was warm enough, and content to be pushed harder than was comfortable. The queen on the horse before her, Katsa thought, correcting herself. And Queen Bitterblue was very changed from the skittish creature she and Po had cajoled from the inside of a hollow log months ago. Bitterblue would make a good ruler someday, and Raffin a good king. And Roar was strong and capable, and would live a long time. That was 3 of the 7 kingdoms in good hands. 3 of 7, however inadequate it seemed, would be a vast improvement. There were towns along the port road, towns with inns. The party stopped occasionally for a hasty meal or to seek shelter from the bitter late winter nights. Their guard was the only thing that made this possible, for every soldier in every room they entered jumped up at the sight of them, hand to weapon, and remained in that guise until the explanations of the guard and some words from Bitterblue relaxed his vigilance. At one inn, the guard's explanations came too slowly. A marksman across an empty room fired an arrow that would have hit Sky, had Katsa not jumped on the prince and knocked him to the floor. She was up again before Sky had even registered his fall, her body blocking the queen's, and her own arrow drawn. But the guards had intervened, and by then it was over. Katsa had hauled Sky up. She'd looked into his eyes and understood what had happened.
He thought you were Po,
she said to Sky.
That archer. He saw the hoops in your ears, the rings, and the dark hair, and he fired before he saw your eyes. You should wait until the guards have spoken from now on before entering a room.
Sky kissed her forehead.
You saved my life.
Katsa smiled.
You Leonid are very outward in your affection.
I'm going to name my firstborn child after you.
Katsa laughed at that.
For the child's sake, wait for a girl. Or even better, wait until all your children are older and give my name to whichever is the most troublesome and obstinate.
Sky burst into laughter and hugged her, and Katsa returned his embrace, and realized that quite without her intending it, her guarded heart had made another friend. The party was swept upstairs to the briefest of sleeps. The archer was taken away, most likely to be punished soundly for loosing an arrow so close to a small gray-eyed girl who happened to be Bitterblue. And if the people living in the towns and traveling the roads did not yet know the details of Lek's death or suspect his treachery, at least it began to be understood in Mansi that Bitterblue was safe, Bitterblue was well, and Bitterblue was queen. The road was clear and swift, but the road didn't lead straight to Po. The party turned west eventually into fields piled high with ice and snow, and Katsa felt the slackening of their pace severely. The horses labored to break a path through snow that reached sometimes to their shoulders. Days later, the party burst under the cover of the forest, and this was easier going. And then the land began to rise, and the trees to peter out. Soon they were climbing. They swung down from their mounts, all except for the queen, and picked their way uphill on foot. They were nearly there, and Katsa drove her companions fiercely, dragging the horses, emptying her mind of everything but their ferocious progress forward.
"I believe we've lamed one of the horses,"
Sky called up to her early one morning when they were so close she could feel her body humming with it. She stopped and turned to look back. Sky gestured to the horse he was leading.
"See? I'm sure the poor beast is limping."
The animal's head drooped, and it sighed deeply through its nostrils. Katsa grasped for her patience.
It's not limping. It's only tired, and we're nearly there.
How can you say that when you haven't even seen it take one step?
Well, step then.
I can't until you've moved.
Katsa glared at him murderously. She clenched her teeth.
Hold on tight, Lady Queen,
she said to Bitterblue, who sat on her horse. She gripped the animal's halter and yanked the beast forward.
Still doing your best to ruin the horses, I see.
Katsa froze. The voice came from above rather than behind, and it didn't quite sound like Sky. She turned.
I thought it was supposed to be impossible to sneak up on you. Eyes of a hawk and ears of a wolf and all that,
he said. And there, he was there, standing straight, eyes glimmering, mouth twitching, and the path he'd plowed through the snow stretching behind him. Katsa cried out and ran, tackling Po so hard that he fell back into the snow and she on top of him, and he laughed and held her tight, and she was crying. And then Bitterblue came and threw herself squealing on top of them, and Sky came and helped them all up. Po embraced his cousin properly. He embraced his brother, and they messed up each other's hair and laughed at each other and embraced again. And then Katsa was in his arms again, crying hot tears into his neck, and holding him so tightly he complained he could not breathe. Po shook the hands of the smiling, exhausted guards and led the party, lame horse and all, up to his cabin. Chapter 37. The cabin was clean and in better repair than it had been when they'd found it. A stack of wood stood outside the door. A fire burned brightly in the fireplace. The cabinet still stood crookedly on 3 legs, but the dust was gone. A handsome bow hung on the wall. Katsa absorbed all this in a glance, and that was enough of that, for it was Po she wanted to fill her eyes with. He walked smoothly, with his old ease. He seemed strong, too thin, but when she commented on it, he said,
Fish aren't particularly fattening, Katsa, and I've eaten little but fish since you left. I can't tell you how sick to the skies I am of fish.
They brought out bread for him then, and apples, and dried apricots and cheese, and spread it across the table. He ate and laughed, and declared himself to be in raptures.
The apricots come from Leonid by way of Suncliffe and Leonid again, and a place in the middle of the Leonid seas and finally Monport.
He grinned at her, and his eyes caught the light of the fire in the fireplace, and Katsa was very happy.
You have a story to tell me, and I can see it has a happy ending. But will you start at the beginning?
And so they started at the beginning. Katsa supplied the major points, and Bitterblue the details.
Katsa made me a hat of animal furs. Katsa fought a mountain lion.
Katsa made snowshoes. Katsa stole a pumpkin. Bitterblue listed Katsa's achievements one by one, as if she were bragging about her older sister, and Katsa didn't mind. The amusing parts of the tale made it easier to relate the grim. It was during the story of what had happened at Poe's castle that Katsa's mind caught on something that had nagged at her. Poe was distracted. He watched the table instead of the people speaking. His face was absent. He wasn't listening. At the very moment she recognized his inattention, he raised his eyes to her. For an instant, he seemed to see her and focus on her, but then he stared emptily into his hands again. She could have sworn a kind of sadness settled into the lines of his mouth. Katsa paused in her story, suddenly, strangely frightened. She studied his face, but she wasn't quite sure what she was looking for.
The long and the short of it is that Lek had us under his spell, until I had one flash of clarity and killed him. I'll tell you the truth of what really happened later,
she thought to him. He winced perceptibly, and she was alarmed, but an instant later he was smiling as if nothing was wrong, and she wondered if she'd imagined it.
And then you came back,
he said cheerily.
As fast as we could,
Katsa said, biting her lip, confused.
And now I've a ring to return to you. Your castle is a gorgeous place, just as you said.
The pain that broke across his face, the misery, was so acute that she gasped. It vanished as quickly as it had come, but she'd seen it this time. She knew she'd seen it, and she could no longer mask her alarm. She shot up from her seat and reached out to him, not certain what she was going to do or say. Poe rose too. Did he check his balance? She wasn't sure, but she thought he might have. He took her hand and smiled.
Come out hunting with me, Katsa. You can try the bow I made.
His voice was light, and Sky and Bitterblue were smiling. Katsa felt that she was the only person in the world with any idea that something was wrong. She forced a smile.
Of course. I'd love to. What's wrong?
She asked, the instant they'd left the cabin behind. He smiled slightly.
Nothing's wrong.
Katsa climbed hard and bit back her feeling. They tromped through a path in the snow she supposed Poe had broken. They passed the pool. The waterfall was a mass of ice, with only the slightest living trickle in its middle.
Did my fish trap work for you?
It worked beautifully. I still use it.
Did his soldiers search the cabin?
They did.
You made it to the cave all right, despite your injury.
I was feeling much better by then. I made it easily.
But you would have been cold and wet.
They didn't stay long, Katsa. I returned to the cabin soon after and built up the fire.
Katsa climbed a rocky rise. She grasped a thin tree trunk and pulled herself onto a hillock. A long, flat rock jutted up from the untouched snow. She plowed over to it and sat down. He followed and sat beside her. She considered him. He didn't look at her.
I want to know what's wrong.
He pursed his lips, and still he didn't look at her. His voice was carefully matter-of-fact.
I wouldn't force your feelings from you if you didn't want to share them.
She stared at him, eyes wide.
True, but I wouldn't lie to you, as you're lying now when you say nothing's wrong.
A strange expression came over his face. Open, vulnerable, as if he were a child of 10 years, trying to keep from crying. Her throat ached to see that look in his face.
Poe.
He winced, and the expression vanished.
Don't, please. It makes me dizzy when you talk to me in my mind. It hurts my head.
She swallowed and tried to think of what to say.
Your head still hurts from your fall?
Occasionally.
Is that what's wrong?
I've told you nothing's wrong.
She touched his arm.
Poe, please.
It's nothing worth your worry,
he said, and he brushed her hand away. And now she was shocked and hurt, and tears stung her eyes. The Poe she remembered didn't flick away her concern. He didn't flinch from her touch. This wasn't Poe. This was a stranger, and there was something missing here that had been there before. She reached into the neck of her coat and pulled the cord over her head. She held the ring out to him.
This is yours.
He didn't even look at it. His eyes were glued to his hands.
I don't want it.
What in the Midlands are you talking about? It's your ring.
You should keep it.
She stared at him, disbelieving.
Poe, what makes you think I would ever keep your ring? I don't know why you gave it to me in the first place. I wish you hadn't.
His mouth was tight with unhappiness, and still he stared into his hands.
At the time I gave it to you, I did so because I knew I might die. I knew Lex's men might kill me and that you didn't have a home. If I died, I wanted you to have my home. My home suits you,
he said, with a bitterness that stung her and that she couldn't understand. She found that she was crying. She wiped tears from her face furiously and turned away from him, because she couldn't stand the sight of him staring stone-faced into his hands.
Poe, I beg you to tell me what's the matter.
Is it so wrong that you should keep the ring? My castle is isolated, in a wild corner of the world. You'd be happy there. My family would respect your privacy.
Have you gone raving mad? What are you going to do once I've taken your home and your possessions? Where are you going to live?
His voice was very quiet.
I don't want to go back to my home. I've been thinking of staying here, where it's peaceful and far away from everyone. I want to be alone.
She gaped at him, her mouth open.
You should go on with your life, Katsa. Keep the ring. I've said I don't want it.
She couldn't speak. She shook her head woodenly, then reached out and dropped the ring into his hands. He stared at it, then sighed.
I'll give it to Sky to take back to my father. He can decide what to do with it.
He stood, and this time she was certain he checked his balance. He trudged away from her, his bow in hand. He caught hold of the root of a shrubbery and pulled himself onto a ledge of rock. She watched as he climbed into the mountains and away from her. During the night, the sound of breathing all around her, Katsa tried to work it out. She sat against the wall and watched Poe lying in a blanket on the floor beside his brother and the Monsian guards. He slept, and his face was peaceful. His beautiful face. When he'd come back to the cabin after their conversation, with his bow in one hand and an armload of rabbits in the other, he'd unloaded his quarry contentedly on his brother and shrugged himself out of his coat. Then he'd come to her, where she sat brooding against the wall. He'd crouched before her, taken her hands in his and kissed them, and rubbed his cold face against them.
I'm sorry,
he'd said, and she'd felt suddenly that everything was normal, and Poe was himself, and they'd start again, fresh and new. Then, over dinner, as the others bantered and Bitterblue teased her guards, Katsa watched Poe withdraw. He ate little. He sank into silence, unhappiness in the lines of his face, and her heart ached so much to look at him that she walked out of the cabin and stumped around for ages alone in the dark. At moments he seemed happy, but something was clearly wrong. If he would only just look at her. If he would only look into her face. And of course, if alone was what he needed, alone was what she would give. But, and she thought this might be unfair, but still she decided it, she was going to require proof. He was going to have to convince her utterly, that solitude was his need. Only then would she leave him to his strange anguish. In the morning, Poe seemed cheerful enough, but Katsa, who was beginning to feel like a hen-pecking mother, registered his lack of interest in the food, even the leaned food, spread across the table. He ate practically nothing, and then made some vague, unlikely remark about checking on the lame horse. He wandered outside.
What's wrong with him?
Katsa's eyes slid to the child's face and held her steady gray gaze. There was no point pretending she didn't know what Bitterblue meant. Bitterblue had never been stupid.
I don't know. He won't tell me.
Sometimes he seems himself,
Sky said.
And other times he sinks into a mood.
He cleared his throat.
But I thought it might be a lover's quarrel.
Katsa looked at him levelly. She ate a piece of bread.
It's possible, but I don't think so.
Sky raised an eyebrow and grinned.
Seems to me you'd know if it were.
If only things were that simple.
There's something strange about his eyes.
Yes. Well, it's likely he has the strangest eyes in all 7 kingdoms. But I'd have expected you to notice that before now.
No. I mean, there's something different about his eyes.
Something different about his eyes. Yes, there was a difference. The difference was that he wouldn't look at her, or at any of them, almost as if it pained his heart to raise his eyes and focus on another person. Almost as if... An image flashed into her mind then, out of nowhere. Poe, falling through the light, a horse's enormous body falling above him. Poe slamming into the water face first, the horse crashing in after him. And more images. Poe sick and gray before the fire, the skin of his face bruised black. Poe squinting at her and rubbing his eyes. Katsa choked on her bread. She shot to her feet and knocked over her chair. Sky thumped her back.
Great seas, Katsa! Are you all right?
Katsa coughed and gasped something about checking on the lame horse. She ran out of the cabin. Poe wasn't with the horses, but when Katsa asked after him, one of the guards pointed in the direction of the pool. Katsa ran behind the cabin and over the hill. He was standing, his back to her, staring into the frozen pond, his shoulders slumped and his hands in his pockets.
I know you're invincible, Katsa,
he said without turning around.
But even you should put on a coat when you come outside.
Poe! Turn around and look at me!
He dropped his head. His shoulders rose and fell with one deep breath. He didn't turn around.
Poe! Look at me!
He turned then, slowly. He looked into her face. His eyes seemed to focus on hers for just an instant, and then his eyes dropped. They emptied. She saw it happen. She saw his eyes empty.
Poe, are you blind?
At that, something in him seemed to break. He fell to his knees. A tear made an icy track down his face. When Katsa went to him and dropped down before him, he let her come. The fight had gone out of him, and he let her in. Katsa's arms came around him. He pulled Katsa against him, practically smothered her with his grip, and cried into her neck. She held him, simply held him, and touched him, and kissed his cold face.
Oh, Katsa! Katsa!
They knelt like that for a very long time. Chapter 38. That morning a squall kicked up. By afternoon, the squall had turned into a gentle but soggy storm.
I can't bear the thought of more winter weather travel,
Bitterblue said, half asleep before the fire.
Now that we're here with Poe, can't we stay here, Katsa, until it stops snowing?
But on the heels of that storm came another, and after that storm another, as if winter had torn up the schedule and decided it wasn't going to end after all. Bitterblue sent 2 guards with a letter for Roar. Roar wrote back from Bitterblue's court that the weather was just as well. The more time Bitterblue gave him to sort out the stories Lek had left behind, the smoother and the safer her transition to the throne would be. He would plan the coronation for true spring, and she could wait out the storms for as long as she wished. Katsa knew the cabin's close quarters were trying to Poe, burdened as he was with his unhappy secret. But if everyone was staying, then at least he didn't have to justify quite yet his own intention not to leave. He kept his discomfort to himself and helped the guards lead the horses to a nearby rock shelter he claimed to have found during his recovery. His story came out slowly, whenever he and Katsa were able to contrive ways to be alone. The day of Katsa and Bitterblue's departure had not been easy for Poe. He'd still had his sight, but it hadn't felt quite right to him. It had changed in some way his head was too muddled to quantify, some way that gave him a deep sense of misgiving.
You didn't tell me. You let me leave you like that.
If I'd told you, you never would have gone. You had to go.
Poe had stumbled his way to the cabin's bed. He'd spent most of that day lying on his unhurt side with his eyes closed, waiting for Lek's soldiers and for his dizziness to pass. He'd tried to convince himself that when his head cleared, his sight would too. But waking the next morning, he'd opened his eyes to blackness.
I was angry and unsteady on my feet, and I was out of food, which meant that I had to find my way to the fish trap. I couldn't be bothered. I didn't eat, that day or the next.
What had driven him finally to the pool was not his hunger. It was Lek's soldiers. He'd sensed them climbing the rocks toward the cabin.
I was up and stumbling before I even realized what I was doing. I was barreling around the cabin collecting my things, and then I was outside, finding a crack in a rock to hide them. I wasn't at my most lucid. I'm sure I must have fallen down over and over. But I knew where the pool was, and I got myself to it. The water was awful, so cold, but it woke me, and it was less dizzying somehow to be swimming rather than walking. I made it to the cave somehow, and somehow I pulled myself onto the rocks. And then, in the cave, with the soldiers shouting outside and my body so cold I thought I would bite off my own tongue with my chattering teeth, I found it, Katsa.
He stopped talking, and he was quiet for so long that she wondered if he'd forgotten what he'd been saying.
What did you find?
He turned his head to her, surprised.
Clarity. My thoughts cleared. There was no light in the cave. There was nothing to see. And yet I sensed the cave with my grace so vividly. And I realized what I was doing. Sitting in the cabin, feeling sorry for myself when Lek was out there somewhere and people were in danger. In the cave it struck me how despicable that was.
The thought of Lek had brought Poe back into the water, out of the cave and to the fish trap, back to the cabin to fumble, numb from cold, with the lighting of the fire. The next few days were grim.
I was weak and dizzy and sick. I walked at first, never farther than the fish trap. Then, with Lek in my mind, I pushed a bit farther. My balance was passable if I was sitting still. I made the bow. With Lek in my mind, I began to practice shooting it.
His head dropped. Silence settled over him, and Katsa thought she understood the rest. Poe had held the notion of Lek close to himself. Lek had given him a reason to reach for his strength. He'd driven himself toward health and balance. And then they'd returned to him with the happy news that Lek was dead. Poe was left without a reason. Unhappiness had choked him once again. The very fact of his unhappiness made him unhappy.
I've no right to feel sorry for myself,
he said to her one day when they'd gone out into a quiet snowfall to fetch water.
I see everything. I see things I shouldn't see. I'm wallowing in self-pity when I've lost nothing.
Katsa crouched with him before the pool.
That's the first truly idiotic thing you've ever said to me.
His mouth tightened. He picked up one of the rocks they used to bash through the ice. He lifted the rock above his head and drove it hard into the frozen surface of the pool. And finally she was rewarded with a low rumble of something that almost passed for a laugh.
Your brand of comfort bears some similarity to your tactical offense.
You've lost something, and you've every right to feel sorrow for what you've lost. They're not the same, sight and your grace. Your grace shows you the form of things, but it doesn't show you beauty. You've lost beauty.
His mouth tightened again, and he looked away from her. When he looked back, she thought he might be about to cry. But he spoke tearlessly, stonily.
I won't go back to Leonid. I won't go to my castle if I'm not able to see it. It's hard enough to be with you. It's why I didn't tell you the truth. I wanted you to go away because it hurts to be with you when I can't see you.
She tilted her head back and considered his stormy expression.
This is very good. This is some excellent self-pity.
And then the rumble of his laughter again, and a kind of helpless heartache in his face that caused her to reach for him, take him into her arms, and kiss his neck, his snow-covered shoulder, his finger not wearing its ring, and every place that she could find. He touched her face gently. He touched her lips and kissed her. He rested his forehead against hers.
I would never hold you here. But if you can bear this, if you can bear me behaving like this, I don't really want you to leave.
I'll not go for a long time. I'll not go until you want me to, or until you're ready to go yourself.
He had quite a talent for playing a part. Katsa saw this now because she saw the transformation now, whenever they were alone and he stopped pretending. To his brother and his cousin he presented strength, steadiness, health. His shoulders were straight, his stride even. When he couldn't hide his unhappiness, he played it as moodiness. When he couldn't find the energy to direct his eyes to their faces and pretend to see them, he played it as inattention. He was strong, cheerful, strangely distracted perhaps, but healing well from grave injury. It was an impressive act, and for the most part it seemed to satisfy them. Enough, at least, that they never had reason to suspect the truth of his grace, which was ultimately all he was trying to hide. When he and Katsa were alone, hunting, collecting water, or sitting together in the cabin, the disguise quietly fell from him. Weariness pulled at his face, his body, his voice. He put his hand out occasionally to a tree or a rock to steady himself. His eyes focused, or pretended to focus, on nothing, ever. And Katsa began to understand that while some of his sorry state was attributable to plain unhappiness, an even larger part of it stemmed from his grace itself. For he was still growing into it, and now that he no longer had vision to anchor his perception of the world, he was constantly overwhelmed. One day beside the pool, during a rare break between snowstorms, she watched him notch an arrow calmly to his bow and aim at something she couldn't see. A ledge of rock? A tree stump? He cocked his head as if he were listening. He released the arrow, and it sliced through the cold and thwacked into a patch of snow.
What?
Katsa started to say, and then stopped when a spot of blood welled to the surface and colored the snow around the arrow's shaft.
A rabbit. A big one.
He started forward toward his buried kill, but had taken little more than a step when a flock of geese swooped down from overhead. He put his hand to his temple and fell to one knee. Katsa strung 2 arrows and shot 2 geese. Then she hauled Poe up.
Poe, what?
The geese. They took me by surprise.
She shook her head.
You could sense animals before, but the sense of them never knocked you down.
He snorted with laughter, and then his laughter fizzled into a sigh.
Katsa, try to imagine how things are now. My grace shows me every detail of the mountain above me and the drop to the forest below me. I feel the movement of every fish in the pool and every bird in the trees. The ice is growing back over our waterhole. Snow is forming fast in the clouds, Katsa. In a moment, I expect it'll be snowing again.
He turned his face toward her now, urgently.
Sky and Bitterblue are in the cabin. Bitterblue's anxious about me. She doesn't think I eat enough. And you're here, too, of course. Your every movement, your body, your clothing, your every worry coursing through me. The sighted can focus their eyes. I can't focus my grace. I can't turn this off. How exactly, when I'm aware of everything above, below, before, behind, and beyond me, am I supposed to keep my mind on the ground beneath my feet?
He trudged away from her toward the red patch of blood. He yanked tiredly at the arrow in the snow. It came away in his hand and lifted with it a large, white, bloody rabbit. He plodded back to her, rabbit in hand. They stood there, considering each other, and then flakes of snow began to fall. Katsa could not help herself. She smiled at the fulfillment of his prediction. A moment later, Poe smiled too, grudgingly, and when they turned to climb the rocks, he took her sleeve.
The snow's disorienting.
They set out across the slope, and he steadied himself against her as they climbed. She was getting used to the new way Poe had of considering her, now that he couldn't see her. He didn't look at her, of course. She supposed she would never feel the intensity of his gaze again. She would never again be caught in his eyes. It was something she tried not to think about. It made her stupidly, foolishly sad. But Poe's new way with her was also intense. It was a kind of attentiveness in his face, a concentration in his body, directed toward her. When it happened, she could feel the stillness of his face and body attuned to her. She thought that it happened more and more as the days passed, as if he were reconnecting with her slowly and pulling her back into his thoughts. He touched her easily now, too, as he'd done before his accident, kissed her hands if she was nearby, or touched her face when she stood before him. And Katsa wondered if it was true, or just her imagination, that he was paying them, all of them, more attention, truer attention, as if perhaps he was less overwhelmed by his grace, or less absorbed with himself.
"Look at me,"
he said to her once, on one of the rare occasions when they had the cabin to themselves.
"Katsa, do I seem to be looking at you?"
They were working with their knives before the fire, shaving the bark from the branches of a tree to make arrows. She turned to him and met his eyes full on, gleaming directly into hers. She caught her breath and set her knife down, flushed with heat, and wondered briefly how long it would be before the others returned. And then Poe's failed attempt to keep from grinning snapped her out of her daze.
"Dear Wildcat, that was more of an answer than I reckoned for."
She snorted.
I see your self-esteem remains intact. And just what were you hoping to achieve?
He smiled. His hands returned to their work, and his eyes emptied again.
"I need to know how to make people think, conclusively, that I'm looking at them. I need to know how to look at Bitterblue so she stops thinking there's something strange about my eyes."
Oh, of course. Well, that ought to do it. How do you manage it?
"Well, I know where your eyes are. It's mostly just a matter of direction, and then sensing your reaction."
Do it again.
Her purpose was scientific this time. His eyes rose to hers, and she ignored the rush of heat. Yes, it did seem as if he saw her, although now that she studied his gaze, she could tell that there were small indications otherwise.
"Tell me."
She considered him.
The light of your eyes is strange enough and distracting enough that I doubt anyone would notice. But you don't seem quite focused. You're looking at me, but it's as if your mind is elsewhere. You understand?
He nodded.
Bitterblue picks up on that.
Narrow your eyes a bit. Bring your eyebrows down, as if you were thinking. Yes, that's pretty convincing, Poe. No one you direct that gaze toward will ever suspect a thing.
Thank you, Katsa. Can I practice it with you now and then? Without fear of you throwing me onto my back and forcing me out of my clothes?
Katsa cackled at that and threw the shaft of an arrow at him. He caught it neatly and laughed, and she thought for a moment that he looked genuinely happy. And then, of course, he registered her thought, and a shadow settled across his face. He withdrew into his work. She glanced at his hands, at his finger still missing its ring. She took a breath and reached for another branch.
How much does Bitterblue know?
Only that I'm keeping something from her. She knows my grace is more than I've said. She's known it from the beginning.
And your sight?
I don't think it's even occurred to her.
Poe smoothed the edge of a shaft with his knife and swept a pile of bark shavings into the fire.
I'll look her in the eyes more often,
he said, and then he withdrew again into silence. Poe and Skye teased Bitterblue endlessly about her entourage. It wasn't just the guards. Roar was taking the royal position of his sister's daughter very seriously. Soldiers were always arriving, leading horses piled high with supplies, especially as the winter storms began to wind down. Vegetables, breads, fruits, blankets, clothing, dresses for the queen, and always letters from Roar, asking Bitterblue's opinion on this or that matter, updating her on the plans for the coronation, and inquiring after the health of the various members of her party, particularly Poe.
I'm going to ask Roar to send me a sword,
Bitterblue said one day at breakfast.
Katsa, will you teach me to use it?
Skye's face lit up.
Oh, do, Katsa. I haven't seen you fight yet, and I was beginning to think I never would.
And you imagine I'll make for an exciting opponent?
Bitterblue asked him.
Of course not. But she'll have to stage a sword fight with a few of the soldiers, won't she? To show you how it's done? There must be a decent fighter or two among them.
I'm not going to stage a sword fight with unarmored soldiers.
What about a hand fight?
Skye sat back and folded his arms, a cockiness in his face that Katsa thought must be a family trait.
I'm not such a bad hand fighter myself.
Poe exploded with laughter.
Oh, fight him, Katsa. Please fight him. I can't imagine a more entertaining diversion.
Oh, it's that funny, is it?
Katsa could pound you into the ground before you even raised a finger.
Skye was unabashed.
Yes, exactly. That's what I want to see. I want to see you destroy someone, Katsa. Would you destroy Poe for me?
Katsa was smiling.
Poe isn't easy to destroy.
Poe hooked his feet to the legs of the table and rocked his chair backward.
I imagine I am these days.
Returning to the question at hand, I should like to learn to use a sword.
Yes. Well then, send word to Roar.
Aren't two soldiers just leaving? I'll catch them.
The legs of his chair clattered down to the floor. He pushed away from the table and went outside. 3 pairs of eyes lingered on the door that closed behind him.
The weather's looking less like winter now. I'm anxious to go to my court and get started with things. But I don't like to until I'm convinced he's well. And frankly, I'm not convinced.
Katsa didn't answer. She ate a piece of bread absent-mindedly. She turned to Skye and considered his shoulders, strong and straight like his brother's, his strong hands. Skye moved well, and he was closest in age to Poe. He'd probably fought Poe 1,000,000 times growing up. She narrowed her eyes at the remains of their meal. She wondered what it would be like to fight with no eyes, and distracted by the landscape and the movement of every creature close at hand.
At least he's finally eating.
Katsa jumped. She stared at the child.
He is?
He was yesterday, and he was this morning. He seems quite hungry, actually. You didn't notice?
Katsa let out a burst of air. She pushed her own chair back and headed for the door. She found him standing before the water, staring unseeing at its frozen surface. He was shivering. She watched him doubtfully for a moment.
Poe,
she said to his back.
Where's your coat?
Where's yours?
She moved to stand beside him.
I'm warm.
He tilted his head to her.
If you're warm and I'm coatless, there's only one friendly thing for you to do.
Go back and get your coat for you?
He smiled. Reaching out to her, he pulled her close against him. Katsa wrapped her arms around him, surprised, and tried to rub some warmth into his shivering shoulders and back.
That's it exactly. You must keep me warm.
She laughed and held him tighter. Poe said,
Let me tell you something that's happened.
And she leaned back and looked into his face because she heard something new in his voice.
You know I've been fighting my grace all these months, trying to push it away, trying to ignore most of what it shows me and concentrate on the little bit I need to know.
Yes.
Well, a few days ago, in a fit of, self-pity, I stopped.
You stopped?
Fighting my grace, I mean. I gave up. I let it all wash over me. And you know what happened?
He didn't wait for her to guess.
When I stopped fighting all the things around me started to come together. All the activity and the landscape and the ground and the sky and even people's thoughts. Everything's trying to form one picture, and I can feel my place in it like I couldn't before. I mean, I'm still overwhelmed, but nothing like before.
She bit her lip.
Poe, I don't understand.
It's easy, Katsa. It's as if when I open myself up to every perception, things create their own focus. I mean, think of us now, standing here. There's a bird in the tree behind me. Do you see it?
Katsa looked over his shoulder. A bird sat on a branch, plucking at the feathers under its wing.
I see it.
Before, I would have tried to fight off my perception of the bird, so as to concentrate on the ground under my feet and you in my arms. But now I just let the bird, and everything else that's irrelevant, wash over me, and the irrelevant things fade away a bit, naturally, so that you are all of my focus.
Katsa was experiencing an odd sensation. It was as if a nagging ache had suddenly lifted and left her with a stunning absence of pain. It was relief and hope together.
Poe, this is good.
He sighed.
It's a great comfort to be less dizzy.
She hesitated, and then decided she might as well say it, seeing as he probably already knew it.
I think it's time you started fighting again.
He smiled slightly.
Oh? Is that what you think?
She rose nobly to the defensive.
And why not? It'll bring back your strength, improve your balance. Your brother makes a perfect opponent.
He touched his forehead to hers. His voice was very quiet.
Calm yourself, Wildcat. You're the expert. If you think it's time I started fighting, then I suppose it's time I started fighting.
He was smiling still, and Katsa couldn't bear it, because it was the smallest and the saddest smile in all the world. But as he raised his fingers to touch her face, she saw that he was wearing his ring. Chapter 39. It became a kind of school. Katsa made up drills for Sky and Poe that were first and foremost a challenge to Poe's strength. Sky was satisfied, for the drills favored him. Katsa was satisfied, for she could see Poe's progress. She set them always to wrestling, rarely to proper hand fighting, and reminded Poe constantly, in his mind and out loud, to muscle rather than grace his way out of every scrape. Alongside the grappling brothers, Katsa taught Bitterblue to hold a sword, and then to block with one, and then to strike. Position and balance, strength and motion, speed. The child was awkward at first with the sword, as she had been with the knife, but she worked stubbornly, and like Poe, she made progress. And Katsa's school grew. The guards and messengers couldn't resist the spectacle of the Lady Katsa teaching swordplay to their young queen, or the leaned Graceling and his brother wrestling each other into the ground. They gathered round, asking this and that question about a drill she fabricated for the princes, or a trick she taught Bitterblue to compensate for the queen's lack of size and strength. Before Katsa knew it, She was teaching the trick to a pair of young soldiers from Monsie's southern shore, and devising a drill to improve the opposite-hand swordplay of Bitterblue's guards. Katsa enjoyed it thoroughly. It pleased her to watch her students grow stronger. And Po did grow stronger. He continued to lose at wrestling, but each time his defeat took longer and still longer. His balance, his control improved. The battles became increasingly amusing, partly because the brothers were so evenly matched, and partly because as the snow melted, the yard turned into a morass of mud. Of course, they liked nothing better than to smear the mud in each other's faces. If it weren't for Po's eyes, most days the brothers would have been indistinguishable. The day came when one of the mud-covered princes pinned the other to the ground and shouted his victory, and Katsa looked over to find that the brother on top was, for the first time, Po. He leaped to his feet, laughing, and shot a wicked grin at Katsa. He wiped mud from his face and crooked his finger at her.
Come here, Wildcat. You're next.
Katsa leaned on her sword and laughed.
It took you half an hour to pin your brother, and you think you're ready for me?
Come mud wrestle with me. I'll flatten you like a spider.
Katsa turned back to the exercise she was teaching Bitterblue.
When you can beat Sky easily, then I'll mud wrestle with you.
She spoke sternly, but she couldn't hide from him her pleasure. Nor could he hide his own. He comforted his poor moaning brother, who recognized from his vantage point on the ground the beginning of the end. Katsa found him changed as an opponent, less because of the sight he'd lost than because of the sensitivity he'd gained with his growing grace. When they fought now, he could sense not just her body and her intention, but the force of her blows before they struck, the direction of her momentum, her balance and imbalance, and how to capitalize on it. He was not back to full strength yet, and sometimes his own balance still tricked him. But there were times now when he caught her by surprise, something neither of them was used to. He was going to be as good a fighter as he'd been before, if not better. And this was important. The fights made Po happy. Bitterblue did not stay long past the start of spring. Sky followed her sometime thereafter, summoned by his father to Lex City to assist with the imminent coronation. And finally Katsa and Po made the journey themselves to the city that was soon to assume Bitterblue's name. Po bore the traveling well, a bit like a child who's never traveled before and finds every experience fascinating, if slightly overwhelming. And indeed, when it came to traveling with his new way of perceiving the world, Po was an infant. In their room in Bitterblue's castle, on the morning of the great event, Katsa suffered herself to put on a dress. Po, in the meantime, lay on the bed, grinning endlessly at the ceiling.
What are you grinning at?
Katsa demanded for the third or fourth time.
Is the ceiling about to cave in on my head or something? You look like we're both on the verge of an enormous joke.
Katsa, only you would consider the collapse of the ceiling a good joke.
There was a knock at the entrance to their room then, and Po actually began to giggle.
You've been in the cider,
Katsa said accusingly as she went to the door.
You're drunk.
And then she swung the door open and almost sat down on the floor in astonishment, because before her in the hallway stood Raffin. He was muddy and smelled like horses.
Did we get here in time for the food? The invitation said something about pie, and I'm starving.
Katsa burst into laughter, and then into tears, and once she started hugging him, she couldn't stop. Behind Raffin stood Ban, and behind Ban stood Al, and Katsa hugged them and cried over them as well.
You didn't tell us you were coming,
she kept saying.
You didn't tell us you were coming. No one ever even told me you were invited.
And you're one to speak of sending word. For months we didn't hear a thing from you, until one day Po's brother appeared at our court with the wildest story any of us had ever heard.
Katsa sniffled and wrapped her arms around her cousin again.
But you understand, don't you?
She said to his chest.
We didn't want to get you mixed up in it.
Raffen kissed the top of her head.
Of course we understand.
Is Randa with you?
He didn't care to come.
Is the council well?
It's moving along swimmingly. Must we stand here clogging the hallway? I wasn't joking about starving to death. You're looking well, Poe.
Raffen peered doubtfully at Katsa's short hair.
Helda's sent you a hairbrush, Kat. Much use it'll be.
I'll cherish it. Now come inside.
Like any event requiring formal clothing, the crowning ceremony was tedious, but Bitterblue endured it with the appropriate gravity and poise. The rim of the great golden crown was padded with some thick purple material to keep it from sliding down to rest on her nose. It looked, Katsa thought, as if it weighed as much as the girl herself did. Katsa didn't mind the tedium, for Raffen was on one side of her and Ban on the other, and not 5 minutes passed without them amusing themselves in some way. When Ban whispered to her about Raffen's new medicinal discovery that cured bellyache but caused itchy feet, and his subsequent discovery that cured itchy feet but caused bellyache, Katsa giggled. Standing 3 rows ahead with his 2 sons, Roar whipped his head around to glare at her.
"This is not a Sunderin street carnival,"
he whispered with great and dignified reproach. And Poe's shoulders began to shake with laughter, and various voices whispered for Roar to shush, but then realized whom they were shushing, and issued an appalled stream of apology.
"Yes, all right,"
Roar was left saying, repeatedly and with increasing volume.
"Truly, it's all right."
The interruption grew to something rather large and intrusive, causing a coronation attendant to stumble in his litany of the Monsian rulers across time. Bitterblue smiled softly at the attendant and nodded for him to continue. After that, word passed through the crowd that the young queen was kind-hearted and not one to punish small mistakes.
And how is Gideon?
Katsa murmured to Raffen once things had settled down. She was feeling kindly toward her old suitor because she was happy and surrounded by friends. Behind her, Al cleared his throat.
He gets a bit mopey whenever your name is mentioned, lady. I won't pretend I don't know why.
Raffen spoke quietly.
Randa keeps trying to marry him off, and Gideon keeps refusing. He spends more time than he used to on his own estate, but he gives himself completely to the work of the council. He's an invaluable ally, Kat. I dare say he wouldn't object to seeing you someday. If you wanted to visit us at court, you know, we'd find a way of sneaking you in without Randa knowing. If you wished it. You haven't told us your plans.
Katsa smiled quietly.
I'll go back to the mountains with Poe after this.
It was all she said of her plans, because for the moment it was all she knew. She tilted her head and rested it against her cousin's tall shoulder. The coronation passed in a blur of contentment. Epilogue. They swam through the tunnel, Katsa and Poe, and burst into the black air of the cave. They hoisted themselves onto the rocks and wrung what water they could from their clothing.
"Take my hand,"
Poe said. He led her up an uneven slope jutted with rocks. Katsa could see nothing in the darkness, not even the slightest shape. She tripped and swore.
Where exactly are we going?
"To the beach."
He stopped and lifted her over some rock formation she couldn't see. When he put her down, her feet touched something gritty and soft. Sand. Outside, the trees were green with spring's end, and the sun thawed the world. But inside this cave was always a cold season. They sat on the sand and huddled against each other to keep warm, and shivering led to playful pushing, and pushing to roughhousing, and before too long they were laughing and wrestling full tilt on the ground, their wet hair and clothing full of sand. Finally, pinned against her, Poe whispered his surrender, running his hand along the back of her leg in a manner that was distinctly uncombative. and the wrestling turned to something slow and gentle and yielding, and they were warm and occupied with each other for some time. Sound was strange in the cave, wet and musical. They lay side by side, warm where their bodies touched.
I've inhaled some sand,
Poe said, coughing.
So have you, of course, but it doesn't seem to be bothering you.
No,
Katsa said absently, staring up into blackness. Her fingers felt along the scars on her shoulder, and then the scars on her breast.
Poe? You trust the men who will be Bitterblue's advisors?
For the most part.
I hope she'll be all right. She never talks about her mother's death, but I know she's still having nightmares.
I don't see how she could help having nightmares. She's so young, and she has so much she's trying to make sense of. A murdered mother, a father who was a madman.
Do you think he was mad?
Poe hesitated.
I truly don't know. Certainly he was cruel and perverse, but it's hard to tell where he ended and his grace began. Do you know what I mean? And I suppose we'll never know now where he came from, or what it is he really wanted.
He breathed in and out slowly.
At least people's feelings for him are shifting. Have you felt it? He won't be remembered kindly.
That will be a help to Bitterblue.
You know, she wonders if I'm a mind reader. She wonders it, Katsa, and still she trusts me and doesn't press me to spill my secrets. It's extraordinary.
Katsa listened to the quiet that came over the cave when Poe stopped speaking.
Yes,
she said simply.
Bitterblue is not like other people.
At the coronation, Sky accused me of refusing to marry you,
Poe said, and now she heard a smile in his voice.
He was quite indignant about it.
Katsa sighed.
All came to me with the same point. He thinks it's dangerous for us to leave each other so much freedom and make these vague plans to travel together in the future, doing council work with no promises. I told him I'm not going to marry you and hang on to you like a barnacle, just to keep you to myself and stop you loving anyone else.
It's all right, you know. Other people don't have to understand.
I worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We'll muddle through. And there are those who do understand. Raffin does, and Ban.
Yes, I suppose they do.
Poe shivered, and she reached for him to warm him. A feeling swelled suddenly at the edges of her heart. She whispered,
You're determined to go to Leonid right away?
He took a moment before answering. He couldn't quite manage to keep his voice light.
My mother will cry when I tell her about my sight. To be honest, I dread that as much as anything else.
I'll come with you.
No, Katsa. I'll be all right. I want to face this thing and be done with it, and I don't want you to change your plans.
Katsa was en route back to Bitterblue City to give fighting lessons to girls. It was a thing she'd decided she wanted to do, in all 7 kingdoms, and after the coronation, Bitterblue had begged her to start in Monsey. Poe had encouraged it, rather insistently, for it gave Katsa an excuse to keep an eye on Bitterblue's welfare for just a little while longer.
I'll be in Monsey a few months at least, but I promise the next lessons I give will be in Leonid.
So I'll hope to see you by autumn's end. I'll pretend to myself it's not a long time.
I'm going to take the land route west.
She hesitated, then made an admission.
I'm going into the Midlands, Poe. There's one more king I need to face.
Poe released a small, surprised breath.
But you faced him already.
Katsa sighed.
Yes, but I was scared of myself then. I was scared of him. I'm not anymore. Poe, I need Randa to know I'll come and go as I please. I won't hide myself like some kind of criminal, and I won't be afraid to visit my friends. I miss Raff so much already, and I need to see Helda. I want to convince her to go to Monsey. Bitterblue needs her.
Poe's arms came around her and pulled her against him. His fingers brushed sand from her hair.
All right. Be careful. I'll look for you after you've faced your king.
They lay quietly together in the dark. Katsa settled her head against his chest. She heard lapping water and its echo. She heard the pulse of his blood through his skin.
You know, I wish you could see this cave.
What's it like?
He paused.
It's beautiful, really.
Tell me.
And so, Poe described to Katsa what hid in the blackness of the cave. And outside, the world awaited them.
We hope you've enjoyed Full Cast Audio's unabridged production of Kristin Cashore's novel, Graceling, which was narrated by David Baker and featured Chelsea Mixon as Lady Katsa and Zachary Exton as Prince Poe. Mark Brzee played the role of King Randa, and within Randa's court we heard Richard McKee as Spy Master All, Dominic Lloyd as Prince Raffin, and Jordan Glasky as Lord Giddon. The members of Poe's royal family were played by Andrea Leonard as Poe's mother, Mark Austin as his brother Sky, and Bruce Covell as his father King Roar. Poe's grandfather, Prince Tealif, was played by Ben Elms. Tim Green made a guest appearance as the menacing King Lech, and Tate Green provided the voice of his daughter, Princess Bitterblue. On shipboard, you heard Kate Huddleston as Captain Fawn, Brian Pringle as the stalwart Sailor Patch, Jacob Morris-Noer as Young Jem, and J.P. Krangle as Red. Other voices were provided by Alice Marigi as Helda, Daniel Bostic as Lord Daffit, and Todd Hoban as Lord Ellis. The voices of the three intimidating merchants were provided by Trevor Hill, Tim Purcell, and John Brackett. In a flashback, Nathan Bostic read the role of young Raffin. We also heard Greg Banneker as the castle guard, Seth Danner as a courtier, Michael Kovalik as a soldier, Peter Moeller as the old servant, Gerard Moses as a sniffly steward, Ian Boudreau as a lecherous cousin, and Kata Leonard as one of the Lady Katsa's young attendants. Other roles were played by members of the cast and crew. This full cast recording was produced by Bruce Covell and Daniel Bostic, and directed by Todd Hoban. Our recording engineers were Brett Hoban, Justin Carulli, and Elena Delius. Ryan Westerdahl was our production assistant. Music for this production was written and performed by Todd Hoban. The text of Graceling is copyright 2008 by Kristin Cashore, and this production is copyright 2009 by Full Cast Audio. The print version of the book is available from Harcourt Children's Books. This entire production was recorded and edited at the Full Cast Audio Studios in Syracuse, New York. If you'd like to know more about our Full Cast productions, please visit us on the web at www.fullcastaudio.com or write to Full Cast Audio, Post Office Box 6110, Syracuse, New York 13217 for a free catalog. If you enjoyed this audiobook, you will also want to hear our full cast recording of Shannon Hale's The Goose Girl, winner of the 2007 Audio Award for Achievement in Production. Keep listening for a sneak preview. This is Bruce Covell saying thanks for listening. Full Cast Audio presents The Goose Girl by Shannon Hale.
Part 1. Crown Princess. Chapter 1. She was born Anidori Kiladra Taliana Isili, Crown Princess of Kildenry, and she did not open her eyes for 3 days. The pacing queen directed ministers and physicians to the crib. They listened to her breathing and her hummingbird heart, felt her fierce grip and her tiny fingers, soft as salamander skin. All was sound, but her eyes did not open. For 3 days the grave-faced attendants came and went. They prodded her, lifted her lids, slipped thick yellow syrups down her throat.
"You are a princess,"
the queen whispered to her ear.
"Open your eyes."
The baby cooed in her sleep. When the 3rd day had worn away to the lake blue of evening, a hand parted the nursery curtains. All was still for the night. The queen dozed on the bed. The baby in her crib dreamed of milk, her round, perfect lips nursing in sleep. A woman in a fern-green robe pulled aside the curtains and tiptoed across the carpets. She slid her calloused hands under the infant's back and head, held her up, and grinned.
"Did you call me out of my house to come and tell you stories? I will, my fat one, if you will listen."
The queen awoke to the sounds of the rocking chair creaking and a voice singing about magpies and pigeons. She stood up, ready to call to the guards, then saw that it was her own sister who sang to the baby, and that the baby was looking back at her aunt with wide eyes. It was the aunt who shortened the crown princess's name to Ani. On clear days, she took Ani to the north edge of the palace grounds, where no wall had been built. That far out, the garden was allowed to stray out of its ordered beds and rows, and merge with the occasional copse of ash and pine. The aunt felt easier there, and she held her niece's small hand and named all she saw.
"You see the bird on the tallest branch there? The one with a yellow breast? She's migrating farther north now that the weather is warmer. The bluewing there is looking for twigs and says he has found himself a picky mate."
Ani began to speak sentences at 1 year. The aunt knew too well how Kildenrians disliked anything outside the common, and she tried to keep Ani's progress hidden. But the household staff noted it, and rumors began that perhaps the queer, green-clad Nurse Mary possessed unnatural methods of awakening a child's words. The queen was uncomfortable with the talk, and careful never to call the new Nurse Mary sister. But the king was too stubborn to worry much.
Why shouldn't she be a quick learner? She is our daughter, as pure of blood as are ever born in this world, and has every right to speak before her time.
But the king saw little of his firstborn, and the queen even less. Caliblongchris was born, the first son, and then Napralina Victeri, who from birth so resembled her mother that the Nurse Marys were inclined to curtsy to the crib. With the parents' attention parted, the aunt became Ani's constant companion. In cold weather or spring rain, the aunt sat on the nursery floor and told Ani stories of fantastic and faraway things. A land where mares pawed gold nuggets from the earth and chewed them in order to breathe out music. A baker who baked birds from dough and sent them out the window in search of a treasured pot of apricot preserves. A mother who loved her baby so fiercely she put him in a tight locket around her neck so that he might never grow up. The aunt sang songs again and again until Ani learned the words, her toddler's voice as dry and delicate as a sparrow's call. A day in early summer when Ani was 5, the two companions sat in an aspen's dappled shade on the edge of the garden swan pond. Ani loved the birds that were as big as she and begged them to eat bread out of her hands. When the bread was all gone, they shrugged their wings and skrunked at her.
"What did they say?"
They wanted to know, was there more bread for the eating, or should they go back to the pond?
Ani looked at the nearest swan straight in one eye.
"No more bread. You may go."
The swan shrugged his wings again.
"What does that mean?"
"I don't think he speaks your language, duckling."
The aunt turned her profile and one eye to the swan and made a sound like the swan spoke, not quite a honk, and almost a whine. The swan padded back to the pond. Annie watched with a solemn expression, and after a moment repeated the sounds she had heard.
Was that right?
Perfect. Say that again.
She repeated the noise and smiled. The aunt looked at her thoughtfully, the corners of her mouth tight with suppressed excitement.
Does that make you happy?
Yes,
said Annie with little girl certainty.